Allusive. Using or containing indirect references to something, e/aberrate, allusive prose. Anti-terrorism. Activities or measures designed to prevent or thwart terrorism. Artless. One sincere, straightforward, or unpretentious, an artless, naive girl. Two without skill, clumsy. Derivatives artless ly adverb. Art Nouveau noun a style of art and architecture of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, having intricate linear designs and flowing curves. Bacteriological. For relating to bacteriology or bacteria. Two relating to germ warfare. Banns. Banns plural noun a public announcement of an intended marriage read out in a parish church. Baryon. Physics a subatomic particle with a mass equal to or greater than that of a proton. Breadbasket. For a part of a region that produces cereals for the rest of it. Too informal a person's stomach, considered as the target for a blow. Brutalism. One cruelty and savagery. Two a stark style of architecture that makes use of massive blocks of steel and concrete. Bugaboo. Bugaboo noun a cause of fear. Cabochon. A gem that is polished but not cut in facets. Origin French, small head sendeboudly noun, in phrase the whole caboodle or the whole kit and caboodle, informal the whole number or quantity of people or things in question. Calfskin. Leather made from the hide or skin of a calf. Calibre, Brit. Caliber, noun one the quality of something, especially a person's ability, scholars of the highest caliber. To the diameter of the inside of a gun barrel, or of a bullet or shell. Synonyms one quality, standard, level, merit, distinction, stature, excellence, ability, expertise, talent, capability. Two bore, diameter, gauge. Catch-all. A term or category intended to cover all possibilities. Chintz. Multicolored cotton fabric with a shiny finish, used for curtains and upholstery. Circlet. An ornamental circular band worn on the head. Cloverleaf. A junction of roads intersecting at different levels with connecting sections forming the pattern of a four-leaf clover. Adjective having a shape or pattern resembling a leaf of clover, especially a four-leaf clover. Codependency. The state of being too emotionally or psychologically dependent on a partner, especially one who has an illness or addiction and needs care or support. Co-host. Verb be the co-host of an event or broadcast. Collocation. One the frequent occurrence of a word with another word or words. Two a pair or group of words that frequently occur together, e.g., heavy drinker. Colloquialism. An informal word or phrase. Commensal. Commensal adjective biology, of two organisms, having an association in which one benefits and the other derives neither benefit nor harm. Origin from Latin com-sharing plus mensa table. Cuboid. Having the shape of a cube. Noun a solid that has 6 rectangular faces at right angles to each other. Cub reporter noun informal a young or inexperienced newspaper reporter. Curdle. Of a liquid, separate into solid and liquid parts. Daphnia. PL same, a minute semi-transparent freshwater crustacean. Decalogue. The Ten Commandments. Deckhand. A member of a ship's crew performing cleaning or manual work. Delimit. Delimit verb, delimits, delimiting, delimited, determine the limits or boundaries of something. Derivatives delimitatai noun. Demotic. Of language, used by ordinary people, colloquial. Noun ordinary colloquial speech. Origin Greek demetikos. Dirham. Dirham noun the basic unit of money of Morocco and the United Arab Emirates. Docudrama. A television movie based on a dramatized version of real events. Document p noun a piece of written, printed, or electronic matter that provides information or evidence. Synonyms paper, certificate, deed, form, contract, agreement, report, record. Verb record something in written, photographic, or other form. Synonyms record, register, report, log, chronicle, authenticate, verify. Drachma. Drachma noun, p. Drachmas or drachmi, 1, until the introduction of the euro in 2002, the basic unit of money of Greece. 2. A silver coin of ancient Greece. Dreamboat. Informal a very attractive person, especially a man. Flambeau. PL flambeaux or flambeaux, 1 a flaming torch. 2 a branched candlestick. Flavonoid. Any of a group of naturally occurring chemical compounds including several white or yellow plant pigments. Flinty. Flintier, flintiest, one relating to, containing, or resembling flint. 2 stern and showing no emotion, a flinty stare. Friable. Easily crumbled. Derivatives friability noun. Genitourinary. Relating to the genital and urinary organs. Graceless. Lacking grace, elegance, or charm. Guilder. PL same or guilders, 4, until the introduction of the euro in 2002, the basic unit of money of the Netherlands. 2 historical a gold or silver coin formerly used in the Netherlands, Germany, and Austria. Hemostasis. The stopping of a flow of blood. Inexpressible. Of a feeling, too strong to be described or expressed in words. Inmost. Closest to the center, innermost. Isotonic. 1 physiology, of a muscle action, taking place with normal contraction. 2 of a drink, containing essential salts and minerals in the same concentration as normally found in the body. Knee-jerk. An involuntary kick caused by a blow on the tendon just below the knee. P adjective automatic and unthinking, a knee-jerk reaction. Line-out. Line-out noun an electrical connection that carries output from a video or audio device. Literalism. The interpretation of words in their usual or most basic sense. Equals derivatives literalist noun literalistic adjective. Lucre. Literary money, especially when gained in an underhanded or dishonorable way. Lugubrious. Sad and dismal, mournful. Underscore synonyms mournful, gloomy, sad, unhappy, melancholy, doleful, woeful, miserable, forlorn, somber, solemn, sorrowful, morose, dour, cheerless, joyless, dismal, funereal, literary dolorous. 7 Antonyms cheerful. Equals derivatives lugubrious ly adverb jugubrious ness noun. Majolica. A kind of earthenware imitating Italian maiolica. Majoritarian. Majoritarian adjective governed by or believing in decision by a majority. Maladministration. Formal dishonest or inefficient management or administration. Micronesian. A person from Micronesia, an island group in the Western Pacific. Adjective relating to Micronesia. Misconceived. Badly judged or planned. Misquote. Quote someone or something inaccurately. Mononucleosis. Short for infectious mononucleosis. Mornay. Mornay adjective referring to or served in a cheese-flavored white sauce, cauliflower mornay. 841 Mortadella. Multiprocessor. A computer with more than one central processor. Multi-purpose P adjective having several purposes. Newspeak. Deliberately misleading and indirect language, used by politicians. Nightjar. A gray-brown bird with a distinctive call, active at night. Obsolescent. Becoming obsolete. Obsolescence n. Outrank. One have a higher rank than someone else. To be better or more important than something else. Outre adjective unusual and startling. Paunch. A belly or abdomen that is large or sticks out. Peckish. Informal, chiefly Brit. Hungry. Pedagogue. Formal or humorous, a teacher. Penknife. P. Penknives, a small knife with a blade that folds into the handle. Perfidy. Literary, the state of being deceitful and untrustworthy. Perforate. Pierce and make a hole or holes in something. Phosphine. Phosphine noun, a foul-smelling gas formed from phosphorus and hydrogen. Pizzicato. An adjective plucking the strings of a violin or other stringed instrument with the finger. Plutonic. Of igneous rock, formed by solidification at considerable depth beneath the Earth's surface. Poliomyelitis. An infectious disease that affects the central nervous system and can cause temporary or permanent paralysis. Pube. Pube noun, Uyghur slang, a pubic hair. Raki. A strong alcoholic drink made in Eastern Europe or the Middle East. Redact. Edit something for publication. Reformulate. Formulate something again or differently. Derivatives reformulation noun. Roadbed. One material laid down to form a road, or on which railroad tracks are laid. To the part of a road on which vehicles travel. Sadomasochism. Sexual activity or psychological tendency that combines sadism and masochism. Scabby. Scabbier, scabbiest, for covered in scabs. Too informal, loathsome, despicable. Scabies. Shinny. Shinnies, shinnied, another term for sin, he loved to shinny up that tree. Shin New York? Also shinny hockey, noun an informal form of ice hockey played especially by children, on the street or on ice, often with a ball or other object in place of a puck. We used to play shinny on the canal with tin cans. Sibilant. Making a soft hissing sound. Noun a speech sound made with a hissing effect, for example s, sh. Snigger. Sniggers, sniggering, sniggered, give a half-suppressed laugh. Pn. A half-suppressed laugh. Synonyms giggle, titter, snicker, chortle, laugh, sneer, smirk. Snip PV. Snips, snipping, snipped, cut with small, quick strokes. Noun an act of snipping. Synonyms PV1 she snipped my bangs cut, clip, trim. 2 snip off the faded flowers cut off, trim, off, clip, prune, chop off, sever, detach, remove, take off. Noun 1 make snips along the edge cut, slit, snick, nick, notch, incision. 2 snips of wallpaper scrap, snippet, cutting, shred, remnant, fragment, sliver, bit, piece. Solidus. 1. Solidi, another term for slash, sense 3 of the noun. Stricture. 1. A rule restricting behavior or action. 2. A sternly critical remark. 3. Medicine abnormal narrowing of a passage or duct in the body, a colonic stricture. Tearjerker. Informal a story or movie intended to arouse feelings of sadness in an audience. Top-notch. Top-notch adjective informal of the highest quality. Tremulous. 1 shaking or quivering slightly. 2 timid, nervous. Troubleshooter. A person who investigates and solves problems or faults. 8 troubleshooting. Trounce. Defeat someone heavily in a contest. Synonyms 1 you've caused enough trouble already difficulty, problems, bother, inconvenience, worry, anxiety, distress, stress, agitation, harassment, unpleasantness, informal hassle. 2 she poured out all her troubles problem, misfortune, difficulty, trial, tribulation, woe, grief, heartache, misery, affliction, suffering. 3 he's gone to a jot of trouble bother, inconvenience, fuss, effort, exertion, work, labor. For Rodney has been no trouble at a nuisance, bother, inconvenience, irritation, problem, trial, pest, informal headache, pain, drag. 5u. Unpowered. Of a vehicle, boat, etc., not propelled by burning of fuel such as gasoline. Unpracticed, Brit. Unpracticed, adjective not trained or experienced. Vertiginous. 1 very high or steep. 2 relating to or affected by vertigo. Wagtail. A slender songbird with a long tail that wags up and down. Xylene. A liquid hydrocarbon obtained by distilling wood, coal tar, or petroleum, used in fuels and solvents. Zinnia. A plant of the daisy family with bright showy flowers. Anthill. A mound-shaped nest built by ants or termites. Apiary. Apiary noun, 9. Apiaries, a place where bees are kept. Apologetic. Bewitch. 1 cast a spell over someone. 2 enchant and delight someone. Synonyms captivate, enchant, entrance, enrapture, charm, beguile, delight, fascinate, enthrall, cast a spell on. Equals. Biped. An animal that walks on 2 feet. Braise. Fry food lightly and then stew it slowly in a closed container. Burgle. Chiefly Brit. Burglarize. Syy no New York Yms rob, loot, steal from, raid. Calendula. A plant of a family that includes the common marigold. Cassowary. Cassowary noun, pl. cassowaries, a very large flightless bird related to the emu, native mainly to New Guinea. Castanets. Castanets plural noun, a pair of small curved pieces of wood, ivory, or plastic, clicked together by the fingers as an accompaniment to Spanish dancing. Chanteuse. A female singer of popular songs. Ciabatta. A flattish Italian bread made with olive oil. Cichlid. A perch-like freshwater fish of a large family. Coiffure. A person's hairstyle. Cryptology. The study of codes, or the art of writing and solving them. Damson. A small purple-black plum-like fruit. Decontaminate. Remove dangerous substances from an area or object. Dendrite. A short extension of a nerve cell that conducts impulses to the cell body. Derivatives. Dendritic adjective. Disabuse. Persuade someone that an idea or belief is mistaken. Greg soon disabused her of this idea. Embezzle. Embezzle, verb, steal money placed in one's trust or under one's control. Synonyms: misappropriate, steal, thieve, pilfer, purloin, appropriate, siphon off, pocket, informal filch, pinch. Epoxide. An organic compound whose molecule contains a 3-membered ring involving an oxygen atom and 2 carbon atoms. Estrus. A recurring period of fertility in many female mammals. Estuarypn. Plural estuaries, the mouth of a large river where it becomes affected by tides. ETP abbreviation Eastern Time. Excreta. Waste discharged from the body, especially feces and urine. Extemporaneous. Extemporaneous adjective, another term for extemporary. Fado. PL fados, a type of popular Portuguese song, usually with a sad theme. Faroese. And adjective, chiefly British spelling of Faroese. Flagon. A large bottle or other container in which wine, cider, or beer is sold or served. Forbear. Variant spelling of forbear. Forbear. Past forbore, past part. Forborn, stop oneself from doing something. Forefather. An ancestor. Furor. Furor noun, variant spelling of furor. Gentility. Polite and refined behavior, especially as typical of a high social class. The ideal of Victorian gentility was to distance oneself from the taint of commerce. Giblets. The liver, heart, gizzard, and neck of a chicken or other fowl. Grotty. Grottier, grottiest, Brit. Informal, one unpleasant and of poor quality. Too unwell. Derivatives gratiines noun. Guffaw. Guffaw noun a loud, deep laugh. P-verb give a loud, deep laugh. Housebreaking. Housebreak ing noun the action of breaking into a building to commit a crime. Intermezzo. OL. Intermezzi or intermezzos, one a short connecting instrumental movement in an opera or other musical work. 2 a short piece for a solo instrument. 3 a light dramatic or other performance between the acts of a play. Ladino. Ladino noun, 9, Ladinos, 1 the language of some Sephardic Jews, based on medieval Spanish. 2. In Latin America, a person of mixed race or a Spanish-speaking white person. Equals origin Spanish. Laundress. Dated a woman employed to launder clothes and linen. Lingam. Lingam noun Hinduism a phallus or phallic object as a symbol of Shiva, the god of reproduction. Link up. 1 an instance of people or things linking. 2 a connection enabling people or machines to communicate with each other. Linnaean, also Linnaean, p adjective relating to the Swedish botanist Linnaeus, Latinized name of Carl von Linné, or his classification of animals and plants. Listenable. Easy or pleasant to listen to. Derivatives least tenability noun. Least ten ing post noun a station for intercepting electronic communications. Mandamus. A writ issued as a command to an inferior court or ordering a person to perform a public or statutory duty. Matchbook. A small cardboard folder of matches with a striking surface on one side. Mixologist. Informal a person who is skilled at mixing cocktails and other drinks. Nebulizer. A device for producing a fine spray of liquid, used for inhaling a medicinal drug. Neologism. A newly coined word or expression. Obdurate. Stubbornly refusing to change one's mind. Derivatives obdurasi noun obdurate adverb. Oversimplify. Oversimplifies, oversimplifying, oversimplified, simplify something so much that an inaccurate impression is given. Parisienne. A Parisian girl or woman. Parrotfish. Parrotfish noun, pl same or parrotfishes, a brightly colored sea fish with a parrot-like beak. Pegboard. A board with a regular pattern of small holes for pegs. Peg leg noun informal an artificial leg. Philanderer. A man who has many casual sexual relationships with women. Synonyms: womanizer, Casanova, Don Juan, Lothario, flirt, ladies' man, playboy, informal stud, lady killer. Philanthrop.ic adjective, of a person or organization, helping other people, especially by giving money to good causes. Synonyms: a philanthropic millionaire, charitable, generous, benevolent, humanitarian, public-spirited, altruistic, magnanimous, unselfish, kind. Antonyms: selfish, mean. Polecat. 1 a weasel-like mammal with dark brown fur and an unpleasant smell. 2 a skunk. Provençal. Relating to Provence in southern France. Noun: 1 a person from Provence. 2 the language of Provence. Puncheon. 1 a short post, especially one used for supporting the roof in a coal mine. 2 another term for punch. Quadruped. An animal that has 4 feet, especially a mammal. Derivatives quadrupedal adjective. Quarterdeck. The part of a ship's upper deck near the stern, traditionally reserved for officers or for ceremonial use. Quetzal. Quetzal, noun, a long-tailed tropical American bird with iridescent green plumage. Quieten. Chiefly 8 writ. Make or become quiet and calm. Quisling. A traitor collaborating with an occupying enemy force. Rakish. One dashing, jaunty, or slightly disreputable, a cap set at a rakish angle. 2. Of a boat or car, smart and streamlined. Redwing. A small thrush of northern Europe, having orange-red patches on its sides. Scholasticism. The system of theology and philosophy taught in medieval European universities, based mainly on Aristotle's philosophy and logic and the works of early Christian religious writers. Slake. Satisfy a desire, one's thirst, etc. Smolder. Smolders, smoldering, smoldered, one burns slowly with smoke but no flame. 2. Feel strong and barely hidden anger, hatred, lust, etc. Spongiform. Technical, having a porous structure or consistency like that of a sponge. Stolid. Calm, dependable, and showing little emotion or reaction. Superbug. Superbug, noun, informal, a bacterium, insect, etc., that has become resistant to antibiotics or pesticides. Supercenter. A superstore. Swampland. Also swamplands, land consisting of swamps. Tetralogy. 01 tetralogies, a group of 4 related books, operas, plays, etc. Thymine. Thymine, noun, biochemistry, a compound that is one of the 4 constituent bases of nucleic acids. Truculent. Quick to argue or fight. Synonyms: defiant, aggressive, antagonistic, belligerent, pugnacious, confrontational, obstreperous, argumentative, quarrelsome, uncooperative, bad-tempered, short-tempered, cross, snappish, informal, feisty. Antonyms: cooperative, amiable. Turbofan. A jet engine in which a turbine-driven fan provides additional thrust. Typify. Typify, verb, typifies, typifying, typified, be a typical example or feature of, their furniture is typified by its functional design. Synonyms: epitomize, exemplify, characterize, embody, be representative of, personify, symbolize. 1410 Tzatziki. Unction. Unc noun, one formal, the smearing of someone with oil or ointment as a religious ceremony. 2. Excessive politeness or flattery. Unmentionable. Unmentionably, adjective, too embarrassing or offensive to be spoken about. Unpasteurized. Not or frightened. Pasteurized. Synonyms: demoralize, discourage, dishearten. 7. Dispirit, alarm, frighten, disconcert, perturb, upset, unpatriotic, adjective, not patriotic. Discomfit, take aback, unsettle, disquiet, fluster. Ureter. The duct by which urine passes from the kidney to the bladder. Valise. A small travel bag or suitcase. Voltmeter. An instrument for measuring electric potential in volts. Windlass. A winch, especially one on a ship or in a harbor. Zither. A musical instrument with numerous strings stretched across a flat sound box, placed horizontally and played with the fingers and a plectrum. Adamantine. Literary unable to be broken. Adam's apple, noun a projection at the front of the neck formed by the thyroid cartilage. Archaeopteryx. The oldest known fossil bird, of the late Jurassic period, which had feathers and wings like a bird, but teeth and a bony tail like a dinosaur. Origin from Greek archaeos ancient plus terux wing archicp adjective 1 very old or old-fashioned. 2 belonging to former or ancient times. Bacchanal. Chiefly literary, a wild and drunken party or celebration. Beachwear. Clothing suitable for wearing on the beach. Besmirch. Damage someone's reputation. Besom-p noun a broom made of twigs tied around a stick. Origin Old English. Blabber. Informal talk at length about foolish or unimportant things. Blazon. For display or describe prominently or vividly, his name was blazoned all over the newspapers. To heraldry depict a coat of arms. Noun old use a coat of arms. 124 bleep. Brassiere. Full form of BRA. Brutalize. One makes someone cruel, violent, or callous by repeatedly exposing them to violence. To treat someone in a violent way. Bulgur. An emotional disorder that causes bouts of overeating, followed by fasting or self-induced vomiting. Cattleman. Cattleman noun, pl cattleman, a person who tends or rears cattle. Cat-type adjective, cattier, cattiest, spiteful. Derivatives cat-tilly adverb. Clerestory. Plural clerestories, a row of windows in the upper part of the wall of a church or other large building. Concordant. In agreement, consistent. Courser. Literary, a swift horse. Crosscheck. Check figures or information by using an alternative source or method. Cross-contamination p noun the process by which bacteria or other microorganisms are unintentionally transferred from one substance or object to another. Cryptosporidium. PL Cryptosporidia, a single-celled parasite found in the intestines of many animals, where it sometimes causes disease. Decrement. One a reduction or diminution, a decrement in sympathetic nervous activity. To an amount by which something is reduced or diminished, 10 mg weekly decrements. Verb chiefly decrepit computing cause a discrete reduction in a numerical quantity, the instruction decrements the accumulator by 1. Dhoti. PL dhotas, a piece of cloth tied around the waist and covering most of the legs, worn by some Indian men. Disputable. Open to question. Doctrinaire. Very strict in applying beliefs or principles. Dawdle. Diodedly noun Brit. Informal, a very easy task. Economize. Noun, 91. Economies, 1. The state of a country or region in terms of the production and consumption of goods and services and the supply of money. 2. The careful use of resources so as to avoid waste. The outboard engine increases fuel economy. 3. A financial saving. 4. Also economy class, the cheapest class of air or rail travel. Synonyms: 1. Wealth, financial resources, financial management. 2. Thrift, thriftiness, prudence, careful budgeting, economizing, saving, restraint, frugality. Antonyms: extravagance. Adjective offering good value for money, an economy pack. Phrases: economy. Emetic. Of a substance, causing vomiting. Noun: a substance that causes vomiting. 416. Emmental. Feedlot. An enclosed area where livestock are fed and fattened for market. Fiberboard. A building material made of wood fibers compressed into boards. Flotation. Flotation. Noun, variant spelling of flotation. Floodgate. 1. A gate that can be opened or closed to control a flow of water, especially the lower gate of a lock. 2. The floodgates, controls or restraints holding something back. The case could open the floodgates for thousands of similar claims. Furze. The shrub gorse. Gastropod. Zoology, any of a large class of mollusks including snails, slugs, and whelks. Gearshift. A device used to change gears in an automobile. Gibbet. Historical 1. A gallows. 2. An upright post with an arm on which the bodies of executed criminals were left hanging. Guiltless. Having no guilt, innocent. Gymkhana. An event consisting of a series of competitions on horseback, typically for children. Hard-headed. Tough and realistic. Heathland. An extensive area of heath. Homewrecker. Informal, someone who is blamed for the breakup of a marriage or family, such as an adulterous partner. Homey, also homey, adjective, homier, homiest, for comfortable and cozy. 2. Unsophisticated. Noun, variant of homey. Hydrophone. A microphone that detects sound waves underwater. Ill. IHL contraction, I will, I shall. Interpolate. 1. Insert something different or additional into something else. 2. Add remark to a conversation. 3. Mathematics. Insert an intermediate term into a series by estimating it from surrounding known values. Irretrievable. Not able to be improved or put right. Lassi. A sweet or savory Indian drink made from a yogurt or buttermilk base with water. 732. Lastly. Leatherette. Imitation leather. Lodestar. A star that is used to guide the course of a ship, especially the pole star. Lodestone, also lodestone, noun, for a piece of magnetite or other naturally magnetic mineral, able to be used as a magnet. 2. A person or thing that is a focus of attention or attraction. Longhand. Ordinary handwriting, as opposed to shorthand, typing, or printing. Long haul, noun, 1. A relatively long distance in terms of travel or the transport of goods. 2. A lengthy and difficult task. Linchpin. Variant spelling of linchpin. Manhandle. 1. Move a heavy object with effort. 2. Drag or push someone roughly. Microsurgery. Intricate surgery performed using very small instruments and a microscope. Milkmaid. In the past, a girl or woman who worked in a dairy. Muzzy. Muzzier, muzziest, 1 dazed or confused. 2. Blurred or indistinct, a slightly muzzy picture. Numinous. Having a strong religious or spiritual quality. Nuthatch. A small gray-backed songbird that climbs down tree trunks head first. Odium. Odium, noun, general or widespread hatred or disgust. Origin Latin. Panegyric. A speech or piece of writing in praise of someone or something. Pannier. 1. A bag or box fitted on either side of the rear wheel of a bicycle or panoply motorcycle. 2. A basket, especially each of a pair carried by a donkey or mule. Pashmina. Pashmina, noun, a shawl made from fine quality goat's wool. Perspire. Give out sweat through the pores of the skin. Picador. In bullfighting, a person on horseback who goads the bull with a lance. Origin Spanish. Platen. Another term for tectonics. Pneumatics. Treated as sing, the science of the mechanical properties of gases. Pneumococcus kazan, y, d0 may cakes, noun, 0. Pneumococci cacci. Cax, a bacterium associated with pneumonia and some forms of meningitis. Pole star. The North Star. Pole vault, noun, an athletic event in which competitors attempt to vault over a high bar with the aid of a long flexible pole. Porcini. Ceps, edible wild mushrooms. Potbelly. A large protruding stomach. Rapamycin. An antibiotic used as an immunosuppressant, especially to prevent organ rejection in transplants. Refi. Refis, refied, refying, refinance, a mortgage. P. Adjective relating to refinancing and the refinancing market. The refi boom is over. Sangiovese. An Italian red wine made from a variety of black wine grape. Origin Italian. Sedum. A plant of a large group having fleshy leaves and small star-shaped flowers. Shibboleth. A long-standing belief or principle that many people regard as outdated or no longer important. The conflict challenged a series of military shibboleths. Sidle. Walk in a stealthy or uncertain way. Slacken. 1. Make or become less active or intense. 2. Make or become less tight. Slapdash. An adverb done too hurriedly and carelessly. Slaphappy, also slaphappy, adjective informal, 1. Casual or flippant in a cheerful and often irresponsible way. 2. Of an action or operation, unmethodical, poorly thought out. 3. Dazed or stupefied from happiness or relief. Stamen. The male fertilizing organ of a flower, typically consisting of a pollen-containing anther on a very thin stalk. Sublimate. For direct an instinctive impulse, especially sexual energy, into a more socially acceptable activity. 2. Transform something into a purer or idealized form. 3. Chemistry, another term for sublime. Equals derivative sub, lemmatine noun. Synecdoche. A figure of speech in which a part is made to represent the whole or vice versa, as in England lost by 6 wickets, meaning the English cricket team. Origin Greek synecdoche. Synergy y, also synergism, noun cooperation of 2 or more people or things to produce a combined effect that is greater than the sum of their separate effects, the synergy between artist and record company. Tablature. A form of musical notation indicating fingering rather than the pitch of notes. Telesales. Chiefly Brit. The selling of goods or services over the telephone. Therm. Therm, noun, a unit of heat, equivalent to 100,000 BTU or 1.055 by 10 degrees joules. Toccata. A musical composition for a keyboard instrument designed to display the performer's touch and technique. Unambitious. Unambitious, adjective 1, not motivated by a strong desire to succeed. 2. Of a plan or piece of work, not involving anything new, exciting, or demanding. Unappetizing. Not inviting or attractive. Synonyms: unpalatable, uninviting, unappealing, unpleasant, off-putting, distasteful, unsavory. 1414 Unattended, insipid, flavorless, informal, yucky, gross. Antonyms: tempting. Unchristian. 1. Not in accordance with the teachings of Christianity. 2. Unkind or unfair, she felt an unchristian hope that he stepped on a sea urchin. Unconditioned. Unconditioned, adjective, of behavior, not formed or influenced by conditioning or learning, instinctive. Ungrammatical. Not following grammatical rules. Uninviting. Not attractive, unpleasant. Upcountry. And adjective in or toward the inland areas of a country. Update, P verb 1, make something more modern. 2. Give someone the latest information. 1441 Upkeep, synonyms: 14 Modernize, upgrade, improve, overhaul. 2. Brief, bring up to date, inform, fill in, tell, notify, keep posted, informal, clue in, put in the picture, bring in, act of updating or an updated version. Vend. For offer small items for sale. 2. Law or formal, sell something. Voile. A thin, semi-transparent fabric of cotton, wool, or silk. Walla. Indian or informal, a person of a specified kind or having a specified role, an office walla. Achromatic. For transmitting light without separating it into its constituent colors. 2. Without color. Achy, also achy, P adjective, achier, achiest, suffering from an ache or aches. Anticline. A ridge or fold of rock in which the strata slope downward from the crest. Compare with syncline. Asocial. Avoiding social interaction, inconsiderate of or hostile to others. Backbeat. Music, a strong accent on one of the normally unaccented beats of the bar. Backbiting. Spiteful talk about a person who is not present. Blowpipe. 1. A weapon consisting of a 129 blue book long tube through which an arrow or dart is blown. 2. A jong tube used for blowing glass. Blows y, also blousy, P adjective, of a woman, red-faced and untidy in appearance. Cacique. 1. In Latin America or the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, a native chief. 2. In Spain or Latin America, a local political boss. Caracal. A brown lynx-like cat with black tufted ears, native to Africa and Western Asia. Carload. 1. The number of people that can travel in an automobile. 2. The quantity of goods that can be carried in a railroad freight car. Carmelite. Carpetbagger. Informal, derogatory 1. A politician who tries to get elected in an area where they have no local connections. 2. Historical. A person from the northern states who went to the south after the Civil War to profit from Reconstruction. Origin. First referring to a person from the northern states of the U.S. who went to the south after the Civil War to make money. Cinematograph. Historical, chiefly Brit. An early movie projector. Cochineal. A scarlet dye used for coloring food, made from the crushed dried bodies of a kind of insect. Cocksure. Cocksure. Adjective, arrogantly confident. Cohere. Form a unified whole, be logically consistent. Conurbation. An extended urban area consisting of several towns merging with the suburbs of a central city. Coterminous. Having the same boundaries or extent. On the east, the area is coterminous with Sweden. Dacron. Trademark. A synthetic polyester, polyethylene terephthalate, with tough, elastic properties, used as a textile fabric. Origin and invented name. Denarius. PL denarii, an ancient Roman silver coin. Dozy. Dozier, doziest, feeling drowsy and lazy. Equals derivatives. Dozy. Adverb. Dooziness. Noun. Dramaturgy. The theory and practice of writing plays. Derivatives. Dramaturgical. Adjective. Drogue. A device towed behind a boat or aircraft to reduce speed or improve stability, or as a target for gunnery practice. Electrum. An alloy of gold with at least 20% of silver, used for jewelry. Elephantine. Typical of or like an elephant, especially in being large or clumsy. Emasculate. 1. Make weaker or less effective. The World Wars emasculated British power. 2. Deprive a man of his male role or identity. EPROM. EPROM. Noun, computing a read-only memory whose contents can be erased and reprogrammed using special means. Execrable. Extremely bad or unpleasant. Derivatives. Execrable. Adverb. Extramural. 1. Outside the boundaries of a town or city. 2. Brit. Of a course of study, arranged for people who are not full-time members of a university or other educational establishment. Festoon. Decorate something with chains of flowers, lights, etc. Synonyms. Decorate, adorn, ornament, trim, deck, out, hang, drape, swathe, garland, wreath, bedeck. Informal. Do up. Feta / also feta cheese. Noun, a salty Greek cheese made from the milk of sheep or goats. Fillip. Fillip. Noun, a stimulus or boost. The /atist initiative will bring a fillip to the area's economy. Flatulent. Suffering from a buildup of gas in the intestines or stomach. Flyaway. Of hair, fine and difficult to control. Galette. 1. A round, flat, crusty cake. 2. A buckwheat pancake or crepe with a sweet or savory filling. Jenks. Gen X, noun short for Generation X. Halftone. A reproduction of a photographic image in which the different shades are produced by dots of varying sizes. Halyard. A rope used for raising and lowering a sail, yard, or flag on a ship. Origin from hailstar. Ham. Noun 1. Meat from the upper part of a pig's jag that has been salted and dried or smoked. 2. Hams, the back of the thigh or the thighs and buttocks. Equals origin from a Germanic word meaning be crooked, ham. P. Noun 1. A bad actor, especially one who overacts. 2. Also radio ham, informal and amateur radio operator. Verb, hams, hamming, hammed, informal overact. Haymaker. Haymaker, noun 1. A person involved in making hay. 2. Informal, a forceful blow. Hellenism. Hellenism, noun 1. The national character or culture of Greece, especially ancient Greece. 2. The study or imitation of ancient Greek culture. Henge. Henge, noun. A prehistoric monument consisting of a circle of stone or wooden uprights. Herbalism. The study or practice of using herbs for medicinal or therapeutic purposes. Herb.alist, noun. A person who practices herbalism, or one who grows or sells herbs for medicinal purposes. Hominy. PL homos, a homosexual man. P. Adjective, homosexual. Infrasound. Infrasonic sound waves. Instantiate. Represent something by a particular instance or example. Intermix. Intermix, verb mix together. Jailbird. Jailbird, noun. Informal, a person who is or has repeatedly been in prison. Kielbasa. A highly seasoned Polish sausage, typically containing garlic. Laserdisc. A disc resembling a large compact disc, used for high-quality video and for interactive multimedia. Laser printer, noun. A computer printer in which a laser is used to form a pattern of electrically charged dots on a light-sensitive drum, which attracts toner. Lebensraum. Territory that a state or nation believes is needed for its natural development. Microcode. A very low-level set of instructions controlling the operation of a computer. Minim. Minim, noun. 1/60th of a fluid dram, about 1 drop of liquid. Minoxidil. A synthetic drug used in the treatment of hypertension and in lotions to promote hair growth. Motorman. A motorman, noun. PL motorman, the driver of a subway train or streetcar. Naturism. Nudism. M. Naturisten and ADJ. Non-denominational. Non-denominational, adjective, open or acceptable to people of any recognized branch of Christianity. Non-union. Non-union, adjective, not belonging to or connected with a labor union. Ojibwe. Exclamation expressing agreement or acceptance. Adjective 1. Satisfactory, but not especially good. 2. Permissible, allowed. Synonyms. 1. The movie was okay, satisfactory, alright, acceptable, competent, adequate, tolerable, passable, reasonable, decent, fair, not bad, average, middling, moderate, unremarkable, unexceptional, informal SOSO, fair to middling. 2. Is it okay for me to come to the party? Permissible, allowable, acceptable, all right, in order, permitted, fitting, suitable, appropriate. Antonyms: unsatisfactory. Adverb: in a satisfactory way. Noun: approval or permission. E. Orrery. PL. Auroras, a clockwork model of the solar system. Overwinter. 1. Spend the winter in a particular place. 2. Of an insect, plant, etc., survive through the winter. Parasailing. The sport of gliding through the air wearing an open parachute while being towed by a motorboat. Parthenogenesis. Biology: reproduction from an ovum without fertilization, especially in some invertebrate animals and lower plants. Parvovirus. Any of a class of very small viruses causing contagious disease in dogs and other animals. Patentee. A person or body that obtains or holds a patent. 944. Pathological patent. Lether. P. Noun: glossy varnished leather. Patent. Medicinae. Noun: a medicine made and sold under a patent and available without prescription. Patronymic. A name derived from the name of a father or ancestor, e.g., Johnson, O'Brien. Payola. The practice of bribing someone in return for the unofficial promotion of a product. Percolator. A machine for making coffee, consisting of a pot in which boiling water is circulated through a small chamber that holds the ground beans. Pinprick. 1. A prick caused by a pin. 2. A cause of minor irritation. Pins and needles. Plural. Noun, treated as sing, a tingling sensation in a limb recovering from numbness. Polygyny. The practice of having more than one wife at the same time. Derivatives. Plygynous adjective. Propagator. 1. A covered, heated container of earth or compost, used for germinating seedlings. 2. A person who spreads an idea or knowledge. Ragamuffin. 1. A person in ragged, dirty clothes. 2. Also ragamuffin, a person who performs or likes raga dance music. Repast. Formal: a meal. Rivulet. A very small stream. Ryegrass. PLSS or S's, the 19th letter of the alphabet. S. P. Abbreviation 1, chiefly in Catholic use, St. 2 Siemens. 3. Small, as a clove size. 4. South or southern. P. Symbol: the chemical element sulfur. S. Abbreviation 1 second or seconds. 2. Shilling or shillings. Asterisk SP contraction informal 1 is, she's an editor. 2 has, he's just gone. 3s, let's be honest. 4 does, what's he want? Plus s suffix 1 showing possession in singular nouns, also in plural nouns not ending in s, John's car, the children's school. 2 forming the plural of a letter or symbol, nines. SNH abbreviation shippin. Scow. Scow noun: a flat-bottomed boat for transporting cargo to and from ships in harbor. Scrimp. Be very careful with money, economize. Scupper. A hole in a ship's side to allow water to run away from the deck. Semtex. A type of plastic explosive. Spelunking. The exploration of caves, especially as a hobby. Tableland. A broad, high, level region, a plateau. Tabli man is plural noun behavior that is considered polite while eating at a table. Tabli salt noun si sat. Theremin. An electronic musical instrument in which the tone is generated by two high-frequency oscillators and the pitch controlled by the movement of the performer's hand toward and away from the circuit. Thermistor. Thermistor noun an electrical resistor whose resistance is greatly reduced by heating, used for measurement and control. Topspin. Topspin noun a fast forward spin given to a moving ball, often resulting in a curved path or a strong forward motion on rebounding. Unglazed. Not glazed. Wolfhound. A dog of a large breed originally used to hunt wolves. Zydeco. A kind of Black American dance music originally from Louisiana, typically featuring accordion and guitar. Advocat. A liqueur made with eggs, sugar, and brandy. Ashlar. Large square-cut stones used as the surface layer of a wall. Bandeau. Pied bandeaus, one a narrow band worn around the head to hold the hair in position. 2 a woman's strapless top consisting of a band of fabric fitting around the bust. Barbel. 1 a long, thin growth hanging from the mouth or snout of certain fish. 2 a large freshwater fish with barbels hanging from the mouth, origin Latin barbel a small barbel. Beachcomber. A person who searches beaches for articles of interest or value. Bellhop. An attendant in a hotel who performs services such as carrying guests' luggage, a bellboy. Butterfingers. Informal a person who often drops things. Clumpy. Of shoes or boots, thick and heavy. Consanguinity. Formal descent from the same ancestor. Cootie. A police officer. Verb, cops, copping, copped, 1 arrest an offender. 2 experience or receive something unwelcome, the team's captain copped the blame. 3 steal. 4 cop out, avoid doing something that one ought to do. 275 Copper Beach, phrases cop a feel informal fondle someone sexually. Cop a plea engage in plea bargaining. Cornball. Trite and sentimental, a cornball movie. Noun a person with trite or sentimental ideas. Decorous. In keeping with good taste, polite and restrained. Defibrillation. Medicine the administration of a controlled electric shock to the heart to stop fibrillation of the muscles and allow the normal rhythm to be resumed. Dormouse. Dormouse noun, pl dormice, a small mouse-like rodent with a bushy tail. Draftee. A person conscripted for military service. Draftsman, or draftswoman, noun, pl draftsman or draftswomen, 1 a person who makes detailed technical plans or drawings. 2 an artist skilled in drawing. 3 a person who drafts legal documents. Drat. Used to express mild annoyance. Dropsy. Old-fashioned or less technical term for edema. Dugong. Pl same or dugongs, a sea cow, mammal, found in the Indian Ocean. Empyrean. Empyrean noun, the empyrean, literary heaven or the sky. Origin Greek empyreos, referring to the highest part of heaven. Encaustic. In painting and ceramics, decorated with colored clays or pigments mixed with hot wax, which are burned in as an inlay. Noun, the art or process of encaustic painting. Evince. Evince, verb, formal, reveal the presence of a quality or feeling. Explicable. Able to be explained or understood. Extrude. One, thrust or force something out. To shape a material such as metal or plastic by forcing it through a die. Synonyms: force out, thrust out, squeeze out, express, eject, expel, release, emit. Faggot. A bundle of sticks bound together as fuel. Fettle. Condition: feta chain/p, plural, noun, pasta made in ribbons. Origin: Italian, little ribbons. Fledge. One, of a young bird, develop wing feathers that are large enough for flight. 2, as ADJ fledged, having just taken on a particular role, a newly fledged detective inspector. Flower pot. An earthenware or plastic container in which to grow a plant. Flow or power, noun, the promotion by hippies of peace and love as means of changing the world. Foxtail. A common meadow grass that has soft brush-like flowering spikes. Fräulein. A title or form of address for an unmarried German woman. Fullerene. Chemistry, a form of carbon. Having a molecule consisting of atoms joined together in a hollow structure. Gamecock. Gamecock, noun, a rooster bred and trained for cockfighting. Gamefish, noun, p. Same, a fish caught by anglers for sport, especially in fresh water, salmon and trout, and in the sea, marlins, sharks, bass, and mackerel. Gamete. A cell that is able to unite with another of the opposite sex in sexual reproduction to form a zygote. Gesso. A hard compound of plaster of Paris or whiting and glue, used in sculpture. Guarana. A substance prepared from the seeds of a Brazilian shrub, believed to have medicinal properties. Herpes virus. One medical name for shingles. 2, a herpes virus that causes shingles and chicken pox. Hieroglyph. A picture of an object representing a word, syllable, or sound, especially as found in the ancient Egyptian writing system. Ingrate. Formal or literary, an ungrateful person. Interbreed. Past and past part. Interbred, breed or cause to breed with an animal of a different race or species. Intercalary. Interlocutory. Law, of a decree or judgment, given provisionally during the course of a legal action. Kaddish. One, an ancient Jewish prayer sequence recited in the synagogue service. 2, a form of the Kaddish recited for the dead. Kafkaesque. Relating to the Czech novelist Franz Kafka or his nightmarish fictional world. Kaftan, also kaftan, noun, 1, a woman's long, loose dress. 2, a man's long belted tunic, worn in the Near East. Kiloton. A unit of explosive power equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT. Kilovolt. Lawgiver. A person who draws up and enacts laws. Lawless. Lepton. Lepton, noun, physics, a subatomic particle of a type that is not held in atomic nuclei, such as an electron or neutrino. Libidinous. Having or showing a strong sex drive. Lodestone. A piece of magnetic iron or used as a magnet. Nanowire. An extremely thin wire made of semiconducting material, used in miniature transistors and some laser applications. Nightdress. A nightgown. Noradrenaline. A hormone that functions as a neurotransmitter and is also used as a drug to raise blood pressure. Opalescent. Showing many small points of shifting color, opalescent eyes. Oversteer. Of a vehicle, turn more sharply than is desirable. Pace setter. One, a runner or other competitor who sets the pace at the beginning of a race or other competition. 2, a person or organization viewed as taking the lead or setting a standard for others. Alaska is the pace setter when it comes to salaries for teachers. Passim. Of references, at various places throughout a written work. Origin Latin, everywhere. Pastis. P. Same, an anise-flavored aperitif. Petard. Historical, a small bomb made of a metal or wooden box filled with powder. Phrases be hoist with, or by, one's own petard, find that one's schemes to cause trouble for other people backfire on one. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, 111, 4. 207, hoist is in this sense lifted and removed. Polyandry. The practice of having more than one husband at the same time. Pufferfish. OL. Same or pufferfishes, a fish with a spiny body that can inflate itself like a balloon when threatened. Radiograph. An image produced on a sensitive plate or film by X-rays or other radiation. Reawaken. Awaken again. Redraft. Draft a document again in a different way. Relight. Past and past part. Relight or relit, light something again. Reproof. A criticism or rebuke. Revile. Criticize someone in an abusive or scornful way. Synonyms: criticize, censure, condemn, attack, inveigh against, rail against, lambaste, denounce, slander, libel, malign, vilify, besmirch, abuse, informal knock, slam, pan, crucify, roast, badmouth, pummel, formal excoriate. Antonyms: praise. Origin: Old French reviler. Choose the right word, see scold. Roll-up. Roll up, noun, an article of food rolled up and sometimes with a filling, hamrogiaps. Seersucker. A fabric with a puckered surface. Shantytown. Shantytown, noun, a settlement in or near a city where poor people live in makeshift houses or shacks. Sing-song. Noun, Brit. Informal and informal occasion when people sing together in a group. Sprat. A small edible sea fish of the herring family. Sunshade. Sunshade, noun, a parasol, awning, or other device giving protection from the sun. Sylph. One, an imaginary spirit of the air. 2, a slender woman or girl. Tendentious. Expressing a strong opinion, especially a controversial one. Tender derivatives: tendentious ly, adverb tendentiousness, noun. Toadstool. A fungus, typically in the form of a rounded cap on a stalk. Umph. Umph noun variant spelling of oomph. Unburden. 1. Unburden oneself, talk to someone about a worry or problem, so that one feels less anxious. 2. Be unburdened, not be burdened or worried. Unburned, also chiefly Brit. Unburned, adjective not damaged or destroyed by fire. Underfed. Having had too little to eat. Unworn. Unworn adjective 1 not worn or damaged from much use. 2. Of an item of clothing, never worn. Uvula. Pl uvulae, a fleshy part of the soft palate that hangs above the throat. Origin Latin, little grape. UWB. Violist. 6. A list noun, a viola player. Waterspout. A funnel-shaped column of water and spray formed by a whirlwind occurring over the seawater. Tabli p noun, the level below which the ground is saturated with water. Wearisome. Wearisome adjective making one feel tired or bored. Adjoin. Be next to and joined with, the dining room adjoins a conservatory. Synonyms: A8 adj adjoining, adjoining hotel rooms, connecting, connected, interconnecting, bordering, abutting, attached, adjacent, neighboring, next door. Americium. A radioactive metallic chemical element made by high-energy atomic collisions. Origin from America, where it was first made. Origin from Latin amicus friend, ice noun, a white cloth worn on the neck and shoulders by a priest celebrating Holy Communion. Angstrom. Angstrom noun, physics, a unit of length equal to 100 millionth of a centimeter, 10 meter. Origin named after the Swedish physicist A. J. Angstrom. Attune. Be attuned, be receptive to and able to understand someone or something, a royal family more attuned to the feelings of the public. Attorney p abbreviation attorney. Backslide. Past and past part. Backslid, return to bad ways. Backsplash. A panel behind a sink or stove that protects the wall from splashes. Bobtail. A docked tail of a horse or dog. Borage. A plant with bright blue wane flowers and hairy leaves. 7. Origin Latin borrego. Board line noun, a boundary. Bustard. A large swift-running bird found in open country. Bwana. In East Africa, a form of address for a boss or master. Origin Swahili. Calumny. OL. Calumnies, the making of false statements about someone in order to damage their reputation. Carom. Verb make a carom, strike and rebound. Catenary. P1 catenaries, a curve formed by a wire, chain, etc., hanging from 2 points on the same horizontal level. Adjective involving or referring to a curve of this type. Chancy. Chancier, chanciest, informal, uncertain, risky. Cointreau. Trademark, a colorless orange-flavored liqueur. Origin French. Confab. Informal and informal conversation or discussion. Confraternity. Pi. Confraternities, a brotherhood, especially with a religious or charitable purpose. Conjunctive. Conjunctive adjective relating to or forming a conjunction. Connote. Of a word or phrase, imply or suggest something in addition to its main or literal meaning, e.g., the word mother connotes qualities such as protection and affection. Origin Latin connotare, mark in addition. Cygnet. A young swan. Dago. PL Dagos or Dagos, informal, offensive, a Spanish, Portuguese, or Italian-speaking person. Dartboard. A circular board used as a target in the game of darts. Dawdle. Move slowly, take one's time. Synonyms: linger, take one's time, be slow, waste time, dally, amble, stroil, trail, move at a snail's pace, informal dilly-dally. Antonyms: hurry. Derivatives: dawdler, noun. Decoupage. The decoration of a surface with paper cutouts. Diaphanous. Light, delicate, and translucent. Dingbat. Infornial, a stupid or eccentric person. Disjunctive. Lacking connection or consistency. Disk, also disk, noun, one, a flat, thin, circular object. To an information storage device for a computer, on which data is stored either magnetically or optically. 3. Disc, a layer of cartilage separating vertebrae in the spine. 4. Disc, dated, a phonograph record. Downshift. Adopt a simpler and less stressful lifestyle. Dynamometer. An instrument that measures the power output of an engine. Ebonics. Treated as sing. American Black English regarded as a language in its own right rather than as a dialect of Standard English. Endosperm. Endosperm, noun, the part of a seed that acts as a food store for the developing plant embryo. Enterovirus. Any of a group of RNA viruses, including those causing polio and hepatitis A, that typically occur in the gastrointestinal tract, sometimes spreading to the central nervous system or other parts of the body. Equi. Equi, combining form equal, equally, equidistant. And square. Europium. A soft silvery white metallic element of the lanthanide series. Fecund. One very fertile, a fecundite, fecund-/noun. Ferrule. A metal ring or cap used to strengthen the end of a handle, stick, or tube. Fiddlesticks. Informal, dated nonsense. Filch. Informal, steal something small. Flautist. Another term for flutist. Fratricide. One, the killing of one's brother or sister. Two, the accidental killing of one's own forces in war. Fusible. Able to be fused or melted easily. Generalship. The skill and practice of exercising military command. General staff, noun, the staff assisting a military commander. 542 Generous general store, p, noun, a store, typically in a rural area, that carries a wide variety of merchandise such as food, housewares, hardware, and dry goods, without being divided into departments. General strike, noun, a strike of workers in all or most industries. Gloaming. Gloam, ing, noun, the gloaming, literary twilight, dusk. Hanker. Hanker efter to do, feel a desire for or to do, she hankered after a traditional white wedding. Equals synonyms yearn, long, wish, hunger, thirst, lust, __, act ache, informal itch. Plus origin probably related to hang. Hanky, also hanky, noun, p. Hankies, informal a handkerchief. Heavy set. Of a person, broad and strongly built. Heave water p noun water in which the hydrogen in the molecules is partly or wholly replaced by the isotope deuterium, used especially in nuclear reactors. Heliotrope. A plant of the borage family with fragrant purple or blue flowers. Hypochondria. Excessive anxiety about one's health. Origin Greek hypochondria, referring to the soft body area below the ribs, once thought to be the seat of melancholy. Hyssop. Hyssop noun a small bushy plant whose bitter minty leaves are used in cooking and herbal medicine. Origin Greek hyssopos. Incontestable. Not able to be disputed. Industrialize. Often as ADJ industrialized, develop industries in a country or region on a wide scale. Interlink. Join or connect things together. Isotherm. A line on a map or diagram connecting points having the same temperature. Derivatives isothermal adjective and noun. Jewess. Usually offensive a Jewish woman or girl. Kshatriya. A member of the second highest Hindu caste, that of the military. Origin Sanskrit, rule, authority, KTP abbreviation knots. Laggard. Adjective slower than desired or expected. Lank. One, of hair, long, limp, and straight. Too lanky. Maunder. Noun the Thursday before Easter, observed in the Christian Church as a commemoration of the Last Supper. Meninges. Meaning guess plural noun, sing. Meanings, the three membranes that enclose the brain and spinal cord. Mesmerize. Capture a person's attention completely. Naif. Naive. Noun a naive person. Neonate. A newborn child or mammal. Oblation. One a thing presented or offered to a god. To Christian Church the presentation of bread and wine to God in the service of Holy Communion. Origin Latin. Orangery. A large ape with long red hair, native to forests in Borneo and Sumatra. Outmaneuver. Outmaneuver verb evade or gain an advantage over an opponent by using skill and cunning. Overvalue. Overvalues, overvaluing, overvalued, one overestimate the importance of something. To fix the value of something, especially a currency at too high a level. Pederasty. Sexual intercourse between a man and a boy. Pervious. Allowing water to pass through, permeable. Phonic. Relating to speech sounds. Phon ics plural noun, treated as sing, a method of teaching people to read by associating letters or groups of letters with particular sounds. Photochemistry. The branch of chemistry concerned with the chemical effects of light. Puce. A dark red or purple-brown color. Purposive. having or done with a purpose. Seneschal. Seneschal noun 1 the steward of a noble's or monarch's house in medieval times. 2 chiefly historical a governor or other administrative or judicial officer. Sexology. The study of people's sexual behavior. Derivative sexological adjective sexologist noun. Shipwright. A shipbuilder. Sideband. Telecommunications, one of 2 frequency bands on either side of the carrier wave, containing the modulated signal. Six-pack. Six-pack noun for a pack of 6 cans of beer. 2 informal a man set of well-developed abdominal muscles. Squab. A young pigeon that is yet to leave the nest. Straight edge. A bar with one edge accurately straight, used for testing straightness. Subsume. Include something in a larger category or group. Thrum. Thrums, thrumming, thrummed, for make a continuous rhythmic humming sound. To strum the strings of a musical instrument in a rhythmic way. Noun a continuous rhythmic humming sound. Topknot. 1 a section of hair tied up on the top of the head. 2 a tuft or crest of hair or feathers on the head of an animal or bird. Trackball. A small ball set in a holder that can be rotated by hand to move a cursor on a computer screen. Track ingp noun for electronics, the maintenance of a constant difference in frequency between connected circuits or components. 2 the alignment of the wheels of a vehicle. Track record p noun the past achievements or performance of a person, organization, or product. Troppo. Music too much, excessively. Tumulus. PL tumuli, an ancient burial mound. Origin Latin. Unbuilt. Of buildings or land, not yet built or built on. Unfertilized. Not fertilized. Unrewarding. Unreward ing adjective not rewarding or satisfying. Unsubtle. Not subtle, obvious. Upanishad. Each of a series of Hindu sacred books explaining the philosophy introduced in the Vedas, the oldest Hindu scriptures. Urogenital. Referring to both the urinary and genital organs. Verdigris. A bright bluish-green substance formed on copper or brass by oxidation. Vocoder. An electronic synthesizer that produces sounds from an analysis of speech input. Waterbed. A bed with a water-filled rubber or plastic mattress. Whinny. Whin New York noun, o. Whinnies, a gentle, high-pitched neigh. P verb, whinnies, whinnying, whinnied, of a horse, make such a sound. Zazen. Zazen noun Zen meditation. Accost. Approach someone and speak to them, especially in a rude or aggressive way. Synonyms: confront, approach, stop, detain, to, informal buttonhole, collar. Adventitious. One happening by chance. 2 of roots, growing directly from the stem or other upper part of a plant. Alehouse. Dated an inn or tavern. Amontillado. PL Amontillados, a medium dry sherry. Anoxia. 1. An absence of oxygen. 2. Medicine. An absence or deficiency of oxygen reaching the tissues, severe hypoxia. Arteriosclerosis. Thickening and hardening of the walls of the arteries. Burundian. Adjective relating to Burundi. Calamine. A pink powder consisting of zinc carbonate and ferric oxide, used to make a soothing lotion. Origin Latin calamina. Calve. 1. Give birth to a calf. 2. Of a mass of ice, split off from an iceberg or glacier. Celerity. Old use or literary speed of movement. Cellophane. Chloral. A colorless liquid used as a sedative. Codeshare. For a marketing arrangement in which two airlines sell seats on a flight that one of them operates. 2. A flight or aircraft in which such an arrangement is in effect. Collinear. Geometry, of points, lying in the same straight line. Coloratura. 1. Elaborate ornamentation of a vocal melody, especially in opera. 2. A soprano skilled in coloratura singing. Conjunctiva. PL conjunctivae, the mucous membrane that covers the front of the eye and lines the inside of the eyelids. Crake. A bird of the rail family with a short bill, such as the corn crake. Cruciferous. Of a plant, belonging to the cabbage family, with 4 equal petals arranged in a cross. Debar. Debars, debarring, debarred, officially prohibit someone from doing something. De-escalate. Reduce the intensity of a conflict or crisis. Destructible. Able to be destroyed. Dial-up. Dial-up adjective, of a computer system or service, used remotely via a telephone line. Diatomic. Diatomic adjective chemistry consisting of 2 atoms. Disrobe. Take off one's clothes. Disunited. Lacking unity or agreement. Ducat. A former European gold coin. Origin Italian ducato. Edify. Edifies, edifying, edified, give educational or morally improving instruction to someone. Synonyms: educate, instruct, teach, school, tutor, train, guide, enlighten, inform, cultivate, develop, improve, better. 405. Education. Flaxen. Literary, of hair, pale yellow. Fleshly. Fleshlier, fleshliest, relating to the body and its needs. Flyway. Flyway, noun, a route regularly used by large numbers of migrating birds. Fornicate. Formal or humorous, have sexual intercourse with someone one is not married to. Freewheel. 1. Ride on a bicycle without using the pedals. 2. As ADJ freewheeling, not concerned with rules or the results of one's actions. Noun, a bicycle wheel that is able to revolve freely when no power is being applied to the pedals. Derivatives: freewheeler noun. Freewill noun, the power to act according to one's own wishes. Freeze. Fretful. Anxious or upset. Friary. PL friaries, a building or community occupied by friars. Gigawatt. Vern laugh lightly in a nervous or silly way. Synonyms: titter, snigger, snicker, tee-hee, chuckle, chortle, laugh. Noun: a nervous or silly laugh. Mean: titter, snigger, snicker, tee-hee, chuckle, chortle, laugh. Gushy. Gushier, gushiest, expressing approval in a very enthusiastic way. Harissa. A hot sauce or paste used in North African cuisine, made from chili peppers, paprika, and olive oil. Hoodwink. Deceive or trick someone. 622 Hooligan. Id. Psychoanalysis: the part of the unconscious mind consisting of a person's basic inherited instincts, needs, and feelings. Compare with ego and superego. Ileum. Ileum noun, 9. Ilia, the third and lowest part of the small intestine, between the jejunum and the cecum. In-law. A relative by marriage. Combining form: related by marriage, father-in-law. Jellied. Of food, set in a jelly. Jell-O, also trademark Jell-O, noun: a fruit-flavored gelatin dessert made up from a powder. Jell-O shot P, noun: an alcoholic beverage consisting of liquor incorporated into sweetened gelatin dessert and chilled in a small container. Jeroboam. A wine bottle with a capacity 4 times larger than that of an ordinary bottle. Landholder. A landowner. Longshoreman. PL longshoreman, a person employed to load and unload ships. Long shot noun: an attempt or guess that has only the slightest chance of succeeding or being accurate. Phrases: not by a long shot, informal, not at all. Long stand ing adjective: having existed for a long time. Synonyms: well established, time-honored, traditional, abiding, enduring. Antonyms: new, recent. Lycanthropy. The mythical transformation of ape or son into a wolf. Derivatives: lycanthropis adjective. Origin from Greek eukos wolf plus anthropos man ly-chi, also lychee, noun: a small round fruit with sweet white flesh, a large stone, and thin rough skin. Mainspring. One: the most influential or important part. Faith was the mainspring of her life. 2: the chief spring in a watch, clock, etc. Mayoress. 1: the wife of a mayor. 2: a woman elected as mayor. Misbegotten. 1: badly designed or planned. 2: old use, of a child, illegitimate. Monopolist. A person or organization that has exclusive control of the supply of a particular product or service. Derivatives: monopolistic adjective. Motet. A short piece of sacred choral music. Naturopathy. A system of alternative medicine involving the treatment or prevention of diseases by diet, exercise, and massage rather than by using drugs. Novelette. A short novel, especially a romantic novel, regarded as poorly written. Olfaction. Technical: the sense of smell. 897 JOMB. Ouzo. An anise-flavored Greek liqueur. Overrate. Often as adj overrated, have too high an opinion of someone or something. Papilla. Papilla noun, pl papillae, a small rounded protuberance on a part of the body or on a plant. Phlebotomy. PL phlebotomies, the surgical opening or puncture of a vein to withdraw blood or introduce a fluid. Pianissimo. And adjective music very soft or softly. Origin Italian, softest. Pre-kindergarten. Pre-kindergarten noun day care with some educational content for children younger than 5. Propolis. A substance collected by honeybees from tree buds for constructing and varnishing honeycombs. Origin Greek, suburb, also be glue. Revivalism. For the promotion of a revival of religious faith. To a tendency or desire to revive a former custom or practice. Rosicrucian. A member of a secretive 17th and 18th century society devoted to the study of alchemy and the occult. Adjective relating to the Rosicrucians. Derivatives Ro, Ecicrucianism noun. Scrimshaw. Decorative work consisting of carved designs on the bones and teeth of marine mammals or on similar materials. Selfhood. The quality that forms a person's individual character. 1183 Self-policing. Septicemia. Blood poisoning caused by bacteria. Septuagenarianmn. A person who is from 70 to 79 years old. Sepulchre. A stone tomb. Sepulchral. One gloomy and solemn, a speech delivered in sepulchral tones. Two relating to a tomb or burial. Showplace. A beautiful or interesting place that attracts many visitors. Shuttlecock. Shuttlecock noun, a light cone-shaped object consisting of a rounded piece of cork with feathers attached, or a similar object made of plastic, struck with rackets in badminton. Shuttle diplomacy now negotiations conducted by a person who travels between two or more countries that are reluctant to hold direct discussions. Shy p adjective, shyer, shyest, one nervous or timid in the company of other people. 2. Shy about / of, slow or reluctant to do something. 3. In combination, having a specified dislike, camera shy. 4. Shy of, informal less than, short of, the car weighs due. Sidetrack. Distract someone from an urgent or important issue. Equals es synonyms distract, divert, deflect, draw awa, side view mirror noun, a mirror projecting from the side of a vehicle, enabling the driver to see vehicles approaching alongside. Sinter. A hard substance that is deposited from mineral springs. P-verb make a powdered material form a solid mass by heating and compressing it. Snaffle. Brit. Informal, take something quickly or secretly for oneself. Noun, a simple bit on a horse's bridle, used with a single set of reins. Thermography. A printing technique in which a resinous powder is dusted onto wet ink and fused by heating to produce a raised impression. Touchback. Football, a ball down deliberately behind one's own goal line or kicked through one's end zone. Transaxle. An integral driving axle and differential gear in a motor vehicle. Troglodyte. 1. A person who lives in a cave. 2. A person who is ignorant or old-fashioned. Tutelary. 1. Acting as a protector, guardian, or patron. 2. Relating to protection or a guardian. Untucked. With the edges or ends hanging loose, not tucked in. Viscountess. The wife or widow of a viscount, or a woman holding the rank of viscount in her own right. Word perfect. Of an actor or speaker, knowing one's part or speech by heart. Abridge. Shorten a text or filmed production. Synonyms: shorten, cut, down, edit, abbreviate, condense, compress, truncate, prune, summarize, précis, synopsize, abridged, concise. Antonyms: extend. Administrate. Manage an organization. Altiplano. P. Altiplanos, a broad, high, level region in Central South America. Angelfish. PL same or angelfishes, a tropical fish with large fins, often vividly colored or patterned. Angel food cake, noun, a very light, pale sponge cake made with no egg yolks and gel hair. P noun, a type of pasta consisting of very fine long strands. Anglophile. A person who likes or greatly admires England or Britain. Anti-clockwise. An adjective British term for counterclockwise. Antimatter. Antonym. A word opposite in meaning to another, e.g., bad and good. Armorer. One, a maker or supplier of weapons or armor. Two, an official in charge of the arms of a warship or regiment. Babushka. In Russia, an old woman or grandmother. Ballyhoo. Informal excessive publicity or fuss. Bedwetting. Urinating unintentionally while asleep. Belarusian. Of or relating to Belarus, its people, or its language. Noun, one, a person from Belarus. Two, the East Slavic language of Belarus. Bluish. Variant spelling of bluish. Blue jay, noun, a common North American jay with a blue crest, back, wings, and tail. Cabinetmaker. A skilled joiner who makes furniture or similar high-quality woodwork. Cabin fever, noun, informal depression and irritability resulting from long confinement indoors during the winter. Catatonia. A condition resulting from schizophrenia or another mental disorder, catatonic, in which a person experiences both periods of unconsciousness and overactivity. Commodious. Formal, roomy and comfortable. Compadre. PL compadres, informal, a friend or companion. Cripes. Verb 1, make someone unable to move or walk properly. 2, severely damage or weaken something, family S*** crippled B, by mounting debts. Synonyms: 1, disable, paralyze, immobilize, incapacitate, handicap. 2, damage, weaken, hamper, paralyze, ruin, destroy, wipe out, bring to a standstill, put out of action, put out of business. Demountable. Able to be dismantled or removed and readily reassembled or repositioned. Desegregate. End a policy of racial segregation in a school or similar institution. Diptych. A painting on two hinged wooden panels, typically forming an altarpiece. Dodecahedron. P \. Dodecahedra or dodecahedrons, a three-dimensional shape having 12 plane faces. Dotage. The period of life in which a person is old and weak. Dullard. A slow or stupid person. Dysmorphia. Medicine, deformity or abnormality in the shape or size of a part of the body. Exactitude. The quality of being exact. Forsythia. Forsythia, noun, a shrub whose bright 512 fortitude yellow flowers appear in early spring before its leaves. Gaullist. A supporter of the principles and policies of the French statesman Charles de Gaulle, characterized chiefly by conservatism and nationalism. Adjective relating to Gaullists or Gaullism. Gigahertz. A unit of frequency equivalent to 1 billion Hz. Grandiflora. Of a cultivated plant, bearing large flowers. Handwoven. Made on a hand-operated loom. Hayloft. Hayloft, noun, a loft over a stable or in a barn used for storing hay or straw. Hellhound. Hellhound, noun, a demon in the form of a dog. Hexagram. Hexagram, noun, a six-pointed star formed by two intersecting equilateral triangles. Hydroplane. One, a light, fast motorboat designed to skim over the surface of water. Two, a fin-like attachment that enables a moving submarine to rise or fall in the water. 3, a seaplane. Verb, another term for aquaplane. Idiosyncrasy. Idiosyncrasy, noun, pi. Idiosyncrasies, one, a distinctive or unusual way of behaving or thinking peculiar to a particular person. 2, a distinctive characteristic of something, the idiosyncrasies of the prison system. Mannerism, quirk, characteristic. Synonyms: peculiarity, oddity, eccentricity. Indiscernible. Impossible to see or distinguish clearly. Intercut. Intercuts, intercutting, intercut, alternate scenes with contrasting scenes in a movie. Interphase. Biology, the resting phase between successive mitotic divisions of a cell, or between the first and second divisions of meiosis. Kilohertz. Kilohertz, noun, a measure of frequency equivalent to 1000 cycles per second. Lexicography. The practice of compiling dictionaries. Equals derivatives: lexicographer, noun, lexicographic, adjective. Meeting house. 1a, Quaker place of worship. 2, historical, a Protestant place of worship. Meg_a, adjective, informal, 1, very large. 2, of great significance or importance. Meteoroid. A small body that would become a meteor if it entered the Earth's atmosphere. Monofilament. A single strand of a synthetic fiber such as nylon. Mudslinging. Mudsling, noun, informal, the use of insults and accusations to damage an opponent's reputation. Non-native. Non-native, adjective, 1, of a person, animal, or plant, not native to a particular place. 2, of a speaker, not having spoken the language in question from earliest childhood. Occitan. The medieval or modern language of Languedoc, southern France, including Provençal. At. Organophosphate. Organophosphate, noun, any of a group of organic compounds whose molecules contain phosphates, especially a pesticide of this kind. Outstation. A branch of an organization situated far from its headquarters. Parsec. A unit of astronomical distance equal to about 3.25 light-years. Phylloxera. An insect that is a pest of vines. Pian. And adjective music soft or softly. Origin Italian, soft, pianoforte p noun formal term for piano. Piton. A peg or spike driven into a crack to support a climber or a rope. Run-up. Run-up noun 1 a period of preparation before an important event. 2 an act of running briefly to gain momentum before bowling, performing a jump, etc. Scattershot. Also scattergun, covering a broad range in an unsystematic way, the scattershot approach to selecting material. Scuttlebutt. Informal rumor, gossip. Serology. The scientific study or examination of blood serum. Shiftless. Lazy and lacking ambition. Synonyms: lazy, idle, indolent, slothful, lethargic, feckless, good for nothing, worthless. Sideswipe. Noun a critical remark made while discussing another matter. Sirocco. P. Siroccos, a hot wind blowing from North Africa to southern Europe. Spidery. Long and thin, like a spider's legs, spidery writing. Station master. Sta time master noun a person in charge of a railroad station. Sta time of the cross noun each of a series of 14 pictures representing incidents during Jesus' progress from Pilate's house to his entombment. Sta time wagon noun a car that has a large carrying area behind the seats and an extra door at the rear. Stipendiary. For receiving a stipend, working for pay rather than voluntarily. 2 relating to a stipend. Stipialiva 1 mark a surface with numerous small dots or specks. 2 produce a decorative effect on paint or other material by roughening its surface when wet. Stylistics. Stylistics plural noun, treated as sing, the study of the literary styles of particular writers or types of literature. Terpene. Terpene noun chemistry any of a large group of unsaturated hydrocarbons found in the essential oils of conifers and other plants. Thermoregulation. Thermoregulation noun technical the regulation of bodily temperature. Thermos, also thermos, noun trademark a container that keeps a substance hot or cold by means of a double wall enclosing a vacuum. Tin plate. Sheet steel or iron coated with tin. Tonda. Pl tondi, a circular painting. Trammel. Trammel verb, trammels, trammeling, trammelled, restrict someone's freedom of action. Plural noun, trammels, literary things that restrict someone's freedom of action. Origin Old French trammel. Transonic. Referring to speeds close to that of sound. Transparency noun, 9. Transparent jas, 1 the condition of being transparent. 2 a positive transparent photograph printed on plastic or glass, and viewed using a slide projector. Uncorroborated. Not supported or confirmed by evidence. Videocassette. A cassette of videotape. Waxwork. 1 a lifelike dummy modeled in wax. 2 waxworks, treated as sing, an exhibition of waxworks. Wherry. PL wherries, 1 a light rowboat used chiefly for carrying passengers. 2 Brit, a large, light barge. Origin unknown. Workmate. Chiefly Brit. A person with whom one works, a colleague. 1509 World Cup work of art. Noun, a creative product with strong imaginative or artistic appeal. Abortionist. Derogatory, a person who carries out abortions. Adventurism. Willingness to take risks in business or politics. Aliquot. A list of the most, or second most, famous or sought-after people, especially in show business. Enemy. Lack of the usual standards of expected or good behavior. Arachnophobia. Arachnophobia, noun, extreme fear of spiders. Derivatives. Arachnophobe, noun. Argot. The jargon or slang of a particular group or area of activity, the argot of city planning. Balderdash. Senseless talk or writing, nonsense. Ballade. For a poem with 3 8-line stanzas, each ending with the same line, and a short stanza, envoy, in conclusion. To a short, lyrical piece of music, especially one for piano. Bedpost. Any of the 4 upright supports of a bedstead. Bindery. Binder, noun, ol. Binderies, a workshop or factory in which books are bound. Braggadocio. Boastful or arrogant behavior. Equals origin from braggadocio, a boastful character in Spenser's The Faerie Queene. Breakbeat. A sampled electronic drumbeat repeated to form a rhythm used as a basis for dance music or hip-hop. Built-in. Included as part of a larger structure. Caftan. Caftan, noun, variant spelling of caftan. Cantabile. And adjective, music in a smooth singing style. Censorious. Severely critical. Equals synonyms: critical, overcritical, hypercritical, disapproving, condemnatory, judgmental, moralistic, fault-finding, reproachful. Clime. Clime, noun, chiefly literary, a region with a particular climate, people leaving the northwest for sunnier climes. Coagulate. Of a fluid, especially blood, change to a solid or semi-solid state. Synonyms: congeal, clot, thicken, solidify, tarred, set, dry. Crapshoot. 1. A game of craps. 2. A risky or uncertain matter. Crosscut. 1. Cut wood or stone across its main grain or axis. 2. Alternate one sequence with another when editing a movie. Cross-dressing. Noun, the practice of wearing clothing usually worn by the opposite sex. Crouton. A small piece of fried or toasted bread served with soup or used as a garnish. Curare. A paralyzing poison obtained from South American plants. Deerskin. Leather made from the skin of a deer. Delphinium. Delphinium, noun, pl. delphiniums, a garden plant having tall spikes of blue flowers. Dewberry. P. Dewberries, the edible blue-black fruit of a trailing bramble. Disorient. Cause someone to lose their sense of direction or feel confused. Derivatives: disorientation, noun. Dispossess. Deprive someone of land or property. Drumhead. The membrane or skin of Adrum. Drum kit noun a set of drums, cymbals, and other percussion instruments. Duplicator. Duplicator noun one of two or more identical things. Synonyms copy, photocopy, facsimile, reprint, replica, reproduction, clone, trademark Xerox, photostat. Verb 1 make or be an exact copy of something. 2 multiply something by 2. 3 do something again unnecessarily. Synonyms 1 copy, photocopy, photostat, Xerox, reproduce, replicate, reprint, run off. 2 repeat, do again, redo, replicate. Equals derivatives duplication noun. Effrontery. Insolent or disrespectful behavior. Synonyms impudence, impertinence, insolence, audacity, temerity, presumption, nerve, gall, cheek, shamelessness, impoliteness, disrespect, bad manners, informal brass, chutzpah. Egotist. An excessively conceited or self-centered person. Synonyms self-seeker, egocentric, egomaniac, narcissist, boaster, braggart, informal swank, show-off, bighead, showboat istic adjective egotistical adjective. A go trip noun informal something that a person does to feel self-important. Evolutionist. A person who believes in the theories of evolution and natural selection. Flounce. Flounce? Noun a wide ornamental strip of material gathered and sewn to a skirt or dress, a frill. Derivatives flounced adjective flounce y adjective. Flounce. Move in a way that draws attention to oneself in order to emphasize one's impatience or annoyance. Noun an exaggerated action expressing annoyance or impatience. Fortissimo. And adjective music very loud or loudly. Origin Italian. Frogman. Frogman noun, p. Frogman, a diver equipped with a rubber suit, flippers, and breathing equipment. Gaulish. The Celtic language of the ancient Gauls. Adjective relating to the ancient Gauls. Guileless. Innocent, honest, and sincere. Half-hearted. Half-hearted adjective without enthusiasm or energy. Synonyms unenthusiastic, cool, lukewarm, tepid, apathetic. Antonyms enthusiastic. Derivatives half-hearted ly adverb half-heartedness noun. Half-hitch noun a knot formed by making a loop in a rope and passing one end through it. Half-hour noun for, also half an hour, a period of 30 minutes. To a point in time 30 minutes after the beginning of an hour of the clock. High-tech. Variant spelling of high-tech. Hither p adverboid used to or toward this place. Phrases hither and thither, also hither and yon, to and fro. Iatrogenic. Of illness, caused by medical treatment. Imbroglio. Imbroglio noun, p. Imbroglios, a very confused or complicated situation. Impatiens. Impatiens noun a plant of the balsam family with abundant red, pink, or white flowers. Impiety. Lack of religious respect or reverence. Intoxicate. 4. Of alcoholic drink or a drug, cause someone to lose their self-control. To excite or exhilarate someone. Irradiate. One expose someone or something to radiation. To shine light on something, or appear to do so. Happiness filled her, irradiating her whole face. Kelpie. A water spirit of Scottish folklore, typically taking the form of a horse. Origin perhaps from Scottish Gaelic Caelpeach, Calpac bullock, colt. Lamplight. Lamplight, noun the light cast by a lamp. Lapwing. A large crested plover, bird, with a dark green back, black and white head, and a loud call. Licit. Format not forbidden, lawful. Origin Latin licitus, allowed. Lightship. Lightship, noun an anchored boat with a light to warn ships at sea. Lowermost. Farthest down, lowest. Lowland or lowlands, noun for low-lying country. 2. The Lowlands, the part of Scotland lying south and east of the Highlands. A lowlander. N. Lumpectomy. Lumpy, see to my noun, pie. Lumpectomies, a surgical operation in which a lump, typically a tumor, is removed from the breast. Microdermabrasion. Microdermabrasion, noun a cosmetic treatment in which the face is sprayed with granular crystals to remove dead skin cells. Monocoque. An aircraft or vehicle structure in which the chassis and the body are built as a single piece. Origin French, from mono single plus coque shell. Multitrack. Relating to or made by the mixing of several separately recorded tracks of sound. Nevus. Piel nevi, a birthmark or a mole on the skin. Oaken. Literary, made of oak. Oversleep. Past and past part. Overslept, sleep longer or later than one intended. Oversold, past and past participle of oversell. Pawl. Pawl, noun a pivoted bar or lever whose free end engages with the teeth of a cogwheel or ratchet, allowing it to move or turn in one direction only. Phantasmagoria. A sequence of real or imaginary images like that seen in a dream. Poplin. A cotton fabric with a finely ribbed surface. Postprandial. Formal or humorous during or relating to the period after a meal. Potentate. A monarch or ruler. Pterosaur. An extinct flying reptile of the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Quadrate. Roughly square or rectangular. Quietus. P.L. quietuses, literary death or a cause of death, regarded as a release from life. Ramification. 4. Ramifications, complex consequences of an action or event, the ramifications of global environmental changes. 2. A subdivision of a complex structure or process. Synonyms: consequence, result, aftermath, outcome, effect, upshot, development, implication. Risible. Causing laughter, ridiculous. Seismograph. An instrument that measures and records details of earthquakes, such as force and duration. Sharecropper. A tenant farmer who gives a part of each crop as rent. Sit down. Sit down, adjective 1, of a meal, eaten sitting at a table. 2. Of a protest, in which demonstrators occupy their workplace or sit down on the ground in a public place. Noun, a period of sitting down. Slipshod. Careless, thoughtless, or disorganized. Synonyms: careless, lackadaisical, slapdash, disorganized, haphazard, hit or miss, untidy, messy, unsystematic, casual, negligent, neglectful, lax, slack, informal, sloppy, slap-happy. Antonyms: meticulous, soffit, the underside of an arch, a balcony, overhanging eaves, etc. Stereophonic, full form of stereo. Supercilious, behaving as though one thinks one is superior to other people. Synonyms: arrogant, haughty, conceited, disdainful, overbearing, pompous, condescending, superior, patronizing, imperious, proud, snobbish, smug, scornful, sneering, informal, high and mighty, snooty, stuck-up. Underscore. Tabulate, arrange data in columns or tables. Tinseltown, the glamorous but artificial world of Hollywood and its film industry. Tonsure, a circular area on a monk's or priest's head where the hair is shaved off. Tumbledown, of a building, falling or fallen into ruin. Unaligned, one not placed or arranged in a straight line or in correct relative positions. Two not allied with or supporting an organization or cause. Uncrowned, uncrowned adjective not formally crowned as a monarch. Unpronounceable, too difficult to pronounce. Unproven, or unproved, PADJ not proved or tested. Vacuole, vacuole noun biology a space inside a cell, enclosed by a membrane and typ. Ically containing fluid. Origin from Latin vacuus empty. Wakeful, one unable or not needing to sleep. Too alert and aware of possible danger. Aforethought, see malice aforethought. A fortiori adverb for an even stronger reason. Alexandrine, of a line of verse, having 6 iambic feet. Noun an Alexandrine line. Antiperspirant, a substance applied to the skin to prevent or reduce sweating. Appaloosa, a horse of a North American breed having dark spots on a light background. Architrave, 4. In classical architecture, a main beam resting across the tops of columns. 2. The frame around a doorway or window. Asbestosis, a serious lung disease, often accompanied by cancer, resulting from breathing asbestos dust. Ashtanga, a type of yoga based on 8 principles and consisting of a series of poses performed in rapid succession, combined with deep, controlled breathing. Backlit, an outdoor area in a movie studio where large sets are made and some outside scenes are filmed. Bloodstain, bloodstain noun a stain or a spot caused by blood. Bluesman, P. Bluesman, a male performer of blues music. Blue state noun a U.S. state that has or is thought to have more Democratic than Republican voters. Balm, a frozen dome-shaped dessert. Breastbone, a thin, flat bone running down the center of the chest, to which the ribs are attached, the sternum. Cachexia, medicine weakness and wasting of the body. Origin Greek cachexia. Catarrh, excessive mucus in the nose or throat. Catechesis. Religious instruction given to prepare someone for Christian baptism or confirmation. CD-ROM. A compact disc used in a computer as a read-only device for displaying data. Codicil. An addition or supplement that explains, changes, or cancels a will or part of one. Codify. Conjoint. Formal combined or united. Chordate. Botany and zoology heart-shaped. Cuirass. Historical, a piece of armor covering the chest and the back. Diorite. A speckled, coarse-grained igneous rock. Origin French. Evacuee. A person evacuated from a place of danger. Falsies. Pads in women's clothing used to increase the apparent size of the breasts. Flyleaf. PL flyleaves, a blank page at the beginning or end of a book. Freeboard. The height of a ship's side between the waterline and the deck. Freebooter. Hypermedia. Computing an extension to hypertext providing multimedia facilities, such as sound and video. Hyperreal, P adjective 1 exaggerated in comparison to reality. 2. Of art, extremely realistic. Impoverish. Often as adj impoverished, 41 make a person or area poor. 2 make worse in quality, impoverished soil. Inviolate. That is or should be free from injury or attack. Jackknife. PL jackknives, 1 a large knife with a folding blade. 2 a dive in which the body is bent at the waist and then straightened. P verb, jackknifes, jackknifing, jackknifed, 1 move one's body into a bent or doubled up position. 2 of a tractor-trailer or other articulated vehicle, bend into a V shape in an uncontrolled skidding movement. 3 of a diver, perform a jackknife. Kulak. Historical, a peasant in Russia wealthy enough to own a farm and hire workers. Lungi. OL. Lungis, an item of clothing like a sarong, wrapped around the waist and extending to the ankles, worn in India and Burma, Myanmar. Origin Urdu. Lunk, also lunkhead, noun informal, a slow-witted person. Magnifico. P. Magnificos, informal, an important or powerful person. Matriculate. Enroll or be enrolled at a college or university. Derivatives matriculatae, noun. Mawkish. Expressing emotion in an exaggerated or embarrassing way, a mawkish ode to parenthood. Meridional. Meridional, adjective 1 relating to the south, especially southern Europe. 2 relating to a meridian. Moldavian. Molda 6 a noun, a person from Moldavia, a former principality of SE Europe. P adjective relating to Moldavia. Multitudinous. 1 very large in number. 2 consisting of many parts or elements. Nicotiana. An ornamental plant related to tobacco, with tubular sweet-smelling flowers. Ninny. Ordinal number 1 that is number 9 in a sequence, ninth, 2 a ninth/1/9, each of 9 equal parts into which something is divided. 3 a musical interval spanning 9 consecutive notes in a scale. Oracular. 1 relating to an oracle. Too hard to interpret. 3. Having the authority of an oracle. Paten. A plate for holding the bread during the Eucharist, Holy Communion. Pentacle. A pentagram. Equals origin Latin pentaculum. Permanganate. A salt of manganese, oxygen, and another element such as potassium, used as an oxidizing agent in some tanning preparations and disinfectants. File. Another term for viet. Pocket knife. PL pocket knives, a penknife. Pockety money y noun a small amount of money for minor expenses. Pockety v to noun an indirect veto of a legislative bill by retaining the bill unsigned until it is too late for it to be dealt with during the legislative session. Pockety watch noun a watch on a chain, intended to be carried in a jacket or vest pocket. Puissance. For a show jumping competition that tests a horse's ability to jump large, high obstacles. Too old use or literary great power or skill. Derivatives puissant adjective, ald use or literary. Purulent. Consisting of, containing, or discharging pus. Quicklime. A white caustic alkaline substance consisting of calcium oxide, obtained by heating limestone. Refract. Of water, air, or glass, make a ray of light change direction when it enters at an angle. Origin Latin refringere breakup. Refract ing telescope noun a telescope that uses a lens to collect and focus the light. Reunify. Reunifies, reunifying, reunified, restore political unity to a place or group. Rigmarole. 1. A lengthy and complicated procedure. 2. A long, rambling story. Equals origin probably from former ragman roll, referring to a legal document recording a list of offences. Tagore, Brit. Rigor, noun 1. The quality of being thorough or severe, his analysis is lacking in rigor. 2. Rigors, demanding or extreme conditions. Ripcord. Ripcord noun a cord that is pulled to open a parachute. Ripe. Roseate. Literary rose-colored. Saddlebag. A bag attached to a saddle. Sadly horse noun a horse kept for riding only. Scrounger. Informal a person who scrounges. Scrub, synonyms beggar, borrower, parasite, informal sponger, freeloader, mooch, moocher, bottom feeder. Semitone. Chiefly British term for half-step. Sightless. Unable to see, blind. Sight line noun an imaginary line from someone's eye to what is seen. Stagehand. A person dealing with scenery or props during a play. Stockyard. A large yard containing pens and sheds in which livestock is kept. Subrogation. Law the substitution of one person or group by another in respect of a debt or insurance claim, accompanied by the transfer of any associated rights and duties. Suffragist. Historical a person in favor of women being given the right to vote in political elections. Sward. Sward noun literary an expanse of short grass. Origin Old English, skin. Tanager. A brightly colored American songbird. Teletext. A news and information service transmitted to televisions with appropriate receivers. Telethon P noun a long television program broadcast to raise money for a charity. Toehold. Toehold noun one a relatively minor position from which further progress may be made. The initiative toenail is helping companies to gain a toehold in the Gulf. 2. In climbing, a small foothold. Traipse. Walk or move wearily or reluctantly. Noun a boring or tiring walk. Tubercular. One relating to or affected with tuberculosis. 2 having or covered with tubercles. Turn down. For a rejection or refusal. 2 a decline, a downturn. Unflagging. Unflagging adjective not becoming tired or weak, remaining strong. Unimpaired. Not weakened or damaged. Unseasonable. Of weather, unusual for the time of year. Unsorted. Not sorted or arranged. Untended. Not cared for or looked after, neglected. Untenured P adjective, of a college teacher or post, without tenure, not permanent. Vaquero. PL vaqueros, in Spanish-speaking parts of the U.S., a cowboy, a cattle driver. Viviparous. Of an animal, giving birth to live young that have developed inside the body of the parent. Compare with oviparous. Whalebone. One a horny substance that grows in a series of thin parallel plates in the upper jaw of some whales and is used by them to strain plankton from the seawater. 2 strips of this substance, formerly used to stiffen corsets. Willowy. 4. Of a person, tall, slim and graceful. 2 bordered, shaded, or covered by willows. Witch hunt. Witch hunt noun a campaign directed against a person or group whose views are considered to be unacceptable or a threat to society. Witch ing hour noun midnight, regarded as the time when witches are supposedly active. Wrongdoer. A person who behaves in an illegal or dishonest way. Synonyms: offender, lawbreaker, criminal, felon, delinquent, villain, culprit, evildoer, sinner, transgressor, malefactor, miscreant, rogue, scoundrel, informal crook. Amniocentesis. Amniocentesis noun, ol amniocentesis, a medical procedure in which a sample of amniotic fluid is taken from a pregnant woman's uterus in order to check for abnormalities in the fetus. Anthropocentric. Regarding humankind as the most important element of existence. Derivatives: anthropocentrism noun. Anthropoid. Appurtenances. Appurtenances plural noun formal accessories associated with a particular activity. Arrowroot. A plant that yields a fine-grained starch used in cooking and medicine. Bighead. Informal, a conceited person. Bootylicious. Noun alcohol, especially hard liquor. Verb drink large quantities of alcohol. Browbeat. Past browbeat, past part. Browbeaten, bully or intimidate someone by using stern or abusive words. Synonyms: bully, intimidate, force, coerce, compel, dragoon, bludgeon, pressure, pressurize, tyrannize, terrorize, informal bulldoze, railroad. Brown P adjective one of a color produced by mixing red, yellow, and blue, as of dark wood or rich soil. 2 dark-skinned or suntanned. Equals synonyms: 1 hazel, chestnut, chocolate, coffee, brunette, sepia, mahogany, tan, café au lait, caramel. To tanned, suntanned, bronzed, swarthy. Noun brown color or material. Verb make or become brown by cooking. Castigate. Reprimand someone severely. Citronella. A fragrant oil obtained from a South Asian grass, used as an insect repellent and in perfume. Citrus, also citrus fruit, noun, pl citruses, a fruit of a group that includes lemons, limes, oranges, and grapefruit. Crinoline. A stiffened or hooped petticoat formerly worn to give a long skirt a very full 295 criterion and rounded shape. Origin French, from Latin crinis hair plus linum thread. Dentine. The hard, bony tissue that teeth are made of. Ding-dong. Ding-dong noun informal a silly or foolish person. P adjective, of a contest, evenly matched and hard-fought. Diplodocus. A huge plant-eating 355 direct dinosaur of the late Jurassic period, with a long slender neck and tail. Origin from Greek diplos double plus dokos wooden beam. Disinherit. Disinherits, disinheriting, disinherited, prevent a person who was one's heir from inheriting one's property. Disproportion. A state of inequality between two things. Downhearted. Feeling sad or discouraged. Synonyms: despondent, disheartened, discouraged, dispirited, downcast, crestfallen, down, low, disconsolate, wretched, melancholy, gloomy, glum, doleful, dismal, woebegone, miserable, depressed, dejected, sorrowful, sad, informal blue, down in the mouth, down in the dumps. Antonyms: elated. Drainer. Drainer noun for a rack used to hold draining dishes. To a drain board. Elision. One, the omission of a sound or syllable in speech. To, the action of joining or merging things. Encephalomyelitis. Inflammation of the brain and spinal cord, typically caused by acute infection with a virus. Enlarger. A device for making a photographic print larger. Enlighten. Entablature. Architecture, the upper part of a classical building supported by columns, comprising the architrave, frieze, and cornice. Enthuse. One expressed great enthusiasm for something, they enthused over my new look. To make someone interested and enthusiastic. Enthursday, SIASM noun, one great enjoyment, interest, or approval. To, something that arouses enthusiasm. Synonyms: keenness, eagerness, passion, fervor, zeal, zest, gusto, energy, vigor, fire, spirit, interest, commitment, devotion, informal get up and go. Antonyms: apathy. Ewer. A large jug with a wide mouth. Farrago. PL farragos, a confused mixture. Origin Latin, mixed fodder, far-reach ing p adjective having many important effects or implications. Flat top. One, a short haircut in which hair on top of the head is trimmed to a level plane. To, informal, an aircraft carrier. Garrote. Garrotes, garroting, garrote, strangle someone with a wire or cord. Noun, a wire or cord used for garroting. Glycoside. A compound formed from a simple sugar and another compound by replacement of a hydroxyl group in the sugar molecule. Gudgeon. A small freshwater fish often used as bait by anglers. Homonym. Each of two or more words having the same spelling or pronunciation but different meanings and origins, e.g. can and can. In this dictionary. Equals derivatives homonymous adjective. Equals origin Greek homonymos having the same name. Hornbeam. A deciduous tree with hard pale wood. Hornbill. Hornbill noun, a tropical bird with a horn-like structure on its large curved bill. Hyphenate. Hyphenates, hyphenating, hyphenated, join or divide words with a hyphen. #hyphenation. Impute. Believe that something undesirable has been done or caused by someone or something. The crimes imputed to the prince. Indelicate. One lacking sensitive understanding or tact. Too slightly indecent. Equals derivatives indelicacy noun indelicately adverb. Ingenuous. Innocent and unsuspecting. Synonyms: naive, innocent, simple, childlike, trusting, trustful, wide-eyed, inexperienced, artless, guileless. Antonyms: artful. Interspace. A space between objects. Verb, usually be interspaced, put or occupy a space between, 5 pearls interspaced with diamonds. Iodized. Impregnated with iodine, iodized salt. Ionize. Convert an atom, molecule, or substance into an ion or ions, typically by removing one or more electrons. Languor. An occasional cooling of the water in the equatorial Pacific, which is associated with widespread weather changes complementary to those of El Niño. Malamute. A powerful dog of a breed with a thick, gray coat, bred by the Inuit and used to pull sleds. 785 Malefic. Mezcal. One, an intoxicating liquor distilled from a type of agave plant. 2, a peyote cactus. Mini-computer. 823, minister, computer of medium power, more than a microcomputer but less than a mainframe. Ministrations. Noun, p. Ministries, 14 government department headed by a minister. 2, a period of government under one minister. 3, the work or office of a minister of religion. Synonyms: 1, department, bureau, agency, office. 2, the priesthood, holy orders, the church. Minivan, also trademark minivan, noun, a small van fitted with seats for passengers. Mrs. Mrs. noun, variant spelling of Mrs. Mitochondrion. Mitochondrion noun, 1, mitochondria, biology, a structure found in large numbers in most cells, in which respiration and energy production occur. Equals derivatives mitochondrial adjective. Muckraking. Muckrack ing noun, the searching out and publicizing of scandal about famous people. Equals origin coined by President Theodore Roosevelt in a speech referring to the man with the muckrake in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. Mystify. Mystifies, mystifying, mystified, one, utterly bewilder, mystification / noun mystifying adjective. Origin French mystifier. Newsy. Informal, full of news. Non-negotiable. 1, not open to discussion or modification. 2, not able to be transferred to the legal ownership of another person. notifiable. Of an infectious disease, so serious that it must be reported to the health authorities. Overprint. Overprint verb print additional matter on a stamp or other surface already bearing print. Menus will be overprinted with company logos. Pigsty. Pigsty noun, o. Pigsties, 1 an enclosure for a pig or pigs. 2 a very dirty or untidy house or room. Piscine. Relating to fish. Plenitude. Plenitude noun formal a large amount of something, an abundance. Pleura. PL, pluri, each of a pair of membranes covering the lungs. Prickle. 1 a small thorn on a plant or a short spine on an animal. 2 a tingling or mildly painful feeling on the skin. Verb have a tingling feeling on the skin. Origin Old English. Protea. A chiefly South African shrub with large cone-like flower heads surrounded by brightly colored modified leaves, bracts. Purslane. A small plant with fleshy leaves that grows in damp or marshy areas. Raita. An Indian side dish of spiced yogurt containing chopped cucumber or other vegetables. Ramjet. Ramjet noun a type of jet engine in which the air drawn in for combustion is compressed solely by the forward motion of the aircraft. Samarium. A hard silvery white metallic chemical element of the lanthanide series. Sidelight. 1. Sidelights, a ship's navigation lights. 2. A narrow pane of glass alongside a door or larger window. Sideline P noun 1 an activity done in addition to a person's main job. 2. Either of the two lines forming the boundaries of the longer sides of a football field, basketball court, etc. 3. The sidelines, a position of observing a situation rather than being directly involved in it. Verb 1 prevent a player from playing in a team or game. 2. Remove from an influential position. Our committee has been sidelined and excluded from decision-making. Simony. Chiefly historical, the buying or selling of pardons and other church privileges. Sociobiology. The scientific study of the biological aspects of social behavior in animals and humans. Taproot. A tapering root growing straight downward and forming the center from which smaller roots spring. Tap water P noun water from a piped supply, water from a faucet. Three-way. Three-way adjective involving 3 directions, processes, or participants, a 3-way race for the presidency. Tragicomedy. PL tragicomedies, a play or novel containing elements of both comedy and tragedy. Trooper. 1 an entertainer with long experience. 2 a reliable and uncomplaining person. True serves plural noun an outer garment covering the body from the waist to the ankles, with a separate part for each leg, pants. Adjective, trouser, relating to trousers, his trouser pocket. Tzatziki. A Greek side dish of yogurt with cucumber, garlic, and often mint. Vainglorious. Literary boastful or vain. #vainglorienne. Videoconference. A CD-ROM or other disk used to store images. Video display terminal noun a device for displaying information from a computer on a screen, typically a monitor. Video game noun a computer game played on a television or other display screen. Voluntarism. The principle of relying on voluntary action or participation. Watermill. A mill worked by a water wheel. Water pistol, noun, a toy pistol that shoots a jet of water. Water polo, p, noun, a seven-a-side game played by swimmers in a pool, with a ball like a volleyball that the players try to throw into their opponent's net. Actinide. Any of the series of 15 radioactive metallic elements from actinium to lawrencium in the periodic table. Actium, noun, a rare radioactive metallic chemical element found in uranium ores. Airworthy. Of an aircraft, safe to fly. Alkene. Alkene, noun, chemistry, any of the series of unsaturated hydrocarbons containing a double bond, of which the simplest member is ethylene. Anteroom. A small room leading to a larger one. Antiserum. PL antisera, a blood serum containing antibodies against specific antigens, harmful substances. Aquatint. A print resembling a watercolor, made using a copper plate etched with acid. Avant-garde. In the arts, new and experimental. Synonyms: experimental, modern, cutting-edge, progressive, unorthodox, unconventional, informal, edgy, offbeat, way out. Antonyms: conservative, traditional. Noun, the avant-garde, new and experimental ideas or artists. Derivatives: avant-gardism, noun, avant-gardist, noun. Avocation. Avocation, noun, formal, a hobby or minor occupation. Bisect. Divide something into two parts. Boodle. Informal money, especially that gained illegally or spent foolishly. Booger. Boyar. A member of the old aristocracy in Russia, next in rank to a prince. Cambium. PL cambia or cambiums, a layer of cells in a plant stem, from which new tissue grows by the division of cells. Origin Latin, change, exchange. Careen. One, tilt a ship on its side for cleaning or repair. To move quickly and in an uncontrolled way. Caret. A mark, asterisk, A, placed below arena line of text to indicate an insertion. Chervil. An herb with an anise flavor, used in cooking. Colloquy. Colloquy, noun, PL colloquies, formal, a conference or conversation. Comminuted. Comminuted, adjective, technical, reduced to minute particles or fragments. Derivatives: comminutian, noun. Cyanosis. A bluish discoloration of the skin due to poor circulation or inadequate oxygenation of the blood. Decongestant. A medicine taken to relieve a stuffy nose. Deconstruct, verb 1, analyze something by the method of deconstruction. 2, reduce something to its constituent parts in order to reinterpret it. Diachronic. Concerned with the way in which something, especially language, has developed through time. Often contrasted with synchrononic. Dioecious. Of a plant or invertebrate animal, having the male and female dionysian reproductive organs in separate individuals. Compare with monoecious. Entwine. Wind or twist things together. 428 envy synonyms: jealous, covetous, desirous, grudging, begrudging, resentful, informal, green. With envy. Foreleg. Either of the front legs of a four-footed animal. Gawky. nervously awkward and ungainly. Glockenspiel. A musical percussion instrument containing tuned metal pieces that are struck with small hammers. Halon. Any of a number of gaseous compounds of carbon with halogens, used in fire extinguishers. Heartrending. Heartrend ing adjective very sad or distressing. Heartsick, also heartsore, adjective literary despondent from grief or loss of love. Hemline. Hemline noun the level of the lower edge of a garment such as a skirt or coat. Highborn. Highborn adjective having noble parents. Hypertonic. One having a higher osmotic pressure than a particular fluid, typically a body fluid or intracellular fluid. Two having abnormally high muscle tone. Irreproachable. Not able to be criticized, faultless. Korma. A mild Indian curry of meat or fish marinated in yogurt or curds. Maharani. Historical, a Maharaja's wife or widow. Metamorphose. One, of an insect or amphibian, undergo metamorphosis. To change completely in form or nature. Metamorphosis noun, pl metamorphoses, one the transformation of an insect or amphibian from an immature form or larva to an adult form in distinct stages. To a change in form or nature. Origin Greek, from metamorphon transform, change shape. 814 meter. Milquetoast. A timid or submissive person. Minstrelsy. The activity of performing as a minstrel. Misdeed. A wrong or unlawful act. Misdemeanor, 8 writ. Misdemeanor, noun one a minor wrongdoing. To law, in the US and formerly in the UK, an offense regarded as less serious than a felony. Synonyms: wrongdoing, crime, felony, misdeed, misconduct, offense, error, peccadillo, transgression, sin, old use, trespass. Misdiagnose, misdiagnose, ver make an incorrect diagnosis of an illness. Derivatives: misdiagno, cis noun. Moralism. The practice of moralizing, especially showing a tendency to make judgments about others' morality. Nincompoop. Cardinal number 1 less than 10, 9. Roman numeral, 9 or 9. Phrases to the nines to a great or elaborate extent, the women were dressed to the nines. Nutraceutical. A food containing health-giving additives. Openwork. Ornamental work in cloth, leather, etc., with regular patterns of openings and holes. Outwork. Outwork, noun an outer section of a fortification. Peevish. Easily annoyed, irritable. Derivatives: peevish ly, adverb peevishness, noun. Perjure. 1. Perjure oneself, deliberately tell a lie in a court of law after one has sworn to tell the truth. 2. As adj perjured, of evidence, involving deliberate untruth. Phosgene. Phosgene, noun a poisonous gas formerly used in warfare. Piebald. Of a horse, having irregular patches of 2 colors, typically black and white. P, noun a piebald horse. Piffle. Piffle, noun informal nonsense. Piggery. PL piggeries, one a farm or enclosure where pigs are kept. To greed or unpleasantness, regarded as characteristic of pigs. Pistil. The female organs of a flower, comprising the stigma, style, and ovary. Planetoid. Another term for asteroid. Plangent p adjective literary, of a sound, resonant and mournful. Polonaise. A slow stately dance of Polish origin in triple time. Adjective, of a dish, garnished with chopped hard-boiled egg yolk, breadcrumbs, and parsley. Poppycock. Informal nonsense. Premolar. A tooth between the canines and molar teeth. Ranchero. PL rancheros, a person who farms or works on a ranch, especially in the southwestern US and Mexico. Rangy. Of a person, tall and slim with long limbs. Synonyms: long-legged, long-limbed, leggy, tall, slender, slim, lean, thin, gangly, lanky, spindly, skinny, spare. Antonym: squat. Rhetorician. One an expert in the art of effective or persuasive speaking or writing. Two, a speaker whose words are intended to impress or persuade. Rhomboid. Having or resembling the shape of a rhombus. Noun, a parallelogram in which adjacent sides are unequal. Rondo. PL rondo pronunc say more, a poem of 10 or 13 lines with only 2 rhymes throughout and with the opening words used twice as a refrain. Roughage. Fiber in vegetables, cereals, and fruit that cannot be digested and which helps food and waste products to pass through the gut. Rough and tumbly, noun, a situation without rules or organization. Sauropod. A very large plant-eating dinosaur with a long neck and tail and a small head. Scabrous. One indecent or sordid, scabrous Hollywood gossip. Too rough and covered with scabs. Scatological. Concerned or obsessed with excrement and excretion. Selfsame. The selfsame, the very same. Self-satisfied p adjective, smugly pleased with oneself. Sephardi. P. Sephardim, a Jew of Spanish or Portuguese descent. Compare with Ashkenazi. Derivative, Sephardic adjective. Solicitude. Care or concern for someone or something. Speedwell. A small creeping plant with blue or pink flowers. Starlit. Lit by stars. Strong arm. Verb, use force or violence against someone. Supercontinent. A huge landmass believed to have divided in the geological past to form some of the present continents. Tenderfoot. OL. Tenderfoots or tenderfeet, a person who is new to and lacks experience in an activity or situation. Tender-hearted p adjective, having a kind, gentle, or sentimental nature. Thermionic. Relating to the emission of electrons from substances heated to very high temperatures. Thermionic valve, noun, electronics, a vacuum tube giving a flow of thermionic electrons in one direction, used in rectifying a current and in radio reception. Tusker. An elephant or wild boar with well-developed tusks. Tuss, sle noon, a vigorous struggle or scuffle. Verb, take part in at tussle. Origin perhaps from dialect taus, handle roughly. Unattributed. Of a quotation, story, or work of art, of unknown or unpublished origin. Unnerve. Make someone feel nervous. I equals. Unsocial. Antisocial. Untarnished. 1. Of metal, not tarnished. 2. Not spoiled or ruined. Windproof. Of an item of clothing or fabric, giving protection from the wind. Yokel. An unsophisticated country person. Synonyms: rustic, bumpkin, peasant, provincial, informal, hayseed, hillbilly, hick. Adenoids. A mass of tissue between the back of the nose and the throat, sometimes hindering speaking or breathing in children. Aerate. Introduce air into something. All-time. Not bettered or surpassed, the all-time record. Anaphora. The repetition of a word or phrase at the beginning of successive statements, used for rhetorical effect. Apprise. Inform or tell. Had better apprise you of the situation. Augury. Augury noun, pl auguries, a sign of what will happen in the future, an omen. Choose the right word, see sign. Bedclothes. Coverings for a bed, such as sheets and blankets. Bowhead. A black Arctic right whale that feeds by skimming the surface for plankton. Bowie knife noun, a long knife with a blade double-edged at the point. Brushwood. Undergrowth, twigs, and small branches. Cassoulet. A stew made with meat and beans. Chaplet. A decorative circular band worn on the head. Origin: Old French chapelet, little hat. Cockatiel. A small crested Australian parrot with a mainly grey body and a yellow and orange face. Convulse. 1. Suffer convulsions. 2. Be convulsed, make sudden uncontrollable movements because of emotion, laughter, etc. Corundum. An extremely hard form of aluminum oxide, used as an abrasive. Croupier. The person in charge of a gambling table in a casino. Deaden. 1. Make a noise or sensation less intense. 2. Make something numb. Synonyms: 1. Numb, dull, blunt, alleviate, mitigate, diminish, reduce, lessen, ease, soothe, relieve, assuage. 2. Muffle, mute, smother, stifle, damp, down, soften, cushion. Antonyms: intensify, amplify. Dead end noun, for an end of a road or passage from which no exit is possible. 2. A situation in which no further progress can be made. Dead hand noun, an undesirable and long-lasting influence. Doleful. 1. Sorrowful. 2. Causing unhappiness or misfortune. Dreck. Informal rubbish. Dustpan. Dustpan noun, a flat handheld container into which dust and waste can be swept. Dust storm noun, a strong wind carrying clouds of fine dust and sand. Edam. Edam noun, a round yellow cheese with a red wax coating. Empanada. A Spanish or Latin American pastry turnover with a savory filling. Episiotomy. 51. Episiotomies, a surgical cut that may be made at the opening of the vagina during childbirth to make a difficult 430 epoch, making delivery easier. Origin: from Greek epision, pubic region. Exasperate. Irritate someone intensely. Synonyms: infuriate, anger, annoy, irritate, madden, provoke, irk, vex, gall, get on someone's nerves, rub the wrong way, informal, aggravate, rile, bug, tee off, tick off. Derivatives: exasperated adjective, exasperating adjective, exasperatine noun. Exocrine. Of a gland, producing hormones or other products through ducts rather than directly into the blood. Fall off. A decrease. Fallopian tube noun, in a female mammal, either of a pair of tubes along which eggs travel from the ovaries to the uterus. Fixative. A substance used to fix, protect, or stabilize something. Frizzle. Fry something until crisp or burned. Origin: from fry, probably influenced by Sis. Fundament. Fundament noun, one, the foundation or basis of something. Too humorous, a person's buttocks. Origin: Latin fundamentum, from fundare, to found. Hafnium. A hard silver-gray metal resembling zirconium. Hands-free. Especially of a telephone, designed to be operated without using the hands. Handspring. A jump through the air onto one's hands followed by another onto one's feet. Hemin. A reddish-black mineral consisting of iron oxide. Hemiplegia. Paralysis of one side of the body. Hexavalent. Chemistry having a valence of 6. Hindwing. Either of the two back wings of a four-winged insect. Hollyhock. A tall plant of the mallow family, with large showy flowers. Hydrometer. An instrument for measuring the density of liquids. Imperturbable. Not easily upset or excited. Insuperable. Impossible to overcome. Interweave. Past interwove, past part. Interwoven, weave or become woven together. Inure. Be inured to, become used to something, especially something unpleasant. Keloid. An area of fibrous tissue formed at the site of a scar or injury. Origin: from Greek kali, crab's claw. Leprous. Referring to or suffering from leprosy. Leveler. One, a person or thing that levels something. To a situation or activity in which distinctions of class, age, or ability do not matter. He valued the sport because it was a great leveler. Level-headed, p. adjective, calm and sensible. Synonyms: sensible, practical, realistic, prudent, pragmatic, reasonable, rational, mature, sound, sober, businesslike, no nonsense, having your feet on the ground, informal, unflappable, together. Antonyms: excitable. Derivatives: level-headed, ly, adverb, level-headedness, noun. Luminaire. A complete electric light unit. Origin: French. Macrocosm. The whole of a complex structure, such as the world, contrasted with a small or representative part of it, a microcosm. Mastoid. A part of the bone behind the ear, which has air spaces linked to the middle ear. Miscellanea. Miscellaneae, plural noun, different items collected together. Narcosis. A state of drowsiness or unconsciousness produced by drugs. Non-judgmental. avoiding personal and moral judgments. Odorant. A substance used to give a scent or smell to a product. Ossuary. Ossuary noun, p. Ossuaries, a container or room for the bones of dead people. Overweening. Especially of a quality, excessive, overweening pride. Perturb. One makes someone anxious or unsettled. To alter the normal or regular state or path of a system, moving object, etc. Synonyms: worry, upset, disturb, unsettle, concern, trouble, disquiet, disconcert, discomfit, unnerve, alarm, bother, informal rattle. Antonyms: reassure. Pom-pom. Pom-pom noun, a large caliber British machine gun, in service since 1930. Prig. Prig noun, a person who behaves as if they are morally superior to others. Protuberance. A thing that protrudes or sticks out. Quinone. Any of a class of organic chemical compounds related to benzene but having two hydrogen atoms replaced by oxygen. Remortgage. Take out another or a different mortgage on a property. Noun, a different or additional mortgage. Rhenium. A rare silvery white metallic element. Roundel. One, a small disc, especially a decorative medallion. Two, a circular identifying mark painted on military aircraft. Rutabaga. A round yellow root vegetable related to the turnip. Snowdrift. A bank of deep snow heaped up by the wind. Stanchion. Stanchion noun, an upright bar, post, or frame forming a support or barrier. Steelwork. Articles made of steel. Superannuated. 41, of an employee, discharged from a job with a pension. Too old to be effective or useful. Swan song. The final performance or activity of a person's career. Tailpiece. One, the final or end part of something. Two, a part added to the end of a piece of writing. Three, a small decorative design at the foot of a page or the end of a chapter or book. Teleology. P. Teleologies, for the philosophical theory that all natural phenomena can be explained with reference to their purpose. To the theological doctrine that there is evidence of design and purpose in the natural world. Titillate. Interest or excite someone, especially in a sexual way. Trivet. Plural noun, unimportant details or pieces of information. Unbowed. Not having given in to pressure or defeat. Uncouple. Disconnect something from something else. Undersell. Past and past part. Undersold, one sells something at a lower price than a competitor. To fail to represent someone's or something's true quality or worth. Undrinkable. Not fit to be drunk because of impurity or poor quality. Unendurable. Not able to be tolerated or endured. Venial. One, of a fault or offense, minor and able to be forgiven. To Christian theology, of a sin that does not deprive the soul of God's grace. Often contrasted with mortal. Wardroom. A room on board a warship in which commissioned officers eat and relax. Ward suffix variant spelling of warb. Water wheel. A large wheel driven by flowing water, used to work machinery or to raise water to a higher level. Water wings plural noun inflated floats fixed to the arms of someone learning to swim. Wa plus ter which p noun a person who searches for underground water with a divining rod, a dowser. 1481 Waveband. Whelk. A large edible marine snail with a spiral shell that tapers into a long tube-like extension. Whitlow. An abscess in the soft tissue near a fingernail or toenail. Errant. Utter, complete, what errant nonsense. Backspin. A backward spin given to a moving ball, causing it to stop more quickly or rebound at a steeper angle. Balalaika. A Russian musical instrument like a guitar with a triangular body and 3 strings. Origin Russian. Beefeater. A yeoman warder or yeoman of the guard in the Tower of London. Bimetallic. Made or consisting of 2 metals. Bimonth lyp adjective and adverb appearing or taking place twice a month or every 2 months. Birdseed. A blend of seeds for feeding birds. Bird's eye view noun a general view of something from a high position above it. Bird's nest soup noun, in Chinese cooking, a soup made from the dried gelatinous coating of the nests of swifts and other birds. Blackball. Reject a candidate applying to become a member of a private club. Bouillabaisse. A rich fish stew or soup, as made originally in Provence. Choirboy. A boy who sings in a church choir. Cockeyed. Informal for crooked or askew, not level. Too absurd, impractical. 3 drunk. Conk. Conk out, informal for, of a machine, break down. Too faint or go to sleep. 3 die. Crab meat. The flesh of a crab is food. Davit. A small crane on a ship, especially one of a pair for lowering a lifeboat. Origin Old French daviot. Davy Jones's locker noun informal the bottom of the sea, regarded as the grave of people who drown. Origin from 18th century nautical slang Davy Jones, referring to the evil spirit of the sea. Declamation. The action of declaiming something. Digraph. A combination of 2 letters representing one sound, as in ph and ey. Dishwater. For dirty water in which dishes have been washed. Too insipid drink / sipped the barely brown dishwater he passed off as coffee. Epiglottis. A flap of cartilage behind the root of the tongue, which descends during swallowing to cover the opening of the windpipe. Fenestration. Architecture the arrangement of windows in a building. Flatfish. PL same or flatfishes, a sea fish, such as a flounder or sole, that swims on its side with both eyes on the upper side of its flattened body. Furrier. A person who prepares or deals in furs. Gigantism. Gigantism noun chiefly biology unusual or abnormal largeness. Hackle. 1. Hackles, hairs along an animal's back that rise when it is angry or alarmed. 2. A long, narrow feather on the neck or lower back of a domestic rooster or other bird. Phrases make someone's hackles rise make someone angry or indignant. Handbill. A small printed advertisement or other notice distributed by hand. Handcart. A small cart pushed or drawn by hand. Hogshead. 1. A large cask. 2. A measure of liquid volume for wine or beer. Holism. Medicine, the treating of the whole person, taking into account mental and social factors, rather than just the symptoms of a disease. Derivatives holistic adjective. Horsedale. A flowerless plant with a jointed stem and narrow leaves. Hypericum. A yellow-flowered plant of a family that includes St. John's wort. Inclusionary. Designed for or accommodating people who differ in age, income, race, or some other quality. Inclusionary membership policies. Inclusive P adjective 1 including all the expected or required services or items. 2. Inclusive of, containing a specified element as part of a whole. 3. After a noun, including the limits stated, the ages of 55 to 59 inclusive. For not excluding any section of society or any party, an inclusive peace process. Synonyms: all-in, comprehensive, overall, full, all-around, umbrella, catch-all, all-encompassing. Antonyms: exclusive, limited. Jalopy. Jalopy noun, ol. Jalopies, informal, a dilapidated old car. Kinesis. Technical movement, motion. Lanthanide. Any of the series of 15 rare earth elements from lanthanum to lutetium in the periodic table. Liniment. Liniment noun, an ointment rubbed on the body to relieve pain or bruising. Origin Latin linamentum. Minestrone. An Italian soup containing vegetables and pasta. Mispronounce. Pronounce something wrongly. Negligee. A woman's dressing gown made of very thin fabric. Neuritis. Inflammation of a peripheral nerve or nerves. Offertory. PL offertories, representative, agent, derogatory apparatchik. Outclass. Be far better than someone or something. Ovipositor. A tubular organ through which a female insect or fish deposits eggs. Pestilent. 1. Deadly. 2. Informal, dated, annoying. Predicative. Grammar, of an adjective or noun, forming part or the whole of the predicate and coming after a verb, for example old and the dog is old. Contrasted with attributive. Pumpernickel. A dark, dense German bread made from whole grain rye. Pupate. Of an insect, become a pupa. Qualm. 1. A feeling of doubt or unease, especially about one's behavior. He had no qualms about divorcing her. 2. Old, use a brief faint or sick feeling. Red brick. Red brick adjective, chiefly Brit. Of a British university, founded in the late 19th or early 20th century and often with buildings of red brick rather than stone, so being distinct from the older universities. Re-emerge. Re-emerge, verb emerge again, begin to exist or become prominent once more. Refinish. Apply a new finish to a surface or object. Reseal. Seal something again. Rill. Real noun, a small stream. Roundworm. A parasitic worm found in the intestines of some mammals. Satrap. 1. A subordinate or local ruler. 2. A provincial governor in the ancient Persian Empire. Scruple. 4. Usually scruples, a feeling of doubt as to whether an action is morally right. 2. Historical, a unit of weight equal to 20 grains. Synonyms: scruples, / had no scruples about eavesdropping, qualms, compunction, hesitation, reservations, second thoughts, doubts, misgivings, uneasiness, reluctance. Verb: hesitate to do something that one thinks may be wrong. She doesn't scruple to ask her parents for money. Skulk. Hide or move around in a stealthy or furtive way. Standpipe. A vertical pipe extending from a water supply, connecting a temporary tap to the mains. Stevedore. A person employed at a dock to load and unload ships. Stipple. Stipule, verb 1, mark a surface with numerous small dots or specks. 2. Produce a decorative effect on paint or other material by roughening its surface when wet. Tagliatelle. Pasta in narrow ribbons. Tattletale. A person who reports other people's wrongdoings or reveals their secrets. Teetotal. Choosing never to drink alcohol. Synonyms: abstinent, abstemious, sober, dry, informal, on the wagon. Thermosetting. Of a substance, setting permanently when heated. Tip-top. Tip-top, adjective of the very best quality, excellent. Toddle. 1. Of a young child, move with short unsteady steps while learning to walk. 2. Informal, go somewhere in a casual or leisurely way. Equals synonyms: totter, teeter, wobble, falter, waddle, stumble. Noun, an act of toddling. Tokay. A draw on a cigarette or pipe, especially one containing marijuana. Verb: smoke cannabis or tobacco. Trachoma. A contagious infection transmitted by a bacterium and causing inflammation of the inner surface of the eyelids. Trapezius. PL, trapezii, either of a pair of large triangular muscles extending over the back of the neck and shoulders and moving the head and shoulder blade. Treadle. A lever worked by the foot to operate a machine. Unceremonious. Lacking courtesy, rude or abrupt. Ungenerous. Not generous, stingy. Ungentleman, lyp, adjective, of a man's behavior, not well-mannered or pleasant. Unicast. Transmission of a data package or an audiovisual signal to a single recipient. Uninformative. Not providing useful or interesting information. Unladylike. Not appropriate for or behaving like a well-bred woman. Unmerited. Not deserved. Unshaken. Not having changed or weakened, their trust in him remains unshaken. Vibraphone. A musical percussion instrument with a double row of metal bars that are hit by the player, each above a resonator with lids that open and close electrically, giving a vibrato effect. Walk-up. 1. Of a building, allowing access to the upper floors by stairs only, having no elevator. 2. Easily accessible to pedestrians, a walk-up food stand. Noun, a building allowing access to the upper floors by stairs only. Whereon. Old use on which. Whippy. Whippy, adjective, flexible, springy. Airside. The area beyond passport and customs control in an airport terminal. Beanpole. Informal, a tall, thin person. Bean sprouts, plural, noun, the edible sprouting seeds of certain beans. Bear, verb, past bore, past part. Borne, for carry someone or something. To have something as a quality or visible mark. 3. Support, a weight. For manage, to tolerate, the grief was more than he could bear. 5. Cannot bear, strongly dislike someone or something. 6. Give birth to a child. 7. Of a tree or plant, produce fruit or flowers. 8. Bear oneself, behave in a specified way, she bore herself with dignity. 9. Turn and go in a specified direction, bear left. Synonyms: 1. Can't bear his arr. Bounteous. Old use, bountiful. Budo. Japanese martial arts, or the code on which they are based. Orison, Japanese. Carvery. Carver, noun, pl. carveries, a buffet or restaurant where cooked roasts of meat are carved as required. Catalpa. A tree with heart-shaped leaves, native to North America and East Asia. Catbird. A long-tailed American songbird of the mockingbird family, with mainly gray plumage and cat-like calls. Phrases in the catbird seat: informal, in a superior or advantageous position. Said to be an allusion to a baseball player in the fortunate position of having no strikes and therefore 3 balls still to play, a reference made in James Thurber's short story The Catbird Seat. Cat burglar, noun, a thief who enters a building by climbing to an upper story. Clansman. Plural, clansman, a male member of a clan. Coleus. A tropical plant with brightly colored variegated leaves. Comfrey. Comfrey, noun, p. Comfrey, a plant with clusters of purplish or white bell-shaped flowers. Crabgrass. A creeping grass that can become a serious weed. Crab louse, noun, a louse that infests human body hair. Deprecate. 1. Express disapproval of someone or something. 2. Another term for depreciate, sense 2. Derivatives: depreciation, noun, depreciatory, adjective. Dosimeter. A device used to measure an absorbed dose of radiation. Douse. Douse, verb, search for underground water or minerals with a pointer that is supposedly moved by unseen influences. Eurodollar. A U.S. dollar held in Europe or elsewhere outside the U.S. Euroland, also Eurozone, noun, the economic region formed by those member countries of the European Union that have adopted the euro. Filtrate. A liquid that has passed through a filter. Flagellate. Of a single-celled organism, having one or more flagella used for swimming. Flagellate. Whip someone, either as a form of religious punishment or for sexual pleasure. Foremast. The mast of a ship nearest the bow. Frangipani. O. Frangipanis, 1. A tropical American tree or shrub with fragrant white, pink, or yellow flowers. 2. Perfume obtained from the frangipani plant. Freesia. A small plant with fragrant, colorful, tubular flowers, native to southern Africa. Gâteau. PL gâteaux or gâteau, a rich cake with layers of cream or fruit. Geostrategic. Relating to the strategy required in dealing with international political problems. Gonad. Gonad, noun, a bodily organ that produces gametes, a testis or ovary. Grapeshot. Grapeshot, noun, historical ammunition consisting of a number of small iron balls fired together from a cannon. Haberdasher. A person who sells men's clothing. Halfwit. Informal, a stupid person. Hardboard. Stiff board made of compressed and treated wood pulp. Harebrained. Foolish and unlikely to succeed, steer clear of harebrained schemes. Hare Krishna, noun, a member of a religious sect based on the worship of the Hindu god Krishna. Hottentot. And adjective, offensive, formerly used to refer to the Khoikhoi peoples of South Africa and Namibia. Hybridize. Breed individuals of two different species or varieties to produce hybrids. Inhalant. Inhalant, noun, a medicine that is inhaled. Junco. Junco, noun. Juncos, a small North American songbird related to the buntings, with mainly gray and brown plumage. Kebab. Kebab, noun, variant spelling of kebab. Lengthways. Lengthwise. Lilliputian. Very small or unimportant. Noun, a very small or unimportant person or thing. Lugger. A large rounded nut used especially to attach a vehicle wheel to its axle. Lumbago. Verb, move in a slow, heavy, awkward way. Synonyms: trundle, stump, clump, plod, stumble, shamble, shuffle, trudge. Malefic. Literary, causing harm or destruction. Meconium. The dark green substance forming the first feces of a newborn infant. Merchantman. Merchantman, noun, ol. Merchantman, a ship carrying merchandise. 811 Merely merchant marine, noun, a country's commercial shipping. Millipede. A small invertebrate animal with a long body composed of many segments, most of which have two pairs of legs. Mullion. A vertical bar between the panes of glass in a window. Multi-user. One, of a computer system, able to be used by a number of people simultaneously. Two, referring to a computer game in which several players interact simultaneously using the internet or other communications. Mummery. Mummery, noun, pl mummeries, for a performance of a traditional English folk play. Two, ridiculous or excessive ceremonial procedures. Newel. One, also newel post, a post at the top or bottom of a flight of stairs, supporting a handrail. Two, the central supporting pillar of a spiral staircase. Osseous. Chiefly zoology and medicine consisting of or turned into bone. Origin Latin osseous boni. Overeager. Excessively eager. Overspill. Brit, part of the population of a city or town moving from an overcrowded area to live elsewhere. Overtop. Overtops, overtopping, overtopped, be higher or taller than someone or something. Oxygenate. Often as ADJ oxygenated, supply or enrich with oxygen, oxygenated blood. Panicle. A loose branching cluster of flowers, as in oats. Peeper. Peeper noun 1 a person who looks quickly or furtively. 2. Peepers, informal a person's eyes. Peristalsis. The contraction and relaxation of the muscles of the intestines, creating movements that push the contents of the intestines forward. Perplex. Make someone feel baffled or very puzzled. Synonyms: puzzle, baffle, mystify, bemuse, bewilder, confound, confuse, nonplus, disconcert, informal flummox. Phosphorescence. Phosphorescence noun light given out by a substance without burning or heat, or with so little heat that it cannot be felt. 969 photographic derivatives. Phosphorus verb, phosphorescent adjective. Pilchard. A small edible sea fish of the herring family. Plebe. Informal, a newly entered cadet or freshman, especially at a military academy. Pleb and P adjective, lower class or unsophisticated / ve, got very plebeian tastes. Noun 1 a lower class person. 2. In ancient Rome, a commoner. Origin from Latin plebs, the common people. Potentiate. Increase the power or effect of a drug, physiological reaction, etc. 1006 Poti potentilla _ noun a small shrub with yellow or red flowers. Poof. Poof noun variant spelling of poor. Quadri. Quadri combining form 4, having 4, quadriplegia. Quagga. Quagga noun an extinct South African zebra with a yellowish-brown coat with darker stripes. Raga. Ragga noun a style of dance music in which a DJ improvises lyrics over a backing track. Recapitulate. Summarize and state again the main points of a speech, argument, etc. Origin Latin recapitulare, go through heading by heading, from capitulum, chapter. Remunerative. Formal, paying a lot of money. René Sanchi noun won the revival of classical styles in art and literature in the 14th to 16th centuries. 2. Renaissance, a period of renewed interest in something. Resurrection, reawakening, reemergence. Synonyms: renaissance, revival, renewal, rebirth, reappearance, resurgence. Reoccur. Reoccur verb, reoccurs, reoccurring, reoccurred, occur again or repeatedly. Equals derivatives: reoccurrence noun. Retype. Type words again, especially to correct a mistake. Riffraff. People who are considered disreputable or socially unacceptable. Synonyms: rabble, good-for-nothings, undesirables, the lowest of the low, scum, informal peasants. Antonyms: elite. Röntgen. A unit of quantity of ionizing radiation. Sacristan. A person in charge of a church sacristy. Samovar. A decorated Russian urn used to heat water for tea. Samoyed. 1 a white Arctic breed of dog. 2 a member of a group of mainly nomadic peoples of northern Siberia. Scads. Scads plural noun informal, a large number or quantity. Origin unknown. Sinecure. A position for which the holder is paid but which involves little or no work. Superstate. A large and powerful state formed from a federation or union of several nations. Systematize. Arrange things according to an organized system. Thumbtack. A short flat-headed pin for fastening paper to a surface. Toreador. A bullfighter, especially one on horseback. Transoceanic. Crossing an ocean. Underdressed. Wearing clothes that are too plain or casual. Underestimate PV. Underestimates, underestimating, underestimated. One estimates something to be smaller or less important than it really is. To think of someone as less capable than they really are. PN. An estimate that is too low. Synonyms: PV. Underrate, undervalue, miscalculate, misjudge, do an injustice to. Antonyms: overestimate. And underestimate an 836 underpin. Untranslatable. Not able to be translated. Upperclassman. Upperclassman noun, PL. Upperclassman, a junior or senior in high school or college. Upper crust noun, the upper crust, informal, the upper classes. Vizsla. A breed of golden brown pointer, dog, with large drooping ears. Vocative. Vocative noun, the grammatical case used in addressing a person or thing. Origin Latin vocativus. Winnow. Winnow verb 1. Reduce people or things from a group until only the best ones are left. We had to winnow out the losers. 2. Blow air through grain in order to remove the chaff. Anemometer. An instrument for measuring the speed of the wind. Bilberry. P. Bilberries, the small blue edible berry of a shrub closely related to the blueberry. Bildungsroman. A novel about one person's formative years or spiritual education. Careerist. A person whose main concern is to progress in their profession. Catechist. A Christian teacher, especially one using a catechism. Circum. Circum prefix about, around, circumambulate. Copperplate. For a polished copper plate with a design engraved or etched into it. To a neat, looped style of handwriting. Copper sulfate noun, a blue crystalline solid used in electroplating and as a fungicide. Cop, pièce noun, an area of woodland in which the trees or shrubs are periodically cut back to ground level to stimulate growth. P. Verb, cut back a tree or shrub to ground level. Crepuscular. Chiefly literary, resembling or relating to twilight. Dapple. Mark with spots or small patches, a forest clearing dappled with sunlight. Noun, a patch of color or light. Demersal. Living close to the seabed. Origin from Latin demergere, submerge. Detractor. A person who is critical of someone or something. Dispersant. A liquid or gas used to disperse small particles in a medium. Dyspraxia. A disorder of the brain in childhood resulting in poor physical coordination. Enfold. Surround or envelop someone or something. Entreaty. PL. Entreaties, an earnest or emotional request. Erbium. A soft silvery white metallic chemical element of the lanthanide series. Expositor. A person who explains complicated ideas or theories. Felicitations. Formal congratulations. Fjord. Fjord noun variant spelling of swordie. Fishhook. A hook, typically barbed and baited, for catching fish. Fish ing line noun a long thread of silk or nylon attached to a baited hook and used for catching fish. Fish ing rod noun a long, tapering rod to which a fishing line is attached. Francophile. A person who is fond of or greatly admires France or the French. Fretwork. Decorative patterns cut in wood with a fret saw. Fumigate. Use the fumes of certain chemicals to disinfect a contaminated area. Synonyms: disinfect, purify, sterilize, sanitize, for decontaminate, cleanse, clean out. Gabonese. Pi. Same, a person from Gabon, a country in West Africa. P adjective relating to Gabon. Gibbous. Of the moon, having the illuminated part greater than a semicircle and less than a circle. Hellebore. A poisonous winter flowering plant with large white, green, or purplish flowers. Hieratratic. Relating to priests. Homophone. Each of two or more words having the same pronunciation but different meanings, origins, or spelling, e.g., new and new. Hydrolyze. Hydrolyzes, hydrolyzing, hydrolyzed, break down a compound by chemical reaction with water. Hygrometer. An instrument for measuring humidity. Individualize. Make or alter something in such a way as to suit the needs or wishes of a particular person. Macrobiotic. Of diet, consisting of unprocessed organic foods, based on Buddhist principles of the balance of yin and yang. Origin from Greek macros long plus bios life. Menstruate. Of a woman, discharge blood from the lining of the uterus each month. Musketry. One musket fire. Two soldiers armed with muskets. 3. The art or technique of handling a musket. Musk ox noun a large heavily built goat antelope with a thick shaggy coat, native to the tundra of North America and Greenland. Musk.rat noun a large North American rodent with a musky smell that lives partly in water and is valued for its fur. Muslim, also Muslim, p noun a follower of Islam. Adjective relating to Muslims or Islam. Nightshirt. A long, loose shirt worn in bed. Pallbearer. A person helping to carry or escorting a coffin at a funeral. Pandanus. A tropical tree or shrub with a twisted stem and long, narrow spiny leaves from which fiber is obtained. Pipit. A songbird of open country, typically having brown streaky plumage. Pitchy. Pitchwy adjective, pitchier, pitchiest, resembling pitch, especially in being sticky or dark. Plectrum. Plectrum noun, pl plectrums or plectra, a thin flat piece of plastic or tortoiseshell used to pluck the strings of a guitar or similar musical instrument. Origin Greek plektron, something with which to strike, pled past and past participle of plead. Popery. Derogatory, chiefly Old Use Roman Catholicism. Pop-eyed p adjective informal having bulging or staring eyes. Pre-industrial. Before the development of industries on a large scale. Quietude. A state of calmness and quiet. Railhead. A point at which a railroad ends. Repugnance. Repugnance noun intense disgust. Roadworthy. Roadworthy adjective, of a vehicle, fit to be used on the road. Derivatives roadworthiness noun. Sampan. Sampan noun a small boat propelled with an oar at the stern, used in the Far East. Origin from Chinese words meaning three and board. Selvage. An edge on woven fabric that prevents it from fraying or unraveling. Selves plural of sewer. Shockproof. One designed to resist damage when dropped or knocked, a shockproof watch. Two not easily shocked, her shockproof attitude toward 1205 shoot ignorance. Shock tactics plural noun the use of sudden violent or extreme action to shock someone into doing something. Shock therapy also shock treatment, noun treatment of certain mental illnesses by giving controlled electric shocks to the brain. Shock troops plural noun troops trained to carry out sudden attacks. Shock wave p noun a moving wave of very high pressure caused by an explosion or by something traveling faster than sound. Sickbed. The bed of a person who is ill. Sick build ing syndrome noun a condition affecting office workers, including headaches and breathing problems, which is said to be caused by factors such as poor ventilation. Sitrep. Informal a report on the current military situation in a particular area. Slipcase. A close-fitting case open at one side or end for an object such as a book. Subnormal. Not meeting standards or reaching a level regarded as normal or usual. Sugar plum. A small round candy of flavored boiled sugar. Sugar snap, also sugar snap pea, pea noun a type of snow pea with thick, rounded pods. Sugar adjective one containing much sugar. Two coated in sugar. 3 too sentimental. Suggestible. Quick to accept other people's ideas or suggestions, easily influenced. Surplice. A loose white garment worn over a cassock by Christian clergy and members of church choirs. Surtax. An additional tax on something already taxed, especially a higher rate of tax on incomes above a certain level. Tamarisk. A shrub or small tree with tiny scale-like leaves on slender branches. Titmouse. 9. Titmice, another term for Rit star. Toltec. A member of an American 1373 Chamorro Indian people that flourished in Mexico before the Aztecs. Derivatives Toltecan adjective. Uncommunicative. Unwilling to talk or give out information. Synonyms taciturn, quiet, unforthcoming, reserved, reticent, laconic, tongue-tied, silent, tight-lipped, guarded, secretive, close, private, distant, remote, aloof, withdrawn, informal mum, standoffish. Antonyms talkative uncalm -petitive adjective not cheaper or better than others and therefore not able to compete commercially. Underdone. Of food, not cooked for long enough. Ungracious. Not polite, kind, or pleasant. Ungulate. Zoology a mammal that has hoofs. Unlivable. Not able to be lived in, uninhabitable. Unvoiced. One not expressed in words. 2. Of a speech sound, produced without vibration of the vocal cords. Unwanted. P. Adjective not wanted. Unworldly. One not interested in money or other material things. 2. Lacking experience of life. 3. Not seeming to belong to this world. Equals derivatives. Unworldliness. Noun. Wallboard. A type of board used for covering walls and ceilings. Wash basin. Wash basin. Noun. A basin used for washing the hands and face. Watusi. One. An energetic dance popular in the 1960s. 2. Treated as PL, the Tutsi people as a group, now dated in English use. Windbag. Informal. A person who talks a lot but says little of any value. Woad. Woad. Noun. A plant whose leaves were formerly used to make blue dye. Wrong-headed. Having or showing bad judgment, misguided. Wrote. Past tense of right. Adsorb. Of a solid, hold molecules of a gas, liquid, or dissolved substance in a layer on its surface. Aflutter. In a state of agitated excitement. Allegretto. And adjective. Music at a fairly brisk speed. Amenorrhea. The abnormal absence of menstrual periods. Billfold. Billfold. Noun. A man's wallet. Bubo. Bubo. Noun. P. Buboes, a swollen inflamed lymph node in the armpit or groin. Burin. 1. A steel tool used for engraving. 2. Archaeology. A flint tool with a chisel point. Seacom. Seacom. Noun. Pl. Kika, British spelling of Seacom. Candlemas. A Christian festival held on February 2 to commemorate the purification of the Virgin Mary and the presentation of Jesus in the temple. Carpel. Carpel. Noun. The female reproductive organ of a flower, consisting of an ovary, a stigma, and usually a style. Catsup. Another term for ketchup. Chipboard. Material made from compressed wood chips and resin. Chromate. Chemistry. A salt in which the anion contains both chromium and oxygen. Chromat. ICP. Adjective. 1. Relating or referring to a musical scale that rises or falls by half steps. 2. Relating to or produced by color. Cinchona. A medicinal drug obtained from the bark of a South American tree, containing quinine. Commonweal. Commonweal. Noun. The commonweal, old use the welfare of the public. Cumulonimbus. Cumulonimbus. Noun. Pl. Cumulonimbi, cloud forming a towering mass with a flat base, as in thunderstorms. Deniable. Able to be denied. Derivatives. Deniability. Noun. Diktat. A decree imposed by someone in power without popular consent. Dissemble. Hide or disguise one's true motives or feelings. Derivatives. Dissembler. Noun. Dum-dum. Dum-dum. Noun. Informal. A stupid person. Equerry. Pl. Equerries. 1. A male officer of the British royal household acting as an attendant to a member of the royal family. 2. Historical, an officer of a prince's or nobleman's household who was responsible for the stables. Origin, Old French esquirerie, company of squires, prince's stables, case trien p. Adjective 1 relating to horse riding. 2. Depicting or representing a person on horseback, an equestrian statue. Noun, femme equestrienne, a person who rides a horse. Equitation. Equi tatian, noun, formal, the art and practice of horse riding. Euchre. A card game played with the 32 highest cards, the aim being to win at least 3 of the 5 tricks played. Factotum. PL factotums, an employee who does all kinds of work. Fascicle. 1. Anatomy and biology, a bundle of fibrous or stringy structures. 2. A separately published installment of a book or other printed work. Felicitous. Well chosen or appropriate, a felicitous phrase. Synonyms: apt, well chosen, fitting, suitable, appropriate, apposite, pertinent, germane, relevant. Antonyms: inappropriate. Derivatives: felicitoly, adverb. Fetishize. 1. Make something the object of a sexual fetish. 2. Have an excessive and irrational commitment to, an author who fetishizes privacy. Flashbulb. A light bulb for one-time use that flashes in order to illuminate a photographic subject. Freethinker. A person who questions or rejects accepted opinions, especially those concerning religious belief. Free throw p. Noun, basketball, an unimpeded attempt at a basket, worth 1 point, awarded to a player following a foul or other infringement. Free trade p. Noun, international trade left to its natural course without tariffs or other restrictions. Free verse. Noun, poetry that does not rhyme or have a regular rhythm. Gallstone. A small hard mass formed abnormally in the gallbladder or bile ducts, causing pain and obstruction. DALLUP poll. Noun, trademark, an assessment of public opinion by questioning a representative sample of the population, used in forecasting voting results in an election. Goatskin. Feather made from the skin of a goat. Gob. Informal noun, 1. A lump of a slimy or thick semi-liquid substance. 2. Gobs of, a lot of, he wants to make gobs of money selling DVDs. Verb, gobs, gobbing, gobbed, Brit. Spit. Guestbook. 1. A book in which visitors to a public building or private home write their names and addresses, and sometimes remarks. 2. A web page where visitors to a site may leave their names and comments. Guest house p. Noun, 1. A small, separate house on the grounds of a larger house, used for accommodating overnight guests. 2. A private house offering accommodations to paying guests. Guest room. Noun, 1. A room in a private home for accommodating guests. 2. A hotel room. Guest worker. Noun, a person with temporary permission to work in another country. Handhold. Something for a hand to grip on. Hundredweight. PL same or hundredweights. 1. Also short hundredweight, a unit of weight equal to 100 IB, about 45.4 kilograms. 2. Also metric hundredweight, a unit of weight equal to 50 kilograms. 3. Also long hundredweight, Brit. A unit of weight equal to 112 pounds, about 50.8 kilograms. Hung. Past and past participle of hang. Adjective 4, of adjury, unable to agree on a verdict. 2. Of an elected body in the UK and Canada, having no political party with an overall majority. 3. Hung up about / on, informal, have an obsession or problem about. Icosahedron. P. Icosahedra or icosahedrons, a three-dimensional shape with 20 plane faces. Derivatives icosahedral adjective. Ikebana. The art of Japanese flower arrangement. Intermarry. Intermarries, intermarrying, intermarried, of people of different races, castes, or religions, marry each other. Ivies. The Ivy League schools collectively, or other schools perceived as being of equal stature. J**, also J, noun, PLJS or JS, the 10th letter of the alphabet. J. Abbreviation 1, in card games, Jack. 2 Physics Jowls. Jollity. PL jollities, 1 lively and cheerful activity. 2 The quality of being cheerful. Jolly adjective, jollier, jolliest, 1 happy and cheerful. 2 lively and entertaining. Synonyms cheerful, happy, cheery, goodhumored, jovial, merry, sunny, joyful, light-hearted, jolly and high spirits, buoyant, bubbly, genial, informat, chipper, chirpy, perky, literary blithe. Antonyms miserable. Verb, jollies, jollying, jollied, informal encourage in a friendly way, he jollied her along. Copyright adverb Brit. Informal very. Noun, P1. Jolties, Brit. Informal a party or celebration. Kolkhos. P. Same or kolkhozas, a collective farm in the former Soviet Union. Kosovar. A person from Kosovo. Kumquat. A very small orange-like fruit. 450 kWh Kung Fu noun, a Chinese martial art resembling karate. Larboard. Larboard noun, nautical old-fashioned term for port star. Latecomer. Latecomer noun, a person who arrives late. Magnetize. Give magnetic properties to something. Mag any to noun, PL magnetos, a small electric generator containing a permanent magnet and used to provide high-voltage pulses, especially, formerly, in the ignition systems of internal combustion engines. Mainboard. Another term for motherboard. Main brace noun, the rope attached to the main yard, spar, of a sailing ship. Main clause noun, grammar, a clause that can form a complete sentence standing alone, having a subject and a verb. Main course P noun, the most substantial course of a meal. Main drag noun, informal, the main street of a town. Mainmast. The principal mast of a ship. Mayhap. Mayhap adverb, old use, perhaps, possibly. Mezzotint. A print made from an engraved metal plate, the surface of which has been scraped and polished to give areas of shade and light respectively. Militaria. Military articles of historical interest. Monophonic. Full form of mono, sense 1 of the adjective. Oughtn't. Ought not. Ouija board noun, trademark, a board with letters, numbers, and other signs around its edge, to which a pointer moves, supposedly in answer to questions at a séance. Paratroops. Paratroops plural noun, troops equipped to be dropped by parachute from aircraft. Pigpen. For a pen or enclosure for pigs. To a very dirty or untidy house or room. Pintail. Pintail noun, a duck with a long pointed tail. Polychromatic. Polychromatic adjective having several colors, multicolored. Ragu. A spicy stew of meat and vegetables. Remora. Remorare noun a slender sea fish that attaches itself to large fish by means of a sucker on top of the head. Equals origin Latin, hindrance, because of the former belief that the fish slowed down ships. Rigatoni. Pasta in the form of short hollow fluted tubes. Saddlery. PL saddleres, for saddles, bridles, and other equipment for horses. To the making or repairing of such equipment. 3 A saddler's premises. Saddle soap. Sadly soap noun a kind of soft soap used for cleaning leather. Sadly sore newness or on a horse's back, caused by an ill-fitting saddle. P adjective chafed by riding on a saddle. Sadly stitch noun for a stitch of thread or a wire staple passed through the fold of a magazine or booklet. 2. In needlework, a decorative stitch made with long stitches on the upper side of the cloth alternated with short stitches on the underside. Scandium. A soft silvery white metallic chemical element. Schwa. Phonetics an unstressed vowel, as in a moment ago, represented by the symbol in the International Phonetic Alphabet. Secant. 1 Mathematics, in a right triangle, the ratio of the hypotenuse to the shorter side adjacent to an acute angle. 2 Geometry a straight line that cuts a curve in 2 or more parts. Shyster. Informal a dishonest or deceitful person, especially a lawyer. Origin said to be from schister, the name of a lawyer. Snakehead. Snakehead noun a member of a Chinese criminal network chiefly involved in smuggling illegal immigrants. Sodomite. A person who engages in sodomy. Spritzer. A mixture of wine and soda water. Thermogenesis. Thermogenesis noun technical the production of bodily heat. Titter. Give a short, quiet laugh. Noun a short, quiet laugh. Toile. For an early version of a finished garment made up in cheap material so that the design can be tested. 2 A semi-transparent fabric. Tureen. A deep covered dish from which soup is served. Turtle dove. Turtley dove noun a small dove with a soft purring call. Timpani. Tympani plural noun variant spelling of timpani. Uninsurable. Not eligible for insurance cover. Uninsured P adjective not covered by insurance. Unpick. 1 Undo the stitches from a piece. Unsmiling. Not smiling, serious or unfriendly. Windbreak. A row of trees, wall, or screen that provides shelter from the wind. Whoosh. Whoosh verb and noun variant spelling of whoosh. Bandsaw. A power saw consisting of an endless moving steel belt with a serrated edge. Band stand noun a platform for a band to play on, covered if out of doors. Barberry. PL barberries, another term for berberis. Barfly. PL barflies, informal a person who spends much time drinking in bars. Bowline. Bowline noun 1 A simple knot for forming a non-slipping loop at the end of a rope. 2 A rope attaching the windward side of a square sail to a ship's bow. Campesino. Campesino noun, PL campesinos, in Spanish-speaking countries, a peasant farmer. Origin Spanish. Canonize. In the Roman Catholic Church, officially declare a dead person to be a saint. Chinoiserie. For the use of Chinese images and styles in Western art, furniture, and architecture. Two objects or decorations made in this style. Churchy. One excessively pious. Two resembling a church. Clew. The lower corner of a sail or that nearest the stern of the boat. Origin related to clue. Cliché, also cliché, noun a phrase or idea that has been used so often that it is no longer interesting or effective. Synonyms platitude, hackneyed phrase, commonplace, banality, truism, stock phrase, informal old chestnut. Corncob. The central woody part of an ear of corn, to which the grains are attached. Counter-revolution. A revolution opposing a former one or reversing its results. Defenestration. Formal or humorous, the action of throwing someone out of a window. Derivatives defenestrate verb. Delectation. Formal, chiefly humorous pleasure and delight. Disunion. Disunion noun, the breaking up of something such as a federation. Dolmen. A megalithic tomb with a large flat stone laid on upright ones. Dotard. An old person, especially one who is weak or senile. .com, also .com, noun, a company that conducts its business on the internet. Fantail. One, a fan-shaped tail or end of something. Two, a domestic pigeon of a broad-tailed variety. Fusillade. A series of shots fired at the same time or in rapid succession. Galliard. Historical, a lively dance in triple time for two people. Equals origin Old French galard valiant. Heterologous. Chiefly biology not homologous. Hubcap. A cover for the hub of a motor vehicle's wheel. Jape. Dated a practical joke. Origin probably from Old French japer to yelp, yap, and gaber to mock. Judeo. Judeo combining form chiefly British spelling of Jupio dash. Jujube. One, an edible berry-like fruit of ash shrub, formerly eaten as a cough cure. Two, a jujube-flavored lozenge or candy. Latticework. Strips of wood, metal, or other material forming a lattice. Lodgment. One, chiefly literary, a place in which a person or thing is lodged. Two, the depositing of money in a particular bank or account. Lodgepole pine noun, a straight-trunked pine tree traditionally used by some American Indians to construct lodges. Manchego. A Spanish cheese traditionally made with sheep's milk. Meristem. A region of plant tissue consisting of actively dividing cells. Mesmerism. Historical, a therapeutic technique involving hypnotism. Midship. Midship noun, the middle part of a ship or boat. Millenarian. Relating to or believing in Christian millenarianism. Noun, a person who believes in millenarianism. Muezzin. A man who calls Muslims to prayer from the minaret of a mosque. Multi-story. Of a building, having several stories. Neckerchief. A square of cloth worn around the neck. Non-ferrous. Of metal, other than iron or steel. OG. OG noun architecture in S-shaped line or molding. Okapi. Okapi noun, pl same or okapis, a large African mammal of the giraffe family, having a dark chestnut coat with stripes on the hindquarters and upper legs. One-shot. One-shot adjective informal achieved with a single attempt or action. One-sided p adjective one giving only one point of view, biased. 2. Of a contest or conflict, not involving participants of equal ability. Synonyms: one biased, prejudiced, partisan, partial, slanted, distorted, unfair. 2. Unequal, uneven, unbalanced. Antonyms: impartial, equal. One-stop p adjective, of a store or other business, capable of supplying all a customer's needs within a particular range of goods or services, one-stop shopping. Partner. Leopardna noun variant spelling of partner, used to represent U.S. dialect speech, Hawaii, partner. Pellagra. A disease that results from a lack of a vitamin, causing inflamed skin, diarrhea, and mental disturbance. Polder. Polder noun a piece of land reclaimed from the sea or river, especially in the Netherlands. Popliteal. Relating to or situated in the hollow at the back of the knee. Poser. Another term for poser, sense one. Poundage. For weight. To Brit. A charge made for every pound weight of something, or for every pound sterling in value. Pound cake noun a rich cake originally made with a pound of each chief ingredient. Pound sign noun for the sign, hashtag, representing a pound as a unit of weight or mass. To the sign, pound, representing a British pound sterling. Preservationist. A person who supports the preservation of historic buildings or works of art. Protectant. A substance that provides protection, for example against ultraviolet radiation. Protestation. One a strong declaration that something is or is not the case. To an objection or protest. Protoplasm. The material comprising the living part of a cell, including the cytoplasm and nucleus. Derivatives: protoplasmic adjective. Origin Greek: protoplasma. Psychometrics. Treated as sing, the science of measuring mental abilities and processes. Radicchio. P. Radicchios, a 1065 radio-telephone variety of chicory with dark red leaves. Redcoat. Historical a British soldier. Red Crescent noun a national branch in Muslim countries of the international movement of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. Red Cross noun the international movement of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, an organization bringing relief to victims of war or natural disaster. Red deer p noun a deer with a rich red-brown summer coat that turns brownish-gray in winter, the male having large antlers. Saurian. Relating to or like a lizard. Self-esteem. Self-esteem noun confidence in one's own worth or abilities. Synonyms: self-respect, pride, dignity, self-regard, 7 faith in oneself, morale, self-confidence, competence, self-assurance. Choose the right word. See pride. Self-evaluation p noun another term for self-assessment. Shillelagh. In Ireland, a wooden cudgel. Shipshape. Shipshape adjective in good order, neat and clean. Silicosis. A lung disease caused by breathing dust containing silica. Spittoon. A container for spitting into. Spurge. A plant or shrub with milky latex and small greenish flowers. Origin Old French asperge. Spur gear, noun, a gear wheel with teeth projecting parallel to the wheel's axis. Thunderhead. A rounded, projecting head of a cumulus cloud, which is a sign of a thunderstorm. Czar. Czar, noun, variant spelling of czar. Tsarina, p, noun, variant spelling of tsarina. Uncrowded. Of a place, not crowded. Unprejudiced. Without prejudice, unbiased. Unsporting. Not fair or sportsmanlike. Urbanity. The quality of being confident, courteous, and sophisticated. Vestment. One, a robe worn by the clergy or members of the choir during church services. Two, old, use a robe worn on ceremonial occasions. Acidophilus. A bacterium used to make yogurt. Origin Latin. Acid, rain, noun, rainfall made acidic by atmospheric pollution resulting from the burning of coal or oil in factories. Acid, reflux, noun, a condition in which gastric acid is regurgitated. Acid test, noun, a conclusive test of the success, truth, or value of something. Adventuresome. Fond of adventures or of taking risks, adventurous. Alkane. Alkane, noun, chemistry, any of the series of saturated hydrocarbons whose simplest members are methane and ethane. Amanuensis. Amanuensis, noun, pl, amanuensis, a writer's assistant. Architectonic. One, relating to architecture or architects. Two, having a clearly defined and artistically pleasing structure, architectonic cheekbones. Noun, architectonics, treated as sing, the scientific study of architecture. Attributive. Grammar, of an adjective, coming before the word that it describes, as old and the old dog. Contrasted with predicative. Auscultation. Listening to sounds from the heart, lungs, or other organs with a stethoscope. Origin Latin, from auscultare, listen to. 77 authentic. Bicuspid. A tooth with two cusps or points. Adjective having two cusps or points. Distorted, warped, twisted, skewed. Biomaterial. Synthetic or natural material that can be used in constructing artificial organs and prostheses or to replace bone or tissue. Bioweapon. A harmful organism or biological substance used as a weapon of war. Bonhomie. Bonhomia, noun, good-natured friendliness. Braze. Solder something with an alloy of copper and zinc. Breadstick. A crisp stick of baked dough. Catcall. A shrill whistle or shout of mockery or disapproval. Verb, make a catcall. Chasuble. A sleeveless outer garment worn by a Christian priest when celebrating Mass. Chatelaine. Dated a woman in charge of a large house. Cheongsam. A straight, close-fitting silk dress with a high neck, worn by Chinese and Indonesian women. Cloudburst. A sudden violent rainstorm. Collegian. A member of a college. Companionable. Friendly and sociable. Derivatives companionably adverb. Cosmogony. Cosmogo New York noun, PL cosmogonies, the branch of science concerned with the origin of the universe, especially the solar system. Coverall. Also coveralls, a full-length protective outer garment. COVR charge noun, a service charge per person added to the bill in a restaurant. COVR girl noun, a female whose picture appears on a magazine cover. Diapason. An organ stops sounding a main set of pipes. Discourtesy. OL. Discourtesies, for rude and inconsiderate behavior. To a rude and inconsiderate act or remark. Disinclination. A reluctance to do something. Disinclined P adjective reluctant, unwilling. Doxology. O. Doxologies, a set form of prayer praising God. Origin Greek doxologia. Act. Authentic and typical. Region. Too profitable or concerned with profitability. Embolus. P. Emboli, a blood clot, air bubble, fatty deposit, or other object obstructing a blood vessel. Explicate. Analyze and explain an idea or literary work in detail. Derivatives explicitaion noun, expliciator noun. Fibril. Technical, a small or slender fiber. Fluoresce. Shine or glow brightly due to fluorescence. Foliate. Decorated with leaves or a leaf-like pattern. Folic acid noun, a vitamin of the B complex found especially in leafy green vegetables, liver, and kidneys. Foes. Quick and. Foxhound. A breed of dog with smooth hair and drooping ears, trained to hunt foxes in packs. Fox hunt ing noun, the sport of hunting a fox across country with a pack of hounds, carried out by people on foot and horseback. Guile. One able to move quickly and easily. Two able to think quickly and intelligently. Synonyms: one nimble, lithe, supple, graceful, fit, acrobatic, sprightly, spry. Two alert, sharp, acute, shrewd, astute, perceptive, quick. Antonyms: clumsy. Agitate, wagally adva gili tie-in. Gondolier. A person who propels and steers a gondola. Gone past participle of go * p adjective, one no longer present, available, or in existence. Too informal, having reached a specified time in a pregnancy, she's 4 months gone. Synonyms: one away, absent, off, out, missing. Too past, over, and done with, no more, done, finished, ended, forgotten. 3 used up, consumed, finished, spent, depleted. Preposition Brit. 1. Of time, past. 2. Of age, older than. Good looking. Good look ing adjective, physically attractive. Synonyms: attractive, beautiful, pretty, handsome, lovely, stunning, striking, arresting, gorgeous, prepossessing, fetching, Scottish bonny, informal, easy on the eye, cute, foxy. Old use: comely. Antonyms: ugly, Gyrate. 1. Move in a circle or spiral. 2. Dance by rotating the hips in a suggestive way. Synonyms: rotate, revolve, wheel, turn, whirl, circle, pirouette, twirl, swirl, spin, swivel. Hard-on. The bony front part of the roof of the mouth. Impasto. The process or technique of laying on paint thickly so that it stands out from a surface. Intertextuality. The relationship between pieces of writing. Jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, noun, variant spelling of susitsu. Jointer. Jointer, noun, a plane for preparing a wooden edge for joining to another. Kerf. For a slit made by cutting with a saw. To the cut end of a felled tree. Lardy. Informal, of a person, fat. Latchkey. 91. Latchkeys, a key of a house's outer door. Latchkey child, noun, a child who is alone at home after school until a parent returns from work. Lychee. Variant spelling of lychee. Lumpen. 1. Lumpy and misshapen. 2. Uncultured and stupid. Major domo. A rank of officer in the U.S. Army, Air Force, and Marine Corps, above brigadier general and below lieutenant general. Maneater. 1. A riding school. 2. The movements in which a horse is trained in a riding school. Mangosteen. A tropical fruit with juicy white flesh inside a thick reddish-brown rind. Mansard. Mansard, noun, a roof with 4 sides, in each of which the lower part of the slope is steeper than the upper part. Mazurka. A lively Polish dance in triple time. Militarize. Often as ADJ, militarized, for supply a place with soldiers and other military resources. To make something military in nature or similar to an army, militarized police forces. Derivatives: militarize, Italian noun. Miniaturist. An artist who paints miniatures. Minibar, noun, a refrigerator in a hotel room containing a selection of drinks. Mothball. A small ball of a strong-smelling substance such as naphthalene, placed among stored clothes to keep clothes moths away. P-verb: put something into storage or on hold for an indefinite period. Plans to invest in 4 superstores have been mothballed. Nanostructure. A structure, especially a semiconductor device, that has dimensions of a few nanometers. Nasturtium. A trailing garden plant with round leaves and bright orange, yellow, or red flowers. Nonentity. PL, nonentities, an unimportant person or thing. Equals origin Latin nonentitas, non-existence. Orgiastic. Relating to or like an orgy. Parterre. A group of flower beds laid out in a formal pattern. Quadriplegia. Paralysis of all 4 limbs. 7. Raceme. A raceme, noun, a flower cluster with the separate flowers attached by short stalks along a central stem, the lower flowers developing first. Compare with CYME. Equals origin Latin racemus, bunch of grapes. Race relations 1064. Radiant race relations, plural noun, relations between an oval or round frame with strings stretched across it, members of different races within a country. Used in tennis, badminton, and squash. Racialism. Racism. Recidivist. Recidivist, noun, a person who repeatedly commits crimes and is not discouraged by being punished. Equals derivatives recidivism, noun. Roughneck. Roughneck, noun, informal for a rough, uncouth person. To an oil rig worker. Sateen. A cotton fabric with a glossy surface. Scatterbrained. Disorganized and unable to concentrate on things. Septuagenarian. Septuagenarian, noun, a person who is between 70 and 79 years old. Shantung. A type of soft silk with a coarse surface. Skua. A large predatory seabird that pursues other birds to make them regurgitate fish. Squirrely. One relating to or resembling a squirrel. Too informal, restless or nervous. Strumpet. Old use or humorous, a woman who has many sexual partners. Sufferance. Lack of objection rather than genuine approval, toleration. Teleprinter. Brit. A device for transmitting telegraph messages as they are keyed, and for printing messages received. Teleprompter, also teleprompter, noun, trademark, a device used in television to project a speaker's script out of sight of the audience. Titrate. Chemistry, calculate the amount of a substance in a solution by measuring the volume of a standard reagent required to react with it. Transuranic. Of a chemical element, having a higher atomic number than uranium, 92. Undimmed. Insensitive and tactless. Unquantifiable. Impossible to express or measure. Unsupportable. Unsupportably, adjective, insupportable. Vivace. And adjective, music in a lively and brisk way. Autodidact. A self-taught person. Avocet. Avocet, noun, a long-legged wading bird with an upturned bill. Backpedal. One, reverse a previous action or opinion. To move the pedals of a bicycle backward, formerly so as to brake. Baize. A green felt-like material, used for covering billiard and card tables. Origin from French by chestnut-colored. Becquerel. Physics, a unit of radioactivity in the SI system. Belabor. One, attack someone physically or verbally. To argue or discuss in excessive detail, there's no need to belabor the point. Belarusian, also Belarusian, noun, what, a person from Belarus in Eastern Europe. To the Slavic language of Belarus. Adjective relating to Belarus. Belated. Blancmange. Brit. A sweet jelly-like dessert made with cornstarch and milk. Bract. A modified leaf with a flower in the angle where it meets the stem. Canasta. A card game resembling rummy, using 2 packs and usually played by 2 pairs of partners. Carthusian. A monk or nun of a strict order founded at Chartreuse in France in 1084. Adjective relating to this order. Origin from Carthusia, the Latin name for Chartreuse. Chaffinch. A finch, the male of which has a bluish head, pink underparts, and dark wings. Chain link. Chain link adjective made of wire in a diamond-shaped mesh, a chain link fence. Chain mail noun historical armor made of small metal rings linked together. Chain reaction p noun 1 a series of events, each caused by the previous one. 2 a chemical reaction in which the products of the reaction cause other changes. Chiton. 1 a long woolen tunic worn in ancient Greece. 2 a marine mollusk that has a shell of overlapping plates. Churchwarden. Either of two people who are elected by an Anglican congregation to take care of church property and keep order. Clothespin. A wooden or plastic clip for securing clothes to a clothesline. Cold-hearted. Lacking affection or warmth, unfeeling. Cold snap noun a brief spell of cold weather. Cold sore noun an inflamed blister in or near the mouth, caused by a virus. Cold storage noun preservation of something in a refrigerated room. Phrases and / into cold storage so as to be postponed temporarily. Cold sweat p noun a state of sweating caused by nervousness or illness. Cold turkey p noun informal the abrupt withdrawal from a drug to which one is addicted, often accompanied by 237 collapsible sweating and nausea. Cold War noun a state of hostility between the countries allied. Congeal. Congeal verb, of a liquid substance, become semi-solid, especially by cooling. Synonyms coagulate, clot, thicken, cake, set, gel. Crepe. Crepe noun black silk, formerly used for mourning clothes. Crowfoot. PL crowfoots, a water plant with white or yellow flowers. Cryonics. Treated as sing, the deep freezing of the bodies of people who have died of an incurable disease, in the hope of a future cure. Deindustrialization. Deindustrialization noun the reduction of industrial activity in a region or economy. Deoxygenated. Having had the oxygen removed. Desensitize. 1 makes something less sensitive. 2 makes someone less likely to be shocked or distressed by cruelty or suffering. Dilatory. 1 slow to act. 2 intended to cause delay, dilatory tactics. Dinette. A mark or dent on the bodywork of a car, boat, or other vehicle. Verb 1 dent something. 2 hit someone, especially on the head. 3 criticize, injure, or penalize someone. Embalm. Embalm verb preserve a corpse from decay, usually by injection of a preservative. Epicure. A person who takes particular pleasure in fine food and drink. Equipoise. A state of balance between different forces or interests. Exigency. PL exigencies, an urgent need or demand, the exigencies of contemporary life. Fantabulous. Fantabulous adjective informal excellent, wonderful. Fishmeal. Ground dried fish used as fertilizer or animal feed. Frijoles. In Mexican cooking, beans. Glissando. Glissando noun, PL glissandi or glissandos, music a continuous slide upward or downward between 2 notes. Gradualism. A policy or theory of gradual rather than sudden change. Gullah. PL same or gullahs, one a member of a black people living on the coast of South Carolina and nearby islands. 2. The Creole language of the Gullah, having an English base with West African elements. Origin perhaps a shortening of Angola. Haunch. 1. The buttock and thigh of a human or animal. 2. The leg and loin of an animal, as food. Origin Old French hanche. Herbage. Herbaceous plants, especially grass used for grazing. Herpetology. The branch of zoology concerned with reptiles and amphibians. Immoderate. Not sensible or restrained, excessive. Industrialism. A social or economic system based on manufacturing industries. Inrush. A sudden inward rush or flow. Derivatives inrush ing adjective and noun. Kohlrabi. PL kohlrabis, a variety of cabbage with an edible turnip-like stem. Leavings. Leavings plural noun things that have been left as worthless. Level-headed. Calm and sensible. Synonyms: sensible, practical, realistic, prudent, pragmatic, reasonable, rational, mature, sound, sober, businesslike, no nonsense, having your feet on the ground, informal, unflappable, together. Antonyms: excitable. Lovebird. 1. A very small African or Madagascan parrot that shows affection for its mate. 2. Lovebirds, informal and openly affectionate couple. Lovebite noun: a hickey. Love child noun: a child born to parents who are not married to each other. Love handles: love handles plural noun: informal excess fat at a person's waistline. Malodorous. Smelling very unpleasant. Marabou. 1. An African stork with a massive bill and large neck pouch. 2. Down feathers from the marabou used as trimming for hats or clothing. Origin French, from Arabic, holy man. Mifepristone. A synthetic steroid that inhibits the action of progesterone, given orally in early pregnancy to induce abortion. Motor mouth. Informal: a person who talks rapidly and continuously. Motor neuron disease noun: a disease in which the nerve cells carrying messages to the muscles from the brain gradually deteriorate, causing muscle loss and eventual death. Motor pool noun: a group of vehicles maintained by the government or military for use by personnel. Motor racing noun: the sport of racing in specially developed fast cars. Motor vehicle noun: a road vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine. Owlet. A young or small owl. Pantograph. 1. An instrument for copying a plan or drawing on a different scale by a system of hinged and jointed rods. 2. A jointed framework conveying a current to an electric train or trolley car from overhead wires. Parlous. Old use or humorous: dangerously uncertain, precarious, the parlous state of the economy. Philosophize. Talk about serious issues, especially in a boring or pompous way. Plink. Noun: a short, sharp, metallic ringing sound. Pocked. Having pockmarks. Preoccupy. Preoccupies, preoccupying, preoccupied, fill someone's mind completely, so that they ignore everything else. Her mother was preoccupied with paying the bills. As ADJ preoccupied, she seemed a bit preoccupied. Synonyms: as ADJ, preoccupied, lost in thought, deep in thought, oblivious, pensive, distracted, absorbed, engrossed, involved, wrapped up, concerned. preponderant, greater in number or importance. Purgative, having a strong laxative effect. Noun, a laxative. Reticulation, a pattern or arrangement of interlacing lines resembling a net. Roil, one, make a liquid muddy by disturbing the sediment. 2, of a liquid, move in a turbulent way. Sapwood, a slow, stately Spanish dance in triple time. Scrappy, a disease of sheep involving the central nervous system, in which the animals suffer from a lack of coordination. Shakeout, informal, an upheaval or reorganization of a business, market, or organization due to competition and typically involving streamlining and layoffs. Shinty, a Scottish game resembling field hockey. Slipcover, one, a detachable fitted cover for a chair or sofa. 2, a jacket for a book. Slipknot, noun, a knot that can be undone by a pull, or that can slide along the rope on which it is tied. Spectate, watch an event, be a spectator. Splutter, for make a series of short explosive spitting or choking sounds. To say something in a rapid and unclear way. Noun, a spluttering sound. Derivative, splutter, noun. Stat, let it stand, used as an instruction on a printed proof to ignore a correction. Unclench, release a clenched part of the body. Uncialism, noun, the U.S. or its federal government, often shown as a man with a tall hat and a white beard. Uncork, pull the cork out of a bottle. Undulate, one, move with a smooth wave-like motion. 2, have a wavy form or outline. Unrehearsed, not rehearsed. Unrepeatable, one, not able to be repeated. 2, too offensive or shocking to be said again. Weathervane, weathervane, noun, a revolving pointer that shows the direction of the wind. Whirligig, for an object, especially a toy, that spins around, e.g., a top or pinwheel. 2, a process or activity characterized by constant change or hectic activity. 3, chiefly Brit, another term for merry-go-round. 4, also whirligig beetle, a small black water beetle that typically swims rapidly in circles on the surface. Wineglass, wineglass, noun, a glass with a stem and foot, used for drinking wine. XQ, XQ, noun, revels, lively and noisy celebrations. Synonyms: celebration, festivity, jollification, merrymaking, party, informal rave, shindig, blast, bash. 1117 wingding. Yak, and verb variant spelling of yak. Abjure, formal swear to give up a belief or claim. Avuncular, of a man, friendly and kind toward a younger person. Bedpan, bedpan, noun, a container used as a toilet by a bedridden patient. Bouffant, of hair, styled so as to. Synonyms: flask, carafe, decanter, pitcher, flagon, stand out from the head in a rounded shape. Noun: a percep, comnio, Vic Bouffant hairstyle. Verb 1, put liquid in bottles. 2, bottle something up, origin French, swelling, PSS or anide 1 5 techies, bougain de loué. Also synonyms: bottle something up, don't bottle up bougainvillea, noun a tropical climbing plant with your emotions suppress, repress, restrain, hold in, brightly colored modified leaves, bracts, surrounding smother, contain, conceal, hide, informal keep a lid on. The flow. Bricolage. In art or literature, the creation of something from a diverse range of available things. Origin French. Cattail. A tall, reed-like marsh plant with strap-like leaves and a dark brown, velvety cylindrical head of numerous tiny flowers. Churchgoer. A person who attends church services regularly. Churchman or churchwoman, noun, pl, churchman or churchwoman, a member of the Christian clergy or of a church. Church of England, noun, the English branch of the Western Christian Church, which has the king or queen as its head. Church of Scotland, noun, the national, Presbyterian, Christian church in Scotland. Clambake. An outdoor social gathering at which clams and other seafood are baked or steamed. Clamber p-verb climb or move in an awkward and laborious way, Saul clambered into the back of the truck. Noun an act of clambering. Coeval. Having the same age or date of origin, contemporary. Noun a person of roughly the same age as oneself, a contemporary. Coextensive. Formal extending over the same area, extent, or time, we are not separate from but coextensive with nature. 235 Cognizance. Cookhouse. A building used for cooking, especially on a ranch or military camp. Coverlet. A bedspread. Deify. Deifies, deifying, deified, worship or treat someone as a god. Diaconate. 1. In the Christian Church, the position of deacon. 2. A group of deacons. Eatable. Fit to be eaten as food. Noun, eatables, items of food. Emolument. Formal a salary, fee, or benefit from employment. Encomium. Encomium noun, p. Encomiums or encomia, formal a speech or piece of writing praising someone or something. Firewater. Humorous or dated strong alcohol. Forelimb. Either of the front limbs of an animal. Gabardine. A smooth, hard-wearing worsted or cotton cloth, used especially for making raincoats. Gesundheit. Used to wish good health to someone who has just sneezed. Gumdrop. A firm, jelly-like candy. Gummi p adjective, gummier, gummiest, sticky. Gummi. P adjective, gummier, gummiest, toothless, a gummy grin. Helpful. One giving or ready to give help. Too useful. Synonyms for obliging, of assistance, supportive, accommodating, cooperative, neighborly, eager to please. Too useful, beneficial, valuable, constructive, informative, instructive. 3 handy, useful, convenient, practical, easy to use, serviceable, informal, neat, nifty. Antonyms useless. Hierophant. A person, especially a priest, who interprets sacred mysteries or other things that are very difficult to understand. Hireling. Hireling noun chiefly derogatory a person who is willing to undertake any kind of work provided that they are paid. Hobnob. Hobnobs, hobnobbing, hobnobbed, informal, spend time socially with rich or important people. Synonyms: associate, mix, fraternize, socialize, spend time, go around, mingle, consort, rub elbows, informal, hang around / out. Hooey. Hooey, noun, informal nonsense. Houseboy. A boy or man employed to undertake domestic duties. Housebreak, verb, past. Housebroke, past participle, housebroken, for train a pet to urinate and defecate outside the house or only in a special place. To informal or humorous, teach someone good manners or neatness. Housebreaking. Humongous. Variant spelling of humongous. Impetigo. A contagious skin infection forming spots and yellow crusty sores. Ingrain. Firmly fix or establish a habit, belief, or attitude in a person. Adjective, of a textile, composed of fibers that have been dyed different colors before being woven. Ingrained, also ingrained, adjective 1, of a habit or attitude, firmly established and hard to change. 2, of dirt, deeply embedded. Intertribal. Existing or occurring between different tribes. Kiddush. A Jewish ceremony of prayer and blessing over wine, performed at a meal preceding the Sabbath or a holy day. Lambada. A fast Brazilian dance that couples perform in close physical contact. Lodi. Lodis, in the Indian subcontinent, a long metal-bound bamboo stick used as a weapon, especially by police. Miscue. Miscues, miscuing or miscuing, miscued, in billiards, fail to cue the ball properly. Noun, an act of miscuing the ball. Moderato. And adjective, music at a moderate pace. Mutineer. A person who refuses to obey a person in authority. Mutinus, adjective tending to mutiny or be disobedient, rebellious. Synonyms: rebellious, insubordinate, subversive, seditious, insurgent, insurrectionary, disobedient, testive. Jus ly, adverb. Non-member. A person, group, or country that is not a member of a particular organization. Nurseryman. Dated a baby that is being breastfed. Palpitation. 1, throbbing or trembling. 2, palpitations, a noticeably rapid, strong, or irregular heartbeat. Pearlescent. Having a soft glow resembling that of mother-of-pearl. Pluperfect. Grammar, another term for past perfect. Proscribe. 1, officially forbid something. 2, criticize or condemn someone or something. 3, historical, outlaw someone. 1036 Prospect derivatives: pro, scriptine noun, pro, scriptive adjective. Quaff. Drink something heartily. Ravening. Raven ing adjective, especially of a wild animal, very hungry and searching for food. Raven sp adjective, very hungry. Equals derivatives: raven sly, adverb. Equals origin from Old French raviner, to ravage. Repot. Repots, repotting, repotted, put a plant in another pot. Repose, say adjective, of metalwork, hammered into relief from the reverse side. Retransmit. Retransmits, retransmitting, retransmitted, transmit data, a radio signal, or a broadcast again or onto another receiver. Retrench. Reduce costs or spending in response to economic difficulty. Rictus. A fixed grimace or grin. Derivatives rictal adjective. Rollerblade. Trademark a skate with wheels fixed in a single line. Verb skate using rollerblades. Sancerre. Sancerre noun a light white wine produced in Sancerre, in the Loire region of France. Seismometer. Another term for seismograph. Sheath. One put a knife or sword into a sheath. To cover in a close-fitting or protective covering, her legs were sheathed in black stockings. Similitude. The quality or state of being similar. Choose the right word. See likeness. Spermicide. A substance that kills sperm, used as a contraceptive. Spitball. Verb informal throw out a suggestion for discussion /m just spitballing a few ideas. Sulfurous. Containing or obtained from sulfur. Tapenade. A Provençal savory paste or dip made from black olives, capers, and anchovies. Tetchy. Tetchier, tetchiest, bad-tempered and irritable. Derivatives tetch, ILY adverb tetchiness noun. Thoroughgoing. One involving or dealing with every detail or aspect. To complete, absolute. Those plural of that. 1,359,000. Uncared. Uncared for, not looked after properly. Unreason. Unreason noun lack of reasonable thought, irrationality. Unseasonal. Especially of weather, unusual or inappropriate for the time of year. Unseasoned. Unserviceable. Not in working order, unfit for use. Wader. One a long-legged bird that feeds in shallow water, such as a sandpiper. 2. Waders, high waterproof boots, used by anglers. Washerwoman. Washer WOM and noun, PL washerwomen, a woman whose occupation is washing clothes. Amortize. Finance gradually pay off a debt. Antipasto. PL antipasti, an Italian appetizer, usually including an assortment of olives, cheeses, and meats. Equals origin from Italian anti before plus pasta food. Automatism. Action that does not involve conscious thought or intention. Bloodsucker. For an animal or insect that sucks blood. Too informal, a person who extorts money from other people. Derivatives bloodsuck ing adjective. Bloodsugar noun the concentration of glucose in the blood. Bootlicker. Informal, a person who tries to gain favor by servile behavior. Chamfer. Carpentry cut away a right-angled edge or corner to make a symmetrical sloping edge. Chorea. A disorder of the nervous system characterized by uncontrollable jerky movements. Coney. CO New York noun, PL conies, variant spelling of coney. Corbel. A projection jutting out from a wall to support a structure above it. Corm. The underground storage organ of plants such as crocuses, consisting of a swollen stem base covered with scale leaves. Debility. 91. Debilities, physical weakness. Depredation. An act that causes harm or damage, the protection of crops from the depredations of birds. Dianthus. Dianthuses, a flowering plant of a group that includes the pinks and carnations. Dogleg. Dogleg, noun, 1 a sharp bend in a road. 2 golf, a hole at which the player cannot aim directly at the green from the tee. 376 doldrums. Efflorescence. For literary, a very high stage of development, an efflorescence of art. 2 the crystallization of salts on a surface such as brick. Enteritis. Inflammation of the small intestine, usually accompanied by diarrhea. Fluorocarbon. A compound formed by replacing one or more of the hydrogen atoms in a hydrocarbon with fluorine atoms. Fluorocarbons are widely used in lubricants, cleaners, and aerosols. Fulminate. Protest strongly about something. Glamorize. Make something, especially something bad, seem attractive or desirable. Glitterati. Glitterati, plural noun, informal fashionable people involved in show business or other glamorous activity. Goatherd. A person who looks after goats. Godchild. 51. Godchildren, a person in relation to a godparent. Goddamn, also goddamn or goddamned, adjective, adverb, and noun, informal, used for emphasis, especially to express anger or frustration, as adj, this goddamn weather, as n, don't give a goddamn what you do. Hantavirus. One of several viruses, carried by rodents, that can cause disease in humans. Origin from Hantan, a river in Korea where the virus was first isolated. Hanukkah, also Hanukkah, noun, an 8-day Jewish festival of lights held in December, commemorating the rededication of the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. Heliosphere. The region of space, including the solar system, in which the solar wind has a significant influence. Herbed. Herbed, adjective, cooked or flavored with herbs. Indissoluble. Unable to be destroyed, lasting. Inseminate. Introduce semen into the vagina of a woman or a female animal. Integument. A tough outer protective layer, especially of an animal or plant. Joyriding. Informal, the crime of stealing a vehicle and driving it in a fast and dangerous way. Hashtag Joyride and JoyriderN. Laburnum. Laburnum, noun, a small hardwood tree with hanging clusters of yellow flowers followed by pods of poisonous seeds. Listeriosis. Disease caused by infection with listeria, which can resemble influenza or meningitis and may cause miscarriage. Marketeer. One, a person who sells products or services in a market. 2, a person who is in favor of a particular system of trade, a free marketeer. Mattock. Mattock, noun, an agricultural tool similar to a pickaxe, but with one arm of the head curved like an adze and the other like a chisel edge. Micrograph. A photograph taken using a microscope. Miscible. Of liquids, capable of being mixed together. Moony. Moonier, mooniest, dreamy, especially as a result of being in love. Mortify. Mortifies, mortifying, mortified, 1 makes someone feel embarrassed or humiliated. 2 use self-discipline to control one's physical desires. 3 of flesh, become gangrenous. Nephrite. A pale green or white form of jade. Niggardly. Not generous, stingy, 1 was kept on a niggardly allowance. Obeah. A kind of magic or witchcraft practiced especially in the Caribbean. Oceangoing. Of a ship, designed to cross oceans. Outplacement. The action of helping workers who have been laid off find new employment. Overindulge. Overindulge verb 1 have too much of something enjoyable. 2 give in to someone's wishes too readily. Pen pal. A person with whom you form a friendship through exchanging letters. Pension. A regular payment made to retired people, widows, etc., either by the state or from an investment fund. PV. Pension someone off, dismiss someone from employment and pay them a pension. Synonyms: PN. Retirement, benefits, superannuation, social security, allowance, benefit, support, welfare. And pensionably adj pensioner n. Pepsin. The chief digestive enzyme in the stomach, which breaks down proteins. Peseta. Until the introduction of the euro in 2002, the basic unit of money of Spain. Pilaster. A rectangular column incorporated within and projecting slightly from a wall. Piteous. Deserving or arousing pity, piteous cries. Probationer. For a person serving a period of probation in a job or role. To an offender on probation from detention or prison. Probation officer, noun, a person who supervises offenders on probation. Pulsate. 1 expand and contract with strong regular movements. 2 produce a regular throbbing sensation or sound. 3 as adj pulsating, very exciting, a pulsating semifinal. Derivatives: pulsation, noun. Reflection. Reflexion, noun, old-fashioned spelling of reflection. Regularize. 1 makes something regular. 2 place a temporary or provisional arrangement on an official or correct basis. Remonstrance. Remonstrance, noun, a strongly critical protest. Remonstrate. Make a strongly critical protest. Synonyms: protest, complain, object, take issue, argue, expostulate. Reoffend. Commit a further offense. Derivatives: reoffender, noun. Reredos. PL, same, an ornamental screen at the back of an altar in a church. Samizdat. Especially in the former Soviet Union, the secret copying and distribution of literature banned by the government. Sepal. Each of the leaf-like parts of a flower that surround the petals, enclosing them when the flower is in bud. Shavuot. A major Jewish festival held 50 days after the second day of Passover. Shinbone. Shinbone, noun, the tibia. Shortchange. Short circuit, 1 cause or suffer a short circuit. 2 shorten a process by using a more direct but irregular method. Sniffy. Sniffier, sniffiest, informal, scornful, Contemptuous. Stalactite. A tapering structure hanging from the roof of a cave, formed of calcium salts deposited by dripping water. Stoical. Enduring pain and hardship without showing one's feelings or complaining. Synonyms: long-suffering, uncomplaining, patient, forbearing, accepting, tolerant, resigned, phlegmatic, philosophical. Antonyms: complaining, intolerant. Stollen. A rich German fruit and nut cake. Straitjacket. Straitjacket. Noun variant spelling of straitjacket. Supercool. Chemistry cool, a liquid below its freezing point without solidification or crystallization. Televisual. Televisual, adjective relating to or suitable for television. Timorous. Lacking in courage or confidence, nervous. Unserious. Not serious, light-hearted. Warm-hearted. Sympathetic and kind. Warmonger, noun, a person who tries to bring about war. Waybill. A list of passengers or goods being carried on a vehicle. Wetback. Informal, derogatory, a Mexican living in the U.S., especially one who is an illegal immigrant. Withy. Withy, noun, withies, a tough flexible willow branch, used for tying things or making baskets. Writerly. One relating to or characteristic of a professional author. Too deliberately literary in style. Writer's block, noun, the condition of being unable to think of what to write or how to proceed with writing. Writer's cramp, noun, pain or stiffness in the hand caused by writing for a long time. Abaft. And preposition nautical, in or behind the stern of a ship. Air freight. The carriage of goods by aircraft. Air freshener, noun, a scented substance or device for disguising unpleasant smells in a room, automobile, etc. Air gun, noun, one, a gun that uses compressed air to fire pellets. To a tool using very hot air to stir paint. Anglosphere. The group of countries where English is the main native language. Arabism. For Arab culture or identity. To an Arabic word or phrase. Derivatives: Arab, ist, noun and adjective. Arboriculture. The cultivation of trees and shrubs, arbor, etc. Noun, British spelling of arger, etc. Banquette. An upholstered bench along a wall. Origin French. Birder. Birder, noun, informal, a birdwatcher. Blood-curdling. Horrifying, extremely frightening. Blood feud, noun, a lengthy conflict between families involving a cycle of revenge killings. Blood group, noun, any of the various types into which human blood is classified for medical purposes. Cannonade. A period of continuous heavy gunfire. Cognomen. 1. A name or nickname. 2. In ancient Rome, an extra name given to a citizen, functioning rather like a nickname and often passed down from father to son. Conoscenti. People who are well informed about a particular subject. Colobus. Same, a slender African monkey with silky fur. Origin from Greek kolobos, curtailed, with reference to its shortened thumbs. Countermand. Cancel an order. Countertenor. The highest male adult singing voice. Dolerite. A dark igneous rock. Origin from Greek dolros, deceptive, because it resembles diorite. Ecru. A light cream or beige color. Electromotive. Tending to produce an electric current, electromotive force, noun, a difference in potential that tends to give rise to an electric current. Engross. Involve or occupy someone completely, the notes totally engrossed him. Synonyms: absorb, engage, involve, interest, occupy, preoccupy, rivet, grip, fascinate, captivate, enthrall. Epididymis. Epididymides, a highly convoluted duct behind the testis, along which sperm passes to the vas deferens. Derivatives: epidydymel, adjective. Even-handed. Fair and impartial. Exult. Show or feel triumphant elation. Floriculture. The growing of flowers. Housefly. Houseflies, a common small fly often found in and around houses. Hydrus. Containing water. Ichthyology. The branch of zoology concerned with fish. Interline. Interline verb, put an extra lining in a garment or curtain. Intoxicant. A substance that causes someone to lose their self-control. Leonine. Leonine, adjective relating to or resembling a lion or lions. Louche. Having a bad reputation but still attractive, a louche rock star. Malocclusion. Malocclusion, noun, imperfect positioning of the teeth when the jaws are closed. Marcasite. One, a semi-precious stone consisting of iron pyrites. Two, a piece of polished metal cut as agium. Mimeograph. A duplicating machine that produces copies from a stencil, now superseded by the photocopier. Misinform. Give someone false or inaccurate information. Occlude. Technical: one, close up or block an opening or passage. Two, of a tooth, come into contact with another in the opposite jaw. Opt-out. Opt-out, noun, an instance of choosing not to participate in something, opt-outs from key parts of the treaty. 905 Orange Roughy. Ostler. Hostler. Pachyderm. A very large mammal with thick skin, especially an elephant, rhinoceros, or hippopotamus. Palmistry. The supposed interpretation of a person's character or prediction of their future by examining their hand. Pamphleteer. A person who writes pamphlets, especially ones that deal with political issues. Percheron. Percheron, noun, a powerful breed of gray or black horse, used for pulling loads. Origin French, the animal was originally bred in Perchy in northern France. Perquisite. Formula: benefit or right enjoyed as a result of one's job or position. Petroglyph. A rock carving. Piecework. Work paid for according to the amount produced. Pie chart, noun, a diagram in which a circle is divided into sectors that each represent a proportion of the whole. Pyridoxine. Vitamin B, a compound present chiefly in cereals, liver oils, and yeast. Recessional. A hymn sung while the clergy and choir withdraw after a service. Recessive p adjective, of a gene, appearing in offspring only if a contrary gene is not also inherited. Compare with dominant. Recondition. 1. Condition something again. 2. Overhaul or repair an engine or other piece of equipment. Revengeful. Eager for revenge. Sagacious. Having or showing good judgment, wise. Sauternes. A sweet white wine from Sauternes in the Bordeaux region of France. Sausignan, also Sauvignon Blanc, noun a white wine made from the Sauvignon variety of grape. Scattergun. A shotgun. Adjective, another term for scattershot. Scattering, also scatter, noun a small amount or number of things spread over an area, a scattering of chairs and tables on the sidewalk. Scattershot p adjective, also scattergun, covering a broad range in an unsystematic way, the scattershot approach to selecting material. Scuzzy. Scuzzier, scuzziest, informal, disgustingly dirty or unpleasant. Scythe. Snood. For an ornamental hairnet or pouch worn over the hair at the back of a woman's head. 2. A wide ring of knitted material worn as a hood or scarf. Sama. P. Somalis, 1. A person from Somalia. 2. A member of a mainly Muslim people of Somalia. 3. The language of the Somali. P. Adjective relating to Somalia. Stickleback. A small freshwater or coastal fish with sharp spines along its back. Strongbox. Strongbox, noun a small lockable metal box in which valuables may be kept. Stronghold. Tarantella. A rapid whirling dance originating in southern Italy. Origin Italian. Thermosphere. The upper region of the atmosphere above the mesosphere. Trapezium. Trapezium, noun, pl trapezia or trapeziums, geometry 1. A quadrilateral with no sides parallel. 2. British term for trapezoid, sense 1. Trotskyism. The political or economic principles of the Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky, especially the theory that socialism should be established throughout the world by continuing revolution. Derivatives: Trotskyist, noun and adjective, Trotskyite, noun and adjective, derogatory. Unclouded. 1. Of the sky, not dark or overcast. 2. Not troubled or spoiled by anything. Unconfined. 1. Not confined to a limited space. 2. Of joy or excitement, very great. Unfitting. Unsuitable or unbecoming. Ungentlemanly. Of a man's behavior, not well-mannered or pleasant. Unladen. Not carrying a load. Unlady at adjective, not appropriate for or behaving like a well-bred woman. Unlamented p adjective, not mourned or regretted. Unshackle. Release someone from shackles or other restraints. Unshackably, also unshakable, adjective, of a belief, feeling, etc., firm and unable to be changed or disputed. Unstinting. Given or giving without restraint. Derivatives: unstinted adjective, unstint ingly adverb. Unstudied. Not forced or artificial, natural. Whippersnapper. Whippersnapper noun dated informal, a young and inexperienced person who is disrespectful or overconfident. Abashed. Embarrassed or ashamed. Acclimatize. Adapt to a new climate or new conditions. Synonyms: adjust, adapt, acclimate, get used, familiarize oneself, find one's feet, get one's bearings. Aconite. One, a poisonous plant with pink or purple flowers. 2. Also winter aconite, a small spring flowering plant with yellow flowers. Ague. Old use, malaria or another illness involving fever and shivering. Aphelion. Aphelion noun, pl aphelia, the point in the orbit of a planet, asteroid, or comet at which it is farthest from the Sun. The opposite of perihelion. Attractant. A substance that attracts something. Aurochs. OL. Same, a large extinct European wild ox. Bareboat. Of a boat or ship, hired without a crew. Boricua. Boricua noun informal, a Puerto Rican, especially one living in the U.S. Can-can. A lively, high-kicking stage dance originating in 19th century Parisian music halls. Cance. 1. The quality of being significant, importance. 2. The meaning of something, he took in the full significance of Peter's remarks. Synonyms: importance, import, consequence, seriousness, gravity, weight, magnitude. Origin: Latin significantia, from significare indicate. Chickweed. A small white-flowered plant, often growing as a garden weed. Childproof. Designed to prevent children from injuring themselves or doing damage. Children plural of CUI. Choleric. Bad-tempered or irritable. Chrism. A consecrated oil used for anointing in rites such as baptism in the Catholic, Orthodox, and Anglican churches. Cicerone. P.L. Cicerone Pernunc. Same, a guide who gives information to sightseers. Cinephile. A movie enthusiast. Codger. Codger noun informal, derogatory, an elderly man. Codpiece. In the 15th and 16th centuries, a pouch covering the genitals, attached to a pair of man's breeches. Cyclopean. For relating to or resembling a cyclops. 2. Made with massive irregular stone blocks, cyclopean walls. Cyclopedia, also cyclopedia, noun, in book titles and encyclopedia. Denature. For alter the natural qualities of, the scrambler denatured her voice. 2. Make alcohol unfit for drinking by adding poisonous or foul-tasting substances. Derivatives: denaturtine noun. Diopter. Diopter noun, a unit of refractive power, equal to the reciprocal of the focal length, in meters, of a given lens. Disembowel. Disembowels, disemboweling, disemboweled, cut open and remove the internal organs of someone or something. Derivatives: disembowelment noun. Doggerel. Badly written poetry, often intended to be amusing. Duckweed. A tiny flowering plant that floats in large quantities on still water. Dunlin. PL Seymour Dunlins, a sandpiper with a down-curved bill and reddish-brown upper parts. Electrocardiography. Electrocardiography, noun the measurement and recording of activity in the heart using electrodes placed on the skin. Amend. Correct and revise written material. Expectorant. Expectorant, noun a medicine that helps to bring up phlegm from the air passages, used to treat coughs. Filariasis. A disease caused by infestation with parasitic worms, transmitted by biting flies and mosquitoes in the tropics. Fluster. Often as adj flustered, make someone agitated or confused. Noun a flustered state. Footrest. A support for the feet, used when sitting. Forelock. A lock of hair growing just above the forehead. Foreman or forewoman, noun, PL foreman or forewomen, one a worker who supervises other workers. 2. In a court of law, a leader of a jury, who speaks on its behalf. Forint. The basic unit of money of Hungary. Gamble. Gambles, gambling, gambled, run or jump about playfully. Noun an act of gambling. Gentrify. Gentrifies, gentrifying, gentrified, renovate or improve a house or district so that it is in keeping with middle-class taste. Glottis. The part of the larynx consisting of the vocal cords and the slit-like opening between them. Good time. Good time, adjective interested in pleasure more than anything else. Guillemot. An auk with a narrow pointed bill, nesting on cliff ledges. Henpecked. Of a man, continually nagged or criticized by his wife. Interlinear. Interlinear, adjective written between the lines of another piece of writing. Kleptomania. A recurrent urge to steal things. Lovage. A large white-flowered plant used as an herb in cooking. Lowlight. Lowlight, noun 4, lowlights, darker dyed streaks in the hair. Too informal, a disappointing or dull event or feature. Merrymaking. Lively celebration and fun. Mesdames, plural of madam. Mesdemoiselles, plural of mademoiselle. Middlebrow. Noun the social group made up of business and professional people, between the upper and working classes. Midly distance, noun 1 the part of a real or painted landscape between the foreground and the background. 2 athletics, a race distance between 800 and 5,000 meters. Midly ear, noun the air-filled central cavity of the ear, behind the eardrum. Middle East, noun an area of SW Asia and Northern Africa, stretching from the Mediterranean to Pakistan, in particular Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. Moviegoer. A person who goes to the movies, especially regularly. Non-smoker. A person who does not smoke tobacco. Non-uniform. Not uniform or regular, varying. Notepaper. Paper for writing letters on. Note perfect, p adjective, of a musical performance or performer, technically perfect. Ostracize. Exclude someone from a society or group, refuse to meet or speak to someone. Synonyms: exclude, shun, spurn, cold shoulder, reject, ignore, snub, blackball, blacklist. Informal freeze out. I derivatives ostracism noun. Pennyroyal. A small-leaved plant of the mint family, used in herbal medicine. Pfennig. P. Same or pfennigs, a former unit of money of Germany, equal to 1/100th of a mark. Pharmacopoeia. A book containing a list of medicinal drugs with directions for their use. 2. A stock of medicinal drugs. Photomontage. A picture consisting of a number of separate photographs placed together or overlapping. Plutocrat. Often derogatory, a person who is powerful because they are wealthy. Polyvalent. Having many different functions, forms, or aspects. Pol-Y6NYL chloride noun, full form of PDC. Pomelo. PL pomelos, a large citrus fruit similar to a grapefruit, with a thick yellow skin and bitter pulp. Origin unknown. Postern. POS turn noun, old, use a back or side entrance. Pottage. Old, use soup or stew. Prole. Prole noun, informal, derogatory, a working class person. Origin from proletariat. Quintillion. Quintillion verb, usually as adj, quilted, stitch padding between layers of fabric to form a quilt or item of clothing. Reprocess. Process something again or differently in order to reuse it. Reprove. Rebuke or reprimand someone. Rheum. Rheum noun, quietly literary, a watery fluid that collects in or drips from the nose or eyes. Shorthorn. A breed of cattle with short horns. Sickbay. A room or building in a school or on a ship that is set aside for sick people. Simpatico. Of a person, likable and easy to get along with, having or characterized by shared attributes or interests. Simper. Smile in a coy or affected way. Noun, a coy or affected smile. Skivvies. Trademark, an undershirt and underpants as a set, or just the underpants. Spoliation. 1. The action of destroying or ruining something. 2. The action of plundering a place. Stalagmite. A tapering column. Rising from the floor of a cave, formed of calcium salts deposited by dripping water. Sun-dried. Dried in the sun, as opposed to by artificial heat. Sun-dried. P. Adjective of various kinds. Synonyms: various, varied, miscellaneous, assorted, mixed, diverse, diversified, several, numerous, many, manifold, multifarious, for multitudinous, literary, diverse. Plural noun, sundries, various items not important enough to be mentioned individually. Origin: Old English, distinct, separate. Word toolkit, see diverse. Tandoor. A clay oven of a type used originally in northern India and Pakistan. Origin: Arabic. Triumphalism. Excessive rejoicing over one's own success or achievements. Unstained. Not stained. Untypical. Unusual or uncharacteristic. Derivatives: untypical, cal ly, adverb. Vervain. Vervain noun, a plant with small blue, white, or purple flowers, used in herbal medicine. Victimology. OL, victimologies, the study of the victims of crime and the psychological effects on them. Volute. A decorative scroll shape typically found at the tops of columns in Ionic architecture. Welkin. Adverb, better, best, 1 in a good or satisfactory way. 2 in a favorable or approving way. 3 in a thorough way, add the mustard and mix well. 4 to a great extent or degree, very much. 5 in prosperity or comfort. 6 Brit. Informal very, extremely, he was well out of order. 7 very probably. 8 without difficulty. 9 with good reason, what, you may well ask, are they doing here? 10 old use at a good time, luckily, hey fellow, well met. Synonyms: 1 he behaves well, satisfactorily, nicely, correctly, properly, fittingly, suitably, appropriately. 2 he plays the piano well, skillfully, ably, calm. Ytterbium. Ytterbium, noun, a silvery white metallic chemical element. Afterimage. Afterimage, noun, an impression of a vivid sensation, especially a visual image, retained after the stimulus has ceased. Agrochemical. A chemical used in agriculture. Apposition. For chiefly technical, the positioning of things next to each other. 2 grammar, a relationship in which a word or phrase is placed next to another in order to qualify or explain it, e.g., my friend Sue. Asphyxiate. 1 kill someone by depriving them of oxygen. 2 die as a result of a lack of oxygen. Babyish. Childish and immature. Synonyms: childish, infantile, juvenile, puerile, immature. Antonyms: mature. Beriberi. A disease causing inflammation of the nerves and heart failure, due to a deficiency of vitamin B. Brachiopod. An invertebrate sea creature with 2 hinged shells and tentacles used for filter feeding. Bushed. Informal, exhausted. Castellated. Having battlements. Catnap. A short sleep during the day. Verb, catnaps, catnapping, catnapped, have a catnap. Ceremonious. Ceremonious, adjective relating or appropriate to grand and formal occasions. Chanterelle. An edible woodland mushroom with a yellow funnel-shaped cap. Chimera. Chimere, noun, variant spelling of chimera. Chintzy. Chintzier, chintziest, 1 decorated with or resembling chintz. 2 decorated in a colorful but gaudy and tasteless way, a chintzy little hotel. Cold-blooded. 1 of animals, e.g., reptiles and fish, having a body whose temperature varies with that of the environment. 2 without emotion or pity. Derivatives: cold-blooded, ly, adverb. Curettage. The use of a curette, especially to scrape material from the lining of the uterus. Origin French. Dactyl. Poetry, a metrical foot consisting of 1 stressed syllable followed by 2 unstressed syllables. Deafen. 1 makes someone deaf. 2 as adj, deafening, extremely loud. Synonyms: as adj, deafening, the deafening noise from the construction site, ear-splitting, thunderous. Crashing, uproarious, almighty, booming. Antonyms: low, soft. Demur. demurs, demurring, demurred, raise objections or show reluctance. Disgorge. 1. Pour out, discharge, a bus disgorged a load of tourists. 2. Vomit food. Dishy. Dishier, dishiest, informal, chiefly Brit. Sexually attractive. Dumbwaiter. A small elevator for carrying food and dishes between floors. Dum-dum, also dum-dum bullet, noun a kind of soft-nosed bullet that expands on impact. Externalize. 1. Express a thought or feeling in words or actions. 2. Give external existence or physical form to something. Federate. Of a number of states or organizations, unite on a federal basis. Fluting. For a sound reminiscent of that of a flute, the silvery fluting of a blackbird. 2. A groove or set of grooves forming a surface decoration. Gametophyte. Botany, the sexual form of a plant in the alternation of generations. Game warden, noun a person, often a government employee, who oversees hunting and wildlife in a particular area. Glassblowing. The craft of making glassware by blowing semi-molten glass through a long tube. Gnomic. Clever but often difficult to understand, Gnosis/noun knowledge of spiritual mysteries. Godwit. A large long-legged wading bird with a long bill. Homogenize. 1. Treat milk so that the particles of fat are broken down and the cream does not separate. 2. Make different things more similar or uniform. Derivatives homogenize noun homogenizer noun. Hypomania. A mild form of mania, marked by elation and hyperactivity. Icelander. A person from Iceland. Slim, supple, and graceful. Synonyms: agile, graceful, supple, flexible, lissom, loose-limbed, nimble. Antonyms: clumsy. Synonyms: PV. 1. Pay attention, be attentive, attend, concentrate, keep your ears open, prick up your ears, informal, be all ears. 2. Heed, take heed of, take notice, account. GW Lease tenor N. Juneteenth. A festival held annually on June 19 by some African Americans to commemorate emancipation from slavery in Texas on that day in 1865. Knickerbockers. Short loose-fitting trousers gathered in at or just below the knee. Lead up. Lead up, noun an event or sequence that leads up to something else. Louver. Each of a set of slanting slats fixed at intervals in a door, shutter, etc., to allow air or light through. Lovably, or lovable, adjective easy to love or feel affection for. Synonyms: adorable, dear, sweet, cute, charming, lovely, likable, engaging, endearing, winning, winsome. Antonyms: hateful, loathsome. Mesosphere. The region of the Earth's atmosphere above the stratosphere and below the thermosphere. Microgram. 1/millionth of a gram. Monarchism. Support for the principle that a monarch should rule a country. Mugwort. A plant with aromatic leaves that are dark green above and whitish below. Neckwear. Ties, scarves, and other items worn around the neck. Nightstick. A police officer's club or billy. Non-believer. A person who does not believe in something, especially one who has no religious faith. Non-starter. One, a person or animal that fails to take part in a race. Too informal, something that has no chance of succeeding. Open-minded. Willing to consider new ideas. Synonyms: unbiased, unprejudiced, neutral, objective, disinterested, tolerant, liberal, permissive, broad-minded. Antonyms: prejudiced, narrow-minded. Ostinato. Pi. Ostinatos or ostinati, a continually repeated musical phrase or rhythm. Origin from Italian, obstinate ostler, also hostler, noun historical aman employed at an inn to look after customers' horses. Paramecium. Paramecium noun, pl. paramecia, a single-celled freshwater animal that has a slipper-like shape. Parturition. Formal or technical, the action of giving birth, childbirth. Pelargonium. A garden plant with red, pink, or white flowers. Origin Latin. Percept. Percept noun, philosophy, an object of perception, something that is perceived. Piddle. Informal for urinate. 2. Piddle around, piddling / also piddly, adjective, informal, ridiculously small or unimportant. Synonyms: trivial, trifling, petty, meager, inadequate, insufficient, paltry, derisory, pitiful, miserable, puny, niggardly, mere, tiny, insignificant, unimportant, inconsequential, informal, measly, pathetic, piffling, nickel-and-dime, mingy. Pipsqueak. Informal and insignificant person. Pointillism. Pointillism noun, a technique of neo-impressionist painting using tiny dots of various pure colors, which become blended in the viewer's eye. Polysyllabic. Having more than one syllable. Psychobabble. Informal, derogatory jargon used in popular psychology. Pusillanimous. Timid or cowardly. Caterfoil. An ornamental design of 4 lobes or leaves, resembling a clover leaf. Respire. 1. Breathe. 2. Of a plant, carry out the process of respiration. Roundhead. Roundhead noun, historical, a member or supporter of the parliamentary party in the English Civil War. Sailcloth. 1. Canvas or other strong fabric used for making sails. 2. A similar strong fabric used for making clothes. Sawfly. PL. Sawflies, an insect related to the wasps, with a saw-like tube used in laying eggs in plant tissue. Septet. A group of 7 people playing music or singing together. Serialize. 1. Publish or broadcast a story or play in regular installments. 2. Arrange something in a series. Sidelong. And adverb, especially of a look, to or from one side, sideways. Stratify. Stratifies, stratifying, stratified, usually as adj stratified, 1. Form or arrange something into strata, layers, or levels. 2. Arrange or classify someone or something. Equals derivative stratification noun. Sunup. Sunrise. Swap. Swap verb and noun, British variant spelling of swap. Unbuckle. Unfasten the buckle of a belt, shoe, etc. Uncleared. 1. Of land, not cleared of vegetation. 2. Of a check, not having passed through a clearinghouse and been paid into a person's account. 1417 Uncomplaining. Unprepossessing. Unprepossessing adjective not attractive or appealing in appearance. Unwatched. Not watched. Zebu. A breed of domesticated ox with a humped back. Alembic. A container with a long, downward-sloping spout leading from the top, formerly used in distilling. Arraign. Arraign verb call someone before a court to answer a criminal charge. Derivatives arraignment noun. Battlement. A parapet at the top of a wall with gaps for firing from, forming part of a bat 10 * noun a long wooden or metal strip for fortification. Strengthening or securing something. P-verb strengthen derivatives battlement at adjective. Or fasten something with battens. Origin from Old French batailler fortify with, phrases batten down the hatches for secure ships, UAE sleeze tarpaulins. To prepare for a difficult situation. Battleship noun a heavily armored. Berberis. A spiny shrub with yellow flowers and red berries. Blowfly. 1. Blowflies, a bluebottle or similar large fly that lays its eggs on meat and carcasses. Brownout. A member of a Nazi military force founded by Hitler in 1921 and suppressed in 1934, with brown uniforms. Brown, stone noun 1 a kind of reddish-brown sandstone used for building. 2 a building faced 156 brush with this kind of sandstone. Brown sugar noun unrefined or partially refined sugar. Brown trout noun, ol. Same, the common trout of European lakes and rivers, typically with dark spotted skin. Bruneian. A person from the Sultanate of Brunei. Adjective relating to Brunei. Brunetti, also brunette, noun a woman or girl with dark brown hair. Brushstroke. A mark made by a paintbrush drawn across a surface. Bullfinch. A Eurasian finch with mainly gray and black plumage, the male having a pink breast. Butterfat. The natural fat contained in milk and dairy products. Campanula. Another term for bellflower. Capriccio. Capriccio noun, pl capriccios, 1 a lively piece of music, typically one that is short and free in form. 2 a painting or other work of art representing a fantasy or a mixture of real and imaginary features. Origin from Italian, literally head with the hair standing on end. Origin Latin Capricornus. Compline. In the Roman Catholic and High Anglican Church, an evening service traditionally said before retiring for the night. Creditworthy. Considered suitable to receive financial credit. Cyberstalking. The repeated use of electronic communications to harass or frighten someone, for example by sending threatening emails. Daybed. A couch that can be made into a bed. Deck chair. A folding chair with a wooden frame and a canvas seat. Deglaze. Add liquid to the cooking juices and meat sediments in a pan to make a gravy or sauce. Derisory. One ridiculously small or inadequate, a derisory pay rise. 2 expressing derision, derisive. Dewdrop. A drop of dew. Dewy y decimal class SIFICATION noun, a decimal system of library classification that uses a three-figure code from 000 to 999 to represent the major branches of knowledge. Slash. Ditz. Informal, a scatterbrained person. Ditzy y, also ditzy, adjective, informal, silly or scatterbrained. Derivatives, ditziness noun. Dungeon. The strongest or central tower of a castle. Easterner. A person from the east of a region or country. Eastern Time P noun, the standard time in a zone including the eastern states of the US and parts of Canada. 401 Eatery. Endoskeleton. An internal skeleton, such as that of vertebrates. Fervid. Intensely or excessively enthusiastic. Firkin. Chiefly historical, a small cask used chiefly for liquids, butter, or fish. Flitter. Move quickly here and there. Fraternize. Usually fraternize with, be on friendly terms, especially with someone whom one is not supposed to be friendly with. Gate crash. Gate crash, verb, enter a party without an invitation or ticket. Godparent. A person who presents a child at baptism and promises to take responsibility for their religious education. Grenadian. A person from the Caribbean country of Grenada. P adjective relating to Grenada. Grosgrain. Grosgrain noun, a heavy ribbed fabric, typically of silk or rayon. Hasp. Hasp noun, a hinged metal plate that forms part of a fastening for a door or lid and is fitted over a metal loop and secured by a pin or padlock. Hebraic. Relating to Hebrew or the Hebrew people. Hidebound. Unwilling to give up old-fashioned ideas in favor of new ways of thinking. Horology. Horology y noun, one, the study and measurement of time. To the art of making clocks and watches. 624 horse derivatives. Horological adjective, horologist noun. Hospitalize. Admit someone to a hospital for treatment. Humdinger. Humdinger noun, informal, a remarkable or outstanding person or thing. Impolitic. Not wise or prudent. Indisposition. Indisposition noun, a slight illness. Jodhpurs. Trousers worn for horse riding that are close-fitting below the knee. Knockabout. Of comedy, rough and slapstick. Knockdown. P adjective, for informal, of a price, very low. 2. Of furniture, easily dismantled. Kukri. OL. Kukris, a curved knife that broadens toward the point, used by Gurkhas. Lamella. PL lamellae, technical, a thin layer, membrane, or plate of tissue, especially in bone. Liadin. An introduction to something. Liquefy. Variant spelling of liquefy. Lubber. A lubricant. Verb, lubricate something. Merganser. A fish-eating diving duck with a long, thin, jagged, and hooked bill. Origin from Latin mergus, diver, plus answer goose. Mini dress. A very short dress. Mucilage. 1. A thick bodily fluid. 2. A thick or sticky solution extracted from plants, used in medicines and adhesives. Naiad. In classical mythology, a water nymph. Neptunium. A rare radioactive metallic element produced from uranium. Overfill. Put more into a container than there is room for. Overinflated. 1. Of a price or value, excessive. 2. Exaggerated, overinflated claims. 3. Filled with too much air. Oversexed. Having unusually strong sexual desires. Porker. 1. A young pig raised and fattened for food. 2. Informal, derogatory, a fat person. Pork pie hat. Noun, a hat with a flat crown and a brim turned up all around. Pork-y. Informal adjective, porkier, porkiest, fat. Noun, p. Porkies, also porky pie, Brit. Rhyming slang, a lie. Porn, also porno, informal noun, pornography. Adjective, pornographic. Pornograph, ICP, adjective designed to cause sexual excitement. Synonyms: pornographic magazines, obscene, indecent, dirty, smutty, filthy, erotic, titillating, sexy, risque, X-rated, adult. Puffball. A fungus that produces a large round fruiting body that bursts when ripe to release a cloud of spores. Rambutan. The red, plum-sized fruit of a tropical tree, with soft spines and a slightly sour taste. Redcap. 1. A railroad porter. 2. Brit. Informal, a member of the military police. Red card. Noun, especially in soccer, a red card shown by the referee to a player being sent off the field. Red carpet. Noun, a long, narrow red carpet for an important visitor to walk along. Red cell. Noun, just technical term for erythrocyte. Re-enlist. Enlist again in the armed forces. Reticule. Chiefly historical, a woman's small handbag, closed with a drawstring. Retune. Tune, a radio, musical instrument, etc., again or differently. Rubato. P. Rubatos or rubati, music, temporary disregard for strict tempo to allow an expressive quickening or slackening. Scrap heap. A pile of things that have been thrown away as rubbish. Phrases on the scrap heap rejected as no longer wanted or useful. Sophisticate. Sophisticate. Noun, a person having experience and taste in matters of fashion and culture. Verb, make someone or something more sophisticated. Equals origin Latin sophisticare, tamper with. Studly. Studlier, studliest, informal, of a man, sexually attractive in a strongly masculine way. Origin from stud? Superordinate. A thing that represents a higher order or category within a system of classification. Systole. The phase of the heartbeat when the heart muscle contracts and pumps blood into the arteries. Often contrasted with diastole. Tantalize. Torment or tease someone by showing or promising them something that they cannot have. Synonyms: tease, torment, torture, tempt, entice, lure, beguile, excite, fascinate, titillate, intrigue. Tantalum derivatives: tantaliziation. Noun, tantal ing adjective. Origin from Tantalus in Greek mythology, who was punished by being provided with fruit and water that moved away when Ka reached for them. Thermic. Relating to heat. Therm.ionic adjective relating to the emission of electrons from substances heated to very high temperatures. Thermionic valve noun electronics a vacuum tube giving a flow of thermionic electrons in one direction, used in rectifying a current and in radio reception. Tostada. A Mexican deep-fried tortilla topped with a mixture of beans, ground meat, and vegetables. Unbridgeable. Of a gap or difference between people or opinions, not able to be closed or made less significant. Underplay. Represent something as being less important than it really is. Unhinge. Make someone mentally unbalanced. Unschooled. One lacking schooling or training. Two not affected, natural and spontaneous. Vacillate. Keep changing one's mind about something. Vinous. Of, resembling, or associated with wine. Vivarium. Adjective, especially of an examination, oral rather than written. Adverb orally rather than in writing. Wainscot. An area of wooden paneling on the lower part of the walls of a room. Wheedle. Use endearments or flattery to persuade someone to do something. Whereto. Old use or formal to which. Woodgrain. Of a surface or finish, imitating the grain pattern of wood. Acellular. Biology one not divided into or containing cells. Two consisting of one cell only. Adlib. Adlibs, adlibbing, adlibied, speak or perform in public without preparing beforehand. Adverb and adjective one spoken without previous preparation. Two as much and as often as required. The price includes meals and drinks. Ad lib noun an unprepared remark or speech. Origin abbreviation of Latin ad libitum according to pleasure. Admire ad litem adjective law acting in a lawsuit on behalf of people who cannot represent themselves. Angiosperm. A plant of a large group that have flowers and produce seeds enclosed in a carpel, including herbaceous plants, shrubs, grasses, and Anglo-Catholic most trees. Bedevil. Bedevils, bedeviling, bedeviled, cause continual trouble to, the devices were bedeviled by mechanical failures. Breadline. A line of people waiting to receive free food. Cauldron. Caldron noun variant spelling of cauldron. Cheerless. Gloomy and depressing. Synonyms gloomy, dreary, dull, dismal, bleak, drab, somber, dark, dim, dingy, funereal, austere, stark, unwelcoming, uninviting, depressing. Cockade. A rosette or knot of ribbons worn in a hat as a badge of office or as part of a livery. Copal. Resin from certain tropical trees, used to make varnish. Copybook. A book containing models of handwriting for learners to imitate. P adjective 276 cord blood exactly in accordance with established standards, a copybook landing. Cowrie. PL cowries, a sea mollusk having a glossy, domed shell with a long, narrow opening. Descant. An independent treble melody sung or played above a basic melody. Doublethink. The acceptance of conflicting opinions or beliefs at the same time. Factitious. Not genuine, made up. Finagle. Informal, obtain something in a dishonest or devious way. Floret. One of the small flowers making up a composite flower head. One of the flowering stems making up a head of cauliflower or broccoli. Forenoon. The morning. A forensic p adjective for relating to the use of scientific methods to investigate crime. Relating to courts of law. P noun, forensics, forensic tests or techniques. Frangible. Literary or technical, fragile, brittle. Gerbera. A tropical plant of the daisy family, with large brightly colored flowers. Grosbeak. A songbird with a stout conical bill and brightly colored plumage. Origin from French gros big, fat plus bec beak. Hang up. Hang up, noun, informal and emotional problem or inhibition. Synonyms: neurosis, phobia, preoccupation. Fixation, obsession, inhibition, mental block, informal, complex, thing, issue, bee in one's bonnet. Hardtack. Old use hard dry bread or biscuit, especially as rations for sailors or soldiers. Hexameter. A line of verse consisting of 6 metrical feet. Hornblende. Hornblende, noun, a dark brown, black, or green mineral present in many rocks. Hypercritical. Excessively and unreasonably critical. Insupportable. One unable to be supported or justified. Unable to be endured, intolerable. Leguminous. Relating to plants of the pea family, typically having seeds in pods and root nodules containing nitrogen-fixing bacteria. Long-suffering. Bearing problems or annoying behavior patiently. Synonyms: patient, forbearing, tolerant, uncomplaining, philosophical, stoical, forgiving. Long suit, noun, for, in bridge or whist, a situation in which a player holds several cards of one suit in a hand. An outstanding personal quality or achievement, tact was not his long suit. Madagascan. A person from Madagascar. Adjective relating to Madagascar. Manzanilla. Manzanilla, noun, a pale, very dry Spanish sherry. Mortgager. The borrower in a mortgage. Munificent. Very generous. Derivatives: munificence, noun, munificently, adverb. Mayor. Informal, a federal agent or police officer who enforces laws regarding the sale or use of illicit drugs. Narthex. An antechamber or large porch in a church. Nutria. The skin or fur of the coipu, a large rodent. Osteo. Osteo, combining form relating to the bones, osteoporosis. Osteology. The study of the skeleton and bony structures. Outrider. A person in a vehicle or on horseback who escorts or guards another vehicle. Oven-proof. Suitable for use in an oven. Ovule. The part of the ovary of seed plants that becomes the seed after fertilization. Pethidine. A painkiller used especially for women giving birth. Pétillant adjective, of wine, slightly sparkling. Origin French. Punctilious. Showing great attention to detail or correct behavior. Rumba. Rumbier noun variant spelling of rumba. Sahelian. Sahelian adjective relating to the Sahel, a semi-arid region bordering the southern Sahara Desert in North Africa. Semi-precious. Referring to minerals that can be used as gems but are considered to be less valuable than precious stones. Sinfonietta. Music 1 a short or simple symphony. 2 a small symphony orchestra. Superintend. Superintend verb manage or oversee an activity, organization, etc. Supertanker. A very large oil tanker. Surinamese. Relating to Suriname, a country on the Unique coast of South America. Tea kettle. A container with a lid, spout, and handle used for boiling water. Teal PN. Plural teal or teals, a small freshwater duck. Trencher. Trencher noun historical a wooden plate or platter. Underclothes. Underclothes plural noun clothes worn under others next to the skin. Unreconstructed. Not reconciled or converted to the current political theory or movement. Unrecorded P adjective not recorded. Vitalism. The theory that life is dependent on a force or principle distinct from purely chemical or physical forces. Vitiate. Formal 1 make something less good or effective. 2 destroy or reduce the legal validity of something. Wastrel. Literary a lazy person who spends their time and money in a careless way. Origin from waste. Weighbridge. A machine for weighing vehicles, set into the ground to be driven onto. Weigh in P noun an official weighing, e.g., of boxers before a fight. Weigh sta tie in P noun a roadside station where commercial vehicles can be required to stop and be inspected. Whap. Whaps, whapping, whapped, and noun variant spelling of WHOP. Whitebait. An attempt to damage someone's reputation by systematically circulating a rumor about them. Woodchip. Woodchip noun chiefly Brit. Wallpaper with small chips of wood embedded in it to give a grainy surface texture. Abeam. At right angles to a ship's or an aircraft's length. Advertorial. An advertisement in the style of an editorial or objective journalistic article. Assonance. Assonance noun the rhyming of vowels only, e.g., hide, line, or of consonants but not vowels, e.g., cold, killed. Bandolier. A belt with loops or pockets for carrying bullets, worn over the shoulder. Bedfellow. One a person or thing closely associated with another. Bidizon/P verb literary decorates someone or something gaudily. Origin from former Dyson deck out. Bedroll. A sleeping bag or other bedding rolled into a bundle. Bedstead. The framework of a bed. Bespeak. Bespeak verb, past bespoke, past part. Bespoken, formal 1 be evidence of, the attractive tree-lined road bespoke money. To order something in advance. Biennium. Biennium noun, p. Bienniums or biennia, a specified period of 2 years. Blotto. Informal, extremely drunk. Cataplexy. A medical condition in which strong emotion or laughter causes a person to experience sudden weakness in the muscles. Circumscribe. One put limits on, restrict. The joys of country life were circumscribed by foot-and-mouth disease. Two geometry draw a figure around another, touching it at points but not cutting it. Equals derivative cir cum scriptian noun. Coelacanth. A large bony sea fish with a tail fin in 3 rounded parts, known only from fossils until one was found alive in 1938. Conciliate. One makes someone calmer or less angry. To act as a mediator in a dispute. Contretemps. Pl. Same or, a minor disagreement. Origin French, originally meaning motion out of time. Dashiki. Pl. dashikis, a loose, brightly colored shirt, originally from West Africa. Drumlin. Geology, a mound or small hill consisting of compacted boulder clay. Dysmenorrhea. Medicine, painful menstruation. Elide. One omit a sound or syllable when speaking. To join or merge things together. Encamp. Encamp, verb, settle in or establish a camp. Eurotrash. Informal, rich European socialites, especially those living in the U.S. Eusthen tube, noun, a narrow passage leading from the pharynx to the cavity of the middle ear that equalizes the pressure on each side of the eardrum. Extempore. And adverb, spoken or done without preparation. Fabulist. One, a person who composes fables. To a liar. Fade out. Fade out, noun, a gradual decrease, until disappearance, in sound volume or in the visibility of a filmed scene. Fritillary. Pl. fritillaries, for a plant with hanging bell-like flowers. To a butterfly with orange-brown wings checkered with black. Origin Latin, fritillaria. Gibber. Speak rapidly and in a way that is difficult to understand. Head case. Informal, a mentally ill or unstable person. Head count, p. noun, a count of the number of people present or available. Hightail. Informal, move or travel fast. High tea, noun, Brit. A meal eaten in the late afternoon or early evening, typically consisting of a cooked dish and tea. High-tech, also high-tech, adjective, one using, needing, or involved in high technology. 2. Of high technology architecture and interior design, functional in style and using materials such as steel, plastic, and glass. High technology, y, noun, advanced technological development, especially in electronics. High tensile, p. adjective, of metal, very strong under tension. High tide, also high water, noun, for the state of the tide when at. Ineluctable. Unable to be resisted or avoided, inescapable. Inessential. Not absolutely necessary. Noun, an inessential thing. Inestimably, p. adjective, too great to be measured. Lawbreaker. A person who breaks the law. Law court, p. noun, a court of law. Mahout. In the Indian subcontinent and SE Asia, a person who works with and rides an elephant. Malathion. Malathion noun, a synthetic insecticide containing phosphorus. Martyrology. OL. Martyrologies, for the study of martyrs. To a list of martyrs. 796 Mazer. MacGuffin. An object or device in a movie or a book that serves merely as a trigger for the plot. Mirror ball. A revolving ball covered with small mirrored facets, used to provide lighting effects at discos. Mirror image, noun, an image that is identical in form to another but has the structure reversed, as if seen in a mirror. Mirror site, noun, an internet site that stores contents copied from another site. Moleskin. 1. The skin of a mole used as fur. 2. A thick cotton fabric with a soft pile surface. Model. Usually as ADJ modeled, mark something with patches of a different color. Noun, a patch of color. Muskeg. A North American swamp or bog formed by an accumulation of decayed vegetation and sphagnum moss. Nerveless. 1. Lacking strength or feeling. 2. Not nervous, confident. Nerve-wrack ing, also nerve-wracking, adjective causing stress or anxiety. Neuroleptic. Of a drug, tending to lower nervous tension by reducing nerve functions. Non-combatant. A person who is not engaged in fighting during a war, especially a civilian or an army chaplain or doctor. Paroxysm. A sudden attack of pain, coughing, etc., or a sudden feeling of overwhelming emotion. Pasturage. For land used for grazing cattle or sheep. To the occupation of pasturing cattle or sheep. Patricide. 1. The killing of a father by his child. 2. A person who kills their father. Photometer. An instrument measuring the strength of light. Photorealism. A style of art and sculpture characterized by a very detailed and unidealized portrayal of ordinary life. Puffery. Exaggerated or false praise. Pussyfoot. Pussyfoots, pussyfooting, pussyfooted, act very cautiously. Pussy willow p. Noun, a willow with soft fluffy catkins that appear before the leaves. Ragwort. A yellow-flowered plant with ragged leaves. Reappoint. Appoint someone again to a position they previously held. Redstart. A small songbird of the warbler family. Silviculture. The growing and cultivation of trees. Sisyphean. Of a task unending. Step-parent. Step-parent, noun, a stepfather or stepmother. Tambour. For historical, a small drum. 2. A circular frame for holding fabric taut while it is being embroidered. Theodolite. A surveying instrument with a rotating telescope for measuring horizontal and vertical angles. Origin Latin theodolitus. Tollgate. A barrier across a road where a toll must be paid to pass through. Ultrasonics. 1. Treated as sing, the science and application of sound waves with a frequency above the upper limit of human hearing. 2. Treated as sing. Or PL, ultrasonic waves, ultrasound. Ultrastructure. Biology of fine structure, especially within a cell, that is so small that it can be seen only with an electron microscope. Unfaltering. Not faltering, steady or resolute. Unlovely. Not attractive, ugly. Unluck adjective, unluckier, unluckiest, having, bringing, or resulting from bad luck. Synonyms: 1 unfortunate, hapless, luckless, down on one's luck, unsuccessful, ill-fated, ill-starred, jinxed. 2 unfavorable, inauspicious, unpropitious, ominous. Antonyms: lucky, fortunate. Unthreatening. Unthreatening adjective, not threatening. Usurious. Usurious adjective relating to the lending of money at unreasonably high rates of interest. Victoriana. Articles, especially collector's items, from the Victorian period. Weed killer. A substance used to destroy weeds. Weed whacker, noun, an electrically powered grass trimmer with a nylon cutting cord which rotates rapidly on a spindle. Weimaraner. Weimaraner, noun, a thin-coated gray breed of pointer used as a gun dog. Whitefly. Whiteflies, a minute-winged bug covered with powdery white wax, damaging plants by feeding on sap and coating them with honeydew. White gold, noun, a silver-colored alloy of gold with another metal. White goods, plural, noun, large domestic electrical goods such as refrigerators and washing machines. Compare with brown goods. Witticism. A witty remark. Yoo-hoo. A call used to attract attention. Yoo-hoo, is anyone there? Verb: make such a call. Abstemious. Deliberately limiting one's consumption of food or alcohol. Synonyms: moderate, restrained, temperate, self-disciplined, self-restrained, self-denying, sober, austere, ascetic, puritanical, Spartan. Antonyms: self-indulgent. Antinomian. Believing that Christians are released by grace from obeying moral laws. Noun, a person with such a belief. Equals derivatives: antinomianism, noun. Origin from Greek anti, against, plus nomos, law. Archiepiscopal. Relating to an archbishop. Archimede Principi Ple, noun, physics, a law discovered by the Greek mathematician Archimedes, c. 287, 212 BC, stating that a body immersed in a fluid is subject to an upward force equal to the weight of fluid the body displaces. Bewilder. Puzzle or confuse someone. Synonyms: baffle, mystify, bemuse, perplex, puzzle, confuse, informal, flummox, phase, stump, beat. Derivatives: bewilder adjective, bewilderment, noun. Origin from the old word wilder, meaning lead or go astray. Brachiosaurus. A huge plant-eating dinosaur with forelegs much longer than the hind legs. Brute. Spread a story or rumor widely. Buckram. Buckram, noun, coarse linen or other cloth stiffened with paste, used in bookbinding. Canid. Zoology, a mammal of the dog family, a canine. Codling. Biochemistry, a sequence of 3 nucleotides that together form a unit of genetic code in a DNA or RNA molecule. Colorant. Colorant, noun, a dye or pigment used to color something. Comportment. Formal, a person's behavior or bearing. Centuro impose, verb 1, make up a whole. The committee is composed of 10 senators. 2. Create a work of art, especially music or poetry. 3. Form a whole by arranging parts in an orderly or artistic way. 4. Phrase a letter or other piece of writing with care and thought. 5. Often as adj composed, settle one's features or thoughts. 6. Prepare a written work for printing by setting up the characters to be printed. Synonyms: 1. Write, devise, make up, think up, produce, invent, pen, author. 2. Organize, arrange, construct, set out. 3. Make up, constitute. Cretinous. Very stupid. Croquette. A small cake or roll of chopped vegetables, meat, or fish, fried in breadcrumbs. Origin French, from croquer to crunch, crocier p. Noun variant spelling of crozier. Diamorphine. Diamorphine noun technical heroine. Dyspeptic. One relating to or having dyspepsia, indigestion. 2. Irritable, bad-tempered. Eco-friendly. Not harmful to the environment. E. coli noun the bacterium Escherichia coli, commonly found in the intestines of humans, some strains of which can cause severe food poisoning. Eagle. One having to do with the law. 2. Permitted by law. Synonyms: 1. Lawful, legitimate, legalized, valid, permissible, permitted, sanctioned, authorized, licensed, allowed, allowable, aboveboard, acceptable, constitutional, informal, legit. 2. The legal system: judicial, juridical, forensic. Antonyms: illegal. O. Legal aid payment for legal advice given from public funds to people who cannot afford to pay for a lawyer. Legal tender: accepted methods of payment such as coins or banknotes. Mg Legal ITN Legal LYADV Legal SAPN. Informal: the formal and technical language of legal documents. Enthrall. Fascinate someone and hold their attention. Synonyms: the exhibit enthralled me, captivate, charm, enchant, bewitch, fascinate, beguile, entrance, delight, win, ensnare, absorb, engross, rivet, grip, transfix, hypnotize, mesmerize, spellbind. Gavotte. Gavotte noun a medium-paced French dance, popular in the 18th century. Glower. Have an angry or sullen expression, noun an angry or sullen look. Half moon. Half moon noun for the moon when only half its surface is visible from the earth. 2. A semicircular or crescent-shaped object. Half Nelson noun see Nelson. Half note noun a musical note having the time value of 2 quarter notes or half a whole note, represented by a ting with a stem. Plus half step noun the smallest interval used in classical Western music, equal to a 1/12 of an octave or half a tone, a semitone. Highfalutin. Informal, grand or self-important in a pompous or pretentious way. Holograph. A manuscript handwritten by its author. 618 Hamburg. Hosta. A shade-tolerant plant with ornamental foliage. Hydrosphere. The seas, lakes, and other waters of the Earth's surface, considered as a group. Initialism. An abbreviation consisting of initial letters pronounced separately, e.g., AD. Interiority. The quality of being interior or inward. Jejunum. Jejunum noun the part of the small intestine between the duodenum and ileum. Origin Latin, fasting, because it is usually found to be empty after death. Lungfish. P. Same or lungfishes, a freshwater fish with one or two sacs that function as lungs, enabling it to breathe air and live dormant in mud to survive drought. Midships. And adjective, another term for amidships. Midst, old use or literary preposition in the middle of. Noun, the middle point or part. Phrases in our, or your or their, midst, among us, or you or them. Moralize. Comment on issues of right or wrong behavior, especially in a disapproving sway. Myalgia. Pain in a muscle or group of muscles. Omerta. The mafia code of silence about criminal activity. Ormolu. A gold-coated alloy of copper, zinc, and tin used in decoration. Oviparous. Of an animal such as a bird, producing young by means of eggs that are hatched after they have been laid by the parent. Compare with viviparous. Pack horse. A horse used to carry loads. Pack ice, noun, a mass of ice floating in the sea, formed by smaller pieces freezing together. Peristyle. A row of columns surrounding a courtyard or internal garden or edging a veranda or porch. Philodendron. Philodendron, noun, PL philodendrons or philodendra, a tropical American climbing plant grown as a greenhouse or indoor plant. Prosumer. One, an amateur who purchases equipment suitable for professional use. Two, a well-informed and proactive consumer. Quaver. Of a voice, tremble. Noun, a tremble in a voice. Rankle. 4, of a comment or fact, cause continuing annoyance or resentment. To annoy or irritate someone. Synonyms: annoy, upset, anger, irritate, offend, affront, displease, provoke, irk, vex, pique, nettle, gall, informal, rile, miff, peeve, aggravate, tick off. Origin: Old French rancler, fester, ransack. P verb 1, go hurriedly through a place stealing things and causing damage. Ransom: to search something in a thorough and harmful way. Synonyms: 1, plunder, pillage, raid, rob, loot, sack, strip, despoil, ravage, devastate. 2, scour, rifle through, comb, search, turn upside down. Redial. Redials, redialing, redialed, dial a telephone number again. Redid, past of redo. Red ink. P, noun, used in reference to financial deficit or debt, a project that has left the state awash in red ink. Reoccupy. Reoccupies, reoccupying, reoccupied, occupy a place or position again. Saturnine. Saturnine, adjective 1, gloomy or serious. 2, of looks, dark and moody. Scallywag. Scallywag, noun, variant spelling of scallywag. Origin unknown. Scraggy. Thin and bony. Synonyms: scrawny, thin, skinny, skin and bones, gaunt, bony, angular, gawky, raw-boned. Antonyms: fat. Seedbed. A bed of fine soil in which seedlings are germinated. Seed corn, noun, good quality corn kept for seed. Seed head, noun, a flower head when it is producing seeds. Seed leaf, noun, a cotyledon. Self-made. Self-made, adjective having become successful or rich by one's own efforts. Self-med. P verb treat oneself with medicine without seeking any medical supervision. Shellfire. Bombardment by explosive shells. Shellfish. Signorina. A title or form of address for an Italian-speaking unmarried woman, corresponding to Miss. Soave. Soave, noun, a dry white Italian wine. Stationer. Stationer, noun, a person who sells stationery. Syllabary. Pi. Syllabaries, a set of written characters representing syllables and, in some languages or stages of writing, serving the purpose of an alphabet. Tamarin. A small monkey native to forests in South America. Tessellated. Of a floor, decorated with mosaics. Derivatives. Tessellation, noun. Tuberculin. A sterile protein. Extract produced from cultures of tubercle bacillus, used to test for tuberculosis. Unclassifiable. Not able to be put into a particular category. Undercroft. The crypt of a church. Unsprung. Not provided with springs. Unstably, adjective, unstabler, unstablest, one likely to change or collapse, not stable. Too prone to sudden changes of mood or mental health problems. Z synonyms 14. Unsteady, rocky, wobbly, rickety, shaky, unsafe, insecure, precarious. 2. Changeable, volatile, variable, fluctuating, irregular, unpredictable, erratic. 3. Unbalanced, of unsound mind, mentally ill, deranged, demented, disturbed, unhinged. Antonym steady, firm. Word toolkit. See variable. Unsystematic. Not done or acting according to a fixed plan or system. Wheaten. Made of wheat. Wheat germ, noun, a nutritious foodstuff consisting of the center parts of grains of wheat. Wicker. Of a horse, give a soft breathy whinny. Noun, a sound of this type. Whippoorwill. Whippoorwill, noun, a North and Central American nightjar with a distinctive call. Yemenite. Yemenite, noun and adjective, another term for Yemen. Blabbermouth. Blabbermouth, noun, informal, a person who reveals secrets or talks too much. Boysenberry. PL boysenberries, a large red edible blackberry-like fruit. Origin named after the American horticulturalist Robert Boysen. Burble. 1. Make a continuous murmuring noise. 2. Speak at length in a way that is difficult to understand. Noun, a continuous murmuring noise. Charrette. A meeting or conference devoted to a concerted effort to solve a problem or plan. 3. Strength and originality in a person's nature. 4. Something. Person's good reputation. 5. A person in a novel, play, charge. Verb 1. Ask an amount of money as a movie or television show. 6. Informal and eccentric, or price for goods or a service. 2. Formally accuse someone, amusing person. 7. A printed or written letter or symbol of something. 3. Rush forward so as to attack someone or. Synonyms for personality, nature, quality, something. For rush in a particular direction, he charged disposition, temperament. Compendious. Formal, presenting the essential facts in a detailed but concise way. Coracle. A small, round boat made of wickerwork covered with a watertight material, propelled with a paddle. Cowpea. Cowpea, noun, a black-eyed pea, especially when grown as a forage or cover crop. Deponent. Ta, a person who gives a sworn statement to be used as evidence. Dog sled. A sled designed to be pulled by dogs. Dog star, noun, Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. Doodlebug. Informal AV-1 flying bomb used by Germany in World War II. Doom. Emulsify. Emulsifies, emulsifying, emulsified, make into or become an emulsion. Esker. Geology, a long winding ridge of sediment deposited by meltwater from a retreating glacier or ice sheet. Eyewash. Eyewash, noun, 1 liquid for cleansing a person's eye. 2 informal nonsense. Fasces. Historical, a bundle of rods with a projecting axe blade, used as a symbol of a magistrate's power in ancient Rome. Featherbed. A bed with a mattress stuffed with feathers. Verb, provides someone or something with very favorable economic or working conditions. Finito. Informal, finished, his door closed, and that was it, the end, finito. Footboard. 1 an upright panel forming the foot of a bed. 2 a board acting as a step up to a vehicle such as a train. Forsooth. Old use or humorous indeed. Forswear. Past, forswore, past part. Forsworn, formal, agree to give up or do without something. Galvanometer. Galvanometer, noun, an instrument for detecting and measuring small electric currents. Gambian. Gorget. 1 historical, an article of clothing or piece of armor covering the throat. 2 a patch of color on the throat of a bird. 560 Gossip column, origin, Old French gorgite. Gorgon, also Gorgon, noun, 1 Greek mythology, each of 3 sisters with snakes for hair, who had the power to turn anyone who looked at them to stone. 24 Fierce or repulsive woman. Handpick. Handpick, verb, select someone or something carefully. 588 Handy. Heterosexism. Discrimination or prejudice against homosexuals on the assumption that heterosexuality is the norm. Homeopath. A system of complementary medicine in which disease is treated by minute doses of natural substances that would normally produce symptoms of the disease. Hoopoe. A salmon pink bird with a long bill, a large crest, and black and white wings and tail. Hornpipe. 1 a lively solo dance traditionally performed by sailors. 2 a piece of music for such a dance. Immolate. Kill or offer something as a sacrifice, especially by burning. Derivatives: I'm immolatain, noun. Origin Latin immolare, sprinkle with sacrificial meal. I'm moral, adjective not following accepted standards of morality. Synonyms: wicked, bad, wrong, unethical, unprincipled, unscrupulous, dishonest, corrupt, sinful, impure. Antonyms: moral, ethical. Derivatives: immorality, noun, pl immoralities, immorally, adverb. 647 Immunology, usage on the difference between immoral and amoral, see the note at amoral. Impecunious. Having little or no money. Derivatives: impecuniosity, noun. Inarguable. Not subject to debate or argument, an inarguable fact. Irrecoverable. Not able to be recovered or remedied. Kheer. An Indian dessert consisting of rice and sugar boiled in milk or coconut milk, often flavored with cardamom and ground nuts. Landside. The area of an airport terminal to which the general public has unrestricted access. Lecher. A lecherous man. Synonyms: womanizer, libertine, debauchee, rake, roue, Don Juan, Casanova, Lothario, Romeo, informal tech, dirty old man, formal fornicator. Lunette. One, an arched window or other aperture in a domed ceiling. 2, a crescent-shaped or semicircular alcove containing a painting or statue. Mantilla. In Spain, a lace or silk scarf traditionally worn by women over the hair and shoulders. Mignonette. A plant with spikes of small fragrant greenish flowers. Mileage. Mill-age noun variant spelling of mileage. Molder. Molders, moldering, moldered, slowly decay. Night spot. Informal, a nightclub. Nightstand, also night table, noun a small, low bedside table, typically with drawers. Non-technical. One, not relating to or involving science or technology. 2, not using technical terms or requiring specialized knowledge. Non-toxicant adjective, not poisonous or toxic. Word toolkit, see harmless. Nubuck. Leather that has been rubbed on the flesh side of the skin to give a suede-like effect. Oleaginous. 1, oily or greasy. 2, excessively flattering, obsequious, oleaginous speeches praising government policies. Orison. Literary, a prayer. Pablum. Literary, bland intellectual matter or entertainment. Pawpaw. Variant spelling of pawpaw. Personalty. A person's personal property. Compare with realty. Persona non grata noun, pl persona non grati, a person who is not welcome somewhere because they have done something unacceptable. Pule. Often as adj puling, literary cry feebly or in a complaining way. Recondite. Not known about or understood by many people. Origin Latin reconditus, hidden, put away. Requite. Formal, give or do something suitable in return for a favor, love, kindness, etc. Rickettsia. Pl rickettsii or rickettsias, any of a group of very small bacteria of which some cause typhus and similar diseases in humans. Saluki. P. Salucus, a tall, slender breed of dog with a silky coat and large drooping ears. Scrollwork. Decoration consisting of spiral lines or patterns. Sensationalize. Present information in an exaggerated way in order to make it seem more interesting or exciting. Skedaddle. Informal, leave hurriedly. Smoothbore. A gun with a barrel that is not rifled. Smolder. British spelling of smolder. Snow-capped. Snow-capped adjective, of the top of a mountain, covered with snow. Souse. 1, soak or drench something with liquid. 2, as adj soused, of gherkins, fish, etc., pickled or marinade, soused herring. 3, as adj soused, informal, drunk. Noun, liquid used for pickling. Souton origin, Old French sous pickle. Spine effects. A grass with spiny flower heads that break off and are blown about, occurring from East Asia to Australia. Spoil sport. A person who spoils the pleasure of others. Synonyms: killjoy, dog in the manger, misery, informal wet blanket, party pooper. Spoils system p. Noun, the practice of a successful political party giving public office to its supporters. Sun cream. A cream rubbed onto the skin to protect it from sunburn. Tall boy. A tall chest of drawers in two sections, one standing on the other. Tear. Look or gaze in a lustful or unpleasant way. Noun, a lustful or unpleasant look. Torpid. One mentally or physically inactive, lacking energy. 2. Of an animal, dormant, especially during hibernation. Tricot. A fine knitted fabric. Trollop. Trollop, noun, dated or humorous, a woman who has many sexual partners. Origin perhaps from former troll prostitute, from German troll. Unplaced. Chiefly horse racing, not one of the first 3, sometimes 4, to finish in a race. Vouchsafe. Give or reveal in a gracious or superior way. You'd never vouchsafed that interesting fact before. Ammeter. An instrument for measuring electric current in amperes. Bifurcate. Of a road, river, etc., divide into 2 branches or forks. Bounder. Informal, dated, a man who behaves in a dishonest or unacceptable way, a cad. Buckboard. An open horse-drawn carriage with 4 wheels and seating that is attached to a plank between the front and rear axles. Byronic. For characteristic of Lord Byron, 1788 to 1824, or his poetry. 2. Of a man, attractively mysterious and moody. Carry-on. Carry-on, noun, one, a bag or suitcase suitable for taking onto an aircraft as handheld luggage. 2. Also carrying son, improper behavior. Carry out, p. noun, another term for takeout. Cavort. Jump or dance around excitedly. Chasten. Chas 10 verb, often as adj chastened, make someone feel ashamed or sorry. You walk like a chastened but defiant kid. Cockatrice. One, another term for basilisk, sense 1. 2. Heraldry, a mythical animal represented as a 2-legged dragon with a cock's head. Conjuncture. Conjuncture, noun, for a combination of events. 2. A state of affairs. Convolvulus. PL convolvuluses, a twining plant with trumpet-shaped flowers. Origin Latin, bindweed. Cowpox. A disease of cow's udders spread by a virus, which can be caught by humans and resembles mild smallpox. Cowrie. Cummerbund. A sash worn around the waist, especially as part of a man's formal evening suit. Demoiselle. Old, use a young woman. Depopulate. Substantially reduce the population of an area. Destine. Be destined, 1. Be intended for or certain to do something. 2. Be bound for a particular destination. Synonyms: 1. He was destined to be an engineer, fated, ordained, predestined, doomed, meant, intended. 2. Computers destined for Pakistan, heading, bound, en route, scheduled, headed. Origin Latin destinare, make firm, establish. Dirndl. Dirndl noun 1, also dirndl skirt, a full, wide skirt gathered into a tight waistband. 2 a woman's dress with a dirnd, skirt and a close-fitting bodice. Ductless. Anatomy, of a gland, producing secretions directly into the bloodstream. Dud informal noun a thing that fails to work properly. Adjective failing to work properly. Embroil. Involve someone deeply in a conflict or difficult situation. Equivocate. Use ambiguous or evasive language. Derivatives equivocatian noun. ERP abbreviation 1 emergency room. 2 Queen Elizabeth. Firebrick. A brick capable of withstanding intense heat, used especially to line furnaces and fireplaces. Fire compound New York noun another term for fire department. Fold out. Of a page, a furniture part, or a bed, designed to be opened out for use and then folded away, a fold-out map. Noun a page or piece of furniture designed in such a way. Frump. An unattractive woman who wears dowdy old-fashioned clothes. Geminate. Noun 1 a constellation and the third sign of the zodiac, the twins, which the sun enters about May 21st. 2 a Gemini, a person born when the sun is in this sign. Gleanings. Things gathered from various sources. Grackle. A songbird of the American blackbird family with glossy black plumage. Hailstone. A pellet of hail. Haversack. A small, sturdy bag carried on the back or over the shoulder, especially by soldiers and hikers. Hayseed. Hayseed noun informal, derogatory as simple, unsophisticated country person. Heatproof. Able to resist great heat. Immiscible. Of liquids, not forming a homogeneous mixture when mixed. Intercalary. 4 Ophidae are a month, inserted in the calendar to harmonize it with the solar year, e.g., February 29th in leap years. 2 inserted between or among other things, elaborate intercalary notes and footnotes. Interpose. 1 insert between one thing and another, she interposed herself between the newcomers. 2 intervene between parties. 3 say something as an interruption. Jaywalk. Walk across a street in violation of pedestrian laws, especially where there is no crosswalk or at an intersection when the traffic has the right of way. Kapok. A cotton-like substance that grows around the seeds of a tropical tree, used as stuffing for cushions, soft toys, etc. Lachrymose. Literary tearful. Linocut. A design carved in relief on a block of linoleum, used for printing. Linoleicacid noun a polyunsaturated fatty acid present in linseed oil and other oils and essential in the diet. Origin from Latin linum flax. Maquette. A small model or sketch made by a sculptor as a basis for a larger work. Menhaden. A large deep-bodied fish of the herring family found along the east coast of North America and used to make fish meal and fertilizer. Origin from Algonquian. Multivalent. Having many interpretations, uses, or values. Naysayer. A person who denies or opposes something. Neocolonialism. The use of economic, political, or cultural pressures to control or influence other countries. Non-professional. One relating to or holding a job that does not need advanced education or training. Two engaged in an activity that is not one's main paid job, non-professional actors. Noun, a non-professional person. On-ramp. On-ramp, noun, a lane for traffic entering a turnpike or highway. Osteopenia. Reduced bone mass that is less severe than osteoporosis. Outsole. The outer sole of a boot or shoe. Paleface. Combining form older or ancient, Paleolithic. Palpate. Examine a part of the body by touch, especially for medical purposes. Panchromatic. A black and white photographic film, sensitive to all visible colors of the spectrum. Particle board. Another term for chipboard. Partii colored, p adjective having two or more different colors. Passerine. Referring to birds of a large group distinguished by having feet adapted for perching and including all songbirds. Peafowl. A peacock or peahen. Pea-green, noun, a bright green color. Pygmy. Pygmy, noun, variant spelling of pycmy. Plaint. Plaint, noun, for law, Brit. An accusation or charge. Two, chiefly literary, a complaint or lament. Prepuce. Prepuce, noun, one technical term for foreskin. Two, the fold of skin surrounding the clitoris. Psychokinesis. The supposed ability to move objects by mental effort alone. Radiogram. Brit. Dated a combined radio and record player. Retrogressive. Going back to an earlier and inferior state. Retrogressionen. Roulade. A piece of meat, sponge cake, or other food, spread with a filling and rolled up. Sacerdotal. Relating to priests or the priesthood. Salvadorian. A person from El Salvador, a country in Central America. Adjective relating to El Salvador. Salver. A tray, typically one made of silver and used on formal occasions. Sanguinary. Chiefly literary, involving or causing much bloodshed. Seasonable. Usual for or appropriate to a particular season of the year. Choose the right word, see timely. Seasonal, p adjective, one relating to or typical of a particular season of the year. Two, changing according to the season. Semi-trailer. One, a trailer having wheels at the back but supported at the front by a towing vehicle. Two, a tractor trailer. Sextuple. One consisting of 6 parts. Two, 6 times as much or as many. Simple-minded. Having or showing very little intelligence or judgment. Somnolent. Somnolent, adjective, one, sleepy. Two, causing sleepiness. Spangle. For a small thin piece of glittering material, used to decorate an item of clothing, a sequin. Two, a spot of bright color or light. Verb, usually as adj spangled, cover an item of clothing with spangles. Derivative span-gly adjective. Subvention. A grant of money, especially from a government. Thundercloud. A cumulus cloud with a towering or spreading top, charged with electricity and producing thunder and lightning. Tupi. Tupi noun, pl Seymour Tupis, one a member of a group of American Indian peoples of the Amazon Valley. To any of the languages of the Tupi. Umbel. Botany of flower cluster in which stalks spring from a common center and form a flat or curved surface. Origin Latin umbella sunshade. Uncolored. One having no color. Two not influenced, her views were uncolored by her husband's. Uncombed p adjective, of a person's hair, not combed. Underglaze. Color or decoration applied to pottery before the glaze is applied. Underpay. Past and past part underpaid, pay someone too little, or pay less than is due for something. Undyed. Of fabric, not dyed, of its natural color. Unmerciful. Showing no mercy. Unvarying. Not varying. Derivatives unvaryingly adverb. Witting. One deliberate, on purpose. Too aware of the full facts. Antiguan. Adjective relating to Antigua or Antigua and Barbuda Antihero, or anti-heroine, noun a central character in a story who lacks typical heroic qualities. Antipersonnel. Of weapons, designed to kill or injure people rather than to damage buildings or equipment. Aquavit. An alcoholic spirit made from potatoes. Aquiline. One, of a nose, curved like an eagle's beak. Two like an eagle. Aureole. One, in paintings, a bright circle surrounding a person to indicate that they are wholly point to a circle of light around the sun or moon. Bathos. In literature, an unintentional change in mood from the important and serious to the trivial or ridiculous. Bayberry. PL bayberries, a North American shrub with aromatic leathery leaves and waxy berries. Bay leaf noun the aromatic, usually dried, leaf of a bay, used in cooking. Bifocal. Of a lens, made in two sections, one with a focus for seeing distant things and one for seeing things that are close. Noun, bifocals, a pair of glasses with bifocal lenses. Bifurcate p verb, of a road, river, etc., divide into two branches or forks. Binnacle. A casing for holding a ship's compass. Blue sky. Candlewick. A thick, soft cotton fabric with a raised, tufted pattern. Capitation. The payment of a fee or grant to a doctor, school, etc., the amount being determined by the number of people that are served. Chignon. A knot or coil of hair arranged on the back of a woman's head. Chimerical. Impossible to achieve, unrealistic. Chuff. Of a steam engine, move with a regular puffing sound. Cilium. 1. Cilia, biology a microscopic hair-like vibrating structure, occurring on the surface of certain cells. Convalesce. Gradually recover one's health after an illness or medical treatment. Convalescent synonyms: recuperate, get better, recover, get well, get back on one's feet. Origin Latin convalescere. Cruet. A small container or set of containers for salt, pepper, oil, or vinegar for use at a dining table. Dacoit. A member of a band of armed robbers in India or Myanmar, Burma. Origin Hindi, robbery by a gang. Diacritic. A sign, such as an accent, written above or below a letter to indicate a difference in pronunciation from the same letter when unmarked. Erratum. Errata, an error in printing or writing, especially as noted in a list added to a book or published in a subsequent edition of a newspaper or journal. Origin Latin, error. Faint-hearted. Faint-hearted adjective, timid. Fedayeen. Fedayeen plural noun. Arab or Muslim commando force, especially one operating against Israel or against occupying forces in Iraq. Flatworm. A type of worm, such as a tapeworm, with a flattened body that lacks blood vessels. Freebase. Cocaine that has been purified by heating with ether, taken by inhaling the fumes or smoking the residue. Verb: take cocaine in this way. Genuflect. Lower the body briefly by bending one knee to the ground in worship or as a sign of respect. Hagfish. Hagfish noun, ol. Same or hagfishes, a primitive jawless sea fish with a slimy eel-like body and a rasping tongue used for feeding on dead or dying fish. Hairnet. A small piece of fine net used to hold the hair in place. Hedon. Head-on adjective and adverb, one with or involving the front of a vehicle. Two with or involving direct confrontation. Imposture. An act of pretending to be someone else in order to deceive others. Impotent adjective, one unable to take effective action, powerless. Two, of a man, unable to achieve an erection or orgasm. Synonyms: powerless, ineffective, ineffectual, useless, feeble, paralyzed, incapacitated. Antonyms: powerful, effective. Lacerate. Tear or cut the flesh or skin. Lassitude. Physical or mental weariness, lack of energy. Maladroit. Inefficient or clumsy. Mishandle. Handle or deal with something unwisely or wrongly. Mortadella. A type of smooth-textured Italian sausage containing pieces of fat. Mortal. Numeration. The action of calculating or giving a number to something. Numerator noun, mathematics, the number above the line in a fraction. Overextend. One involves someone in excessive work or financial commitments. The major chains overextended themselves in the 1980s. To make something too long. Overmuch. Adverb, determiner, and pronoun, too much. Pederast. A man who has sexual intercourse with a boy. Pederastai and pediestal pn. One, the base or support on which a statue or column is mounted. Two, the supporting column of a wash basin or toilet. Synonyms: one, strange, unusual, odd, funny, curious, bizarre, weird, eccentric, queer, abnormal, unconventional, outlandish, anomalous, out of the ordinary, unexpected, offbeat. Two, customs peculiar to the area, distinctive, exclusive, unique, characteristic, distinct, individual, typical, special. Underscore antonyms ordinary. WPCU liar lyadv right ar, not peculiar. Peridotite. A dense rock that is rich in magnesium and iron, thought to be the main constituent of the Earth's mantle. Petrodollar. A unit of currency used for calculating the money earned by a country from the export of petroleum. Philadelphus. A mock orange shrub. Phlogiston. A substance supposed by 18th century chemists to exist in all combustible bodies, and to be released in combustion. Phlox noun a plant with clusters of colorful scented flowers. Photostat. Trademark 1 a type of machine for making photocopies on special paper. 2 a copy made by a photostat. Verb, photostats, photostatting, photostat, copy something with a photostat. Progestogen. Progestogen noun a hormone that maintains pregnancy and prevents further ovulation, used in oral contraceptives. Pubescence. The time when puberty begins. Equals pubescent adj and n. Saltbush. A salt-tolerant plant, sometimes planted on saline soils to provide grazing. Salt cellar, also salt cellar, noun 1 a dish or other container for serving or storing salt. 2 a salt shaker. Self-defense. The defending of oneself or one's interests, especially through the use of physical force, which is permitted in certain cases as an answer to a charge of violent crime. Seraglio. Seraglios, 1 the women's rooms in a Muslim house or palace. 2 a harem. Shirtwaist. 1 a woman's blouse that resembles a shirt. 2, also shirtwaister, a shirt dress with a seam at the waist. Shish kebab noun a dish of pieces of meat and vegetables cooked and served on skewers. Slow-mo. Short for slow motion. Snifter. A footed glass that is wide at the bottom and tapers to the top, used especially for brandy. Steam. Respect and admiration. PD. Respect and admire someone. Synonyms: PN respect, admiration, acclaim, appreciation, recognition, honor, reverence, estimation, regard. PD. Respect, admire, value, regard highly, appreciate, like, prize, treasure, revere. Stentorian. Of a person's voice, loud and powerful. Stereoscope. Stereoscope noun a device by which 2 photographs of the same object taken at slightly different angles are viewed together, creating a 3-dimensional impression. Syncline. Syncline noun a ridge or fold of rock in which the strata slope upward from the axis. Compare with anticline. Teleplay. A play written or adapted for television. Toolmaker. A person who makes and repairs tools for use in a manufacturing process. Toothsome. Toothsome adjective 1, of food, appetizing or tasty. 2 informal attractive, appealing. Tooth-yp adjective, toothier, toothiest, having or showing numerous, large, or prominent teeth. Trackway. A path formed by the repeated treading of people or animals. Underbite. The projection of the lower teeth beyond the upper. Untutored. Not formally taught or trained. Viceregal. Relating to a viceroy. Villanelle. A poem of 19 lines, with only 2 rhymes throughout, and some lines repeated. Ambulant. Medicine able to walk around, not confined to bed. Ambulatory p. Adjective 1 relating to walking or able to walk, ambulatory patients. 2 movable, mobile, an ambulatory data recorder. Noun, pl. ambulatories, an aisle or cloister in a church or monastery. Annatto. An orange-red dye obtained from a tropical fruit, used for coloring foods. Anneal. Heat metal or glass and allow it to cool slowly, to remove internal stresses. Asphodel. A plant of the lily family with clusters of yellow or white flowers on a long stem. Auricle. 1. The external part of the ear. 2. An upper cavity of the heart. Backlist. A publisher's list of books published before the current season and still in print. Backstairs. Secret or underhanded, backstairs deals. Bronchus. P. Bronchi, any of the major air passages of the lungs that spread out from the windpipe. Caesura. A pause near the middle of a line of verse. Origin Latin. Cafe, also cafe, noun a small restaurant selling light meals and drinks. Synonyms: bistro, restaurant, coffee shop, tea room, diner, snack bar, cafeteria, lunchroom. Capercaillie. Capercaillie noun, p. Capercaillies, a large turkey-like grouse of pine forests in northern Europe. Carsick. Feeling sick as a result of traveling in a car. Charolais. Charolais noun, pl. same, an animal of a breed of large white beef cattle. Clubby. Clubbier, clubbiest, informal, friendly and sociable with fellow members of a group or organization but not with outsiders. Clubfoot p. noun a deformed foot that is twisted so that the sole cannot be placed flat on the ground. Coeducation. The education of students of both sexes together. Derivatives: coeducational adjective. Concupiscence. Formal lust. Contradistinction. Distinction made by contrasting the different qualities of 2 things. Copt. Copt noun for a member of the Coptic Church, the native Christian church in Egypt. 2. A native Egyptian in the periods of Greek and Roman rule. Cotyledon. The first leaf to grow from a germinating seed. Daypack. A small backpack. Day school noun a school for students who tithe at home. Debilitate. Severely weaken someone or something. Decapod. A crustacean with 5 pairs of walking legs, such as a shrimp. Equals origin from Greek deca 10 plus pos foot. Dolorous. Literary feeling great sorrow or distress. Equipage. 1. Old use equipment. 2. Historical a carriage and horses with attendants. Eutrophic. Of a lake or other body of water, rich in nutrients and so supporting a dense plant population, the decomposition of which kills animal life by depriving it of oxygen. 440 Evaporate. Expiate. Make amends for guilt or wrongdoing. Extravehicular. Referring to activity performed in space outside a spacecraft. Extra virgin adjective, of olive oil, of a particularly fine grade, made from the first pressing of the olives. Farad. Farad noun the SI unit of electrical capacitance. Gullwing. Noun, pi. Gullies, gullies, one a ravine or deep channel caused by the action of running water. To a gutter or drain. Hauteur. Proud haughtiness of manner. Haycock. A cone-shaped heap of hay left in the field to dry. Hyperkinetic. One frenetic, hyperactive. Two relating to mental disorders marked by hyperactivity and inability to concentrate. Justiciable. Law subject to trial in a court of law. Lifebuoy. A life preserver, especially one in the shape of a ring. Life cycle noun the series of changes in the life of an organism. Life expectancy noun the period that a person may expect to live. Life force p noun the force that gives something its vitality or strength. Life form noun any living thing. Macromolecule. A molecule containing a very large number of atoms, such as a protein. Mandrill. A large West African baboon with a red and blue face, the male having a blue rump. Monetarism. The theory that inflation is best controlled by limiting the supply of money circulating in an economy. Netsuke. Same or netsukes, a carved ornament of wood or ivory, formerly worn in Japan to suspend items from the sash of a kimono. Nicety. Niceties, one a fine detail or distinction / eagle niceties are wasted on him. 2 a detail of polite social behavior. 3 accuracy or precision. Phrases to a nicety precisely. Overleaf. On the other side of the page. Padrone. Padrone noun a patron or master, especially a mafia boss. Perspicacious. Perspicacious adjective quickly gaining insight into and understanding of things. Derivatives perspicacious, ly adverb perspicacitai noun. Origin from Latin perspicax seeing clearly. Choose the right word see keen. Perspicuous p adjective 1 clearly expressed and easily understood, lucid. 2 expressing things clearly. Phanerozoic. Geology relating to the eon covering the whole of time since the beginning of the Cambrian period, and comprising the Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic eras. Photocell. Short for photoelectric set. Piker. Picker noun informal one a gambler who makes only small bets. 2 a miserly or cautious person. Preparative. Done in order to prepare for something, preparatory. Restyle. 1 gives something a new shape or layout. 2 give a new description or name to someone or something. Noun an instance of restyling something. Salesgirl. A female store assistant. Salesman or saleswoman, noun, salesman or saleswoman, a person whose job involves selling or promoting goods. Screen print. Force ink onto a surface through a prepared piece of fine material such as silk or nylon so as to create a picture or pattern. Noun, screen print, a picture or design produced by screen printing. Screensaver P. Noun, a computer program that replaces an unchanging screen display with a moving image to prevent damage to the phosphor. Screen test P. Noun, a film test to assess whether an actor is suitable for a movie or television role. Verb, screen test, give a screen test to an actor. Seclude. Keep someone or oneself away from other people. Sexbot. Informal, a sexy person. Sex symbol P. Noun, a person famous for their sexual attractiveness. So-called. Called by the name or term specified, often in the speaker's view, inappropriately her so-called friends. Synonyms: supposed, alleged, presumed, inappropriately named, ostensible, reputed, self-styled. Sourpuss. Informal, a bad-tempered or grumpy person. Suasion. Suasion, noun, formal persuasion as opposed to force. Suburbanite. A person who lives in a suburb. Succotash. A dish of corn and lima beans cooked together. Sweatband. A band of absorbent material worn to soak up sweat. Tin pot. Informal, not significant or effective, a tin pot dictator. Townscape. A view or picture of a town or city. Uncial. Written in rounded separated letters similar to modern capital letters, as found in manuscripts of the 4th to 8th centuries. Noun, an uncial letter or manuscript. Unreasoning. Unreasoning, adjective not guided by or based on reason, illogical. Unremarked. Not noticed or remarked on. Untracked. Of land, without a path or tracks. Washtub. A large metal tub for washing laundry. Widgeon. Widgeon, noun, variant spelling of widgeon. Wimple. A cloth headdress covering the head, neck, and sides of the face, formerly worn by women and still by some nuns. World class. Relating to or among the best in the world. World Cup, noun, a competition between teams from many countries in a sport, in particular a soccer tournament held every 4 years. World English, noun, the English language including all of its regional varieties, such as North American, Australian, and South African English. Abrade. Scrape or wear away the surface of something. Addle. 1. Confuse someone. 2. As adj, addled, of an egg, rotten. Synonyms: being in Jove must have addled your brain, muddle, confuse, befuddle, daze, disorient, bewilder. Adjective, in combination, not clear, muddled, and addle-brained, adolescent. Aerialist. A person who performs acrobatics on a tightrope or trapezes. Afar aerie, also airy, noun, a large nest of an eagee or other bird of prey, typically built high in a tree or on a cliff. Anticyclone. An area of high atmospheric pressure around which air slowly circulates, usually resulting in calm, fine weather. Arrogate. Take or claim something for oneself without justification. Caboodle. In phrase, the whole caboodle or the whole kit and caboodle. Informal, the whole number or quantity of people or things in question. Call up. Call up, noun, 1. An act of summoning someone or of being summoned to serve in the armed forces or on a sports team. To a person so summoned, De La Rosa was a surprise call-up after the injury to Cabrera. Candelabrum. Candelabrum noun, pl. candelabra, a large candlestick or other holder for several candles or lights. Caryatid. Architecture, a supporting pillar in the form of a clothed female figure. Origin Greek, Caryatides, priestesses of Artemis at Carii, from Carii, Carii, in Laconia. Ceanothus. A North American shrub with dense clusters of small blue flowers. Concatenate. Formal or technical, link things together in a chain or series. Contrariwise. One in the opposite way. Two on the other hand. Verb 1, differ noticeably. To compare people or things so as to emphasize differences. Synonyms: one, a view that contrasts with his earlier opinion, differ from, be at variance with, be contrary to, conflict with, be at odds with, disagree, clash with. 2, they contrasted her with her sister, compare with, to, measure against, distinguish from, differentiate from. Antonyms: resemble, liken. Cufflink. A device for fastening together the sides of a shirt cuff. Devilry. 1, wicked activity. 2, reckless mischief. Deviles advocate, noun, a person who expresses an unpopular opinion in order to provoke debate. Dimity. A sheer cotton fabric woven with raised stripes or checks. Discreditable. Causing damage to someone's reputation, shameful. Drupe. Botany, a fleshy fruit with thin skin and a central stone, e.g., a plum or olive. Origin Latin drupa, overripe olive, dry. Duple. Of musical rhythm, based on 2 main beats to the measure. Ebonite. Another term for vulcanite. Femto. Femto, combining form referring to a factor of 1 quadrillionth, 10*5 femtojoule. Origin from Danish or Norwegian femten, 15 femur. Floatplane. A seaplane. Float, yp, adjective giving the impression of floating, or of being able to float, this floaty pale dress that swirls around her legs. Footplate. A platform for placing one or both feet on a piece of machinery or equipment. Forewarn. Warn someone of a possible future danger or problem. Forewent, past of forego, forego. Hairband. A band worn over the top of the head and behind the ears to keep the hair off the face. Harakiri. A method of ritual suicide involving cutting open the stomach with a sword, formerly practiced in Japan by samurai. Harridan. A bossy or aggressive old woman. Hind limb. Either of the 2 back limbs of an animal. Horseflesh. Horses considered as a group. Hydrophobia. For extreme fear of water, especially as a symptom of rabies. 2 rabies. Introit. In the Christian Church, a psalm or antiphon sung or said while the priest approaches the altar for Holy Communion. Irredentist. A person believing that territory formerly belonging to their own country should be restored to it. Irremediable. Impossible to remedy. Isinglass. Isinglass, noun, a kind of gelatin obtained from fish. Origin from Dutch wijzenblas, sturgeon's bladder. Killifish. Killifish noun, pl. same or killifishes, a small, brightly colored fish of fresh or brackish water. Equals origin probably from kit and fish star. Layabout. Derogatory, a person who does little or no work. Limburger. A soft white cheese with a strong smell. Liposome. A tiny artificial container of insoluble fat enclosing a water droplet, used to carry drugs into body tissues. Meerschaum. Meerschaum noun, one, a soft white clay-like material. 2, a tobacco pipe with a bowl made from meerschaum. Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling, adjective, informal, overwhelming, startling. Mirepoix. Mirepoix noun, a mixture of chopped sautéed vegetables used in various sauces. Nilotic. Relating to the Nile River or to the Nile region of Africa. Off-ramp. Off-ramp noun, an exit road from a main highway. Periodontics. Treated as sing, the branch of dentistry concerned with the structures surrounding and supporting the teeth. Philo. Variant spelling of FO. Proselyte. A person who has converted from one opinion, religion, or party to another. Pustule. A small blister or pimple containing pus. Quattrocento. The 15th century as a period of Italian art or architecture. Rearmost. Furthest back. Rial. Variant spelling of RIAL. Schoolchild. PL. Schoolchildren, a child attending school. Scilla. A plant with small blue star or bell-shaped flowers and glossy leaves. Self-help. Self-help noun, the use of one's own efforts and resources to achieve things without relying on other people. Shako. PL. Shakos, a cylindrical military hat with a peak and a plume or pom-pom. Origin Hungarian Ksztosiveg, peaked cap. Smarty pants. Another term for smarty. Smash verb 1, break violently into pieces. 2, hit or collide forcefully. 3, crash and severely damage a vehicle. 4, in sports, hit the ball very hard. 5, completely defeat, destroy, or put an end to. Police smashed a major crime network. Synonyms: 1, break, shatter, splinter, crack, informal bust. 2, he smashed into a wall. Crash into, smack into, slam into, plow into, run into, bump into, hit, strike, ram, collide with, impact. Noun: 1, an act or sound of smashing. 2, also smash hit, informal, a very successful song, movie, or show. Synonyms: crash, collision. Smoke-free. 1, without smoke, a smoke-free environment. 2, where smoking is not permitted, a smoke-free train. Spindrift. 1, spray blown from the crests of waves by the wind. 2, driving snow. Spoonbill. A tall wading bird having a long bill with a very broad flat tip. Temazepam. Excessively confident or bold behavior. Synonyms: audacity, nerve, effrontery, impudence, impertinence, cheek, gall, presumption, daring, informal face, front, brass, chutzpah. Touchpoint. 1, commerce, any point of contact between a buyer and a seller. To a condition or circumstance likely to precipitate a highly unfavorable outcome. Touchscreen P. Noun, a display device that allows the user to interact with a computer by touching areas on the screen. Translocate. Chiefly technical move from one place to another. Tripitaka. The sacred writings of Theravada Buddhism. Origin from Sanskrit Tripitaka, the three baskets or collections. Tuneless. Not pleasing to listen to. Unsurpassable. Not able to be bettered or exceeded. Vocalic. Phonetics relating to or consisting of a vowel or vowels. Voiceprint. A visual record of a person's speech, analyzed with respect to frequency, 1468 vol duration, and amplitude, used for identification. Waxen. Waxen, adjective, one having a smooth, pale, semi-transparent surface like that of wax. Too old use or literary, made of wax. Achondroplasia. A hereditary condition in which the bones of the arms and legs fail to grow to the normal size. Acrophobia. Extreme fear of heights. Adduce. Refer to something as evidence. Aspirator. An instrument or device for removing fluid from a part of the body by suction. Away. Away, adjective, of a ship's anchor, raised just. Clear of the seabed. Bindweed. A short period of uncontrolled indulgence in an act ity, especially eating or drinking. Synonyms: bout, spell, fling, spree, orgy, drinking, bout, informal bender, session, jag. Verb: binges, binging or binging, binged, do something, especially eat, without being able to control oneself. Blandishments. Flattering remarks intended to persuade someone to do something. Bunkum. Buncombe, noun, informi, nonsense. Carborundum. A very hard black solid consisting of silicon and carbon, used for grinding, smoothing, and polishing. Castrato. 9. Castrati, historical, a male singer castrated before puberty so that he kept a soprano or alto voice. Chatter. A piece of dark cloth worn by Muslim women around the head and upper body. Corrida. A bullfight. Counterespionage. Activities designed to prevent or thwart spying by an enemy. Counterfeit, p. adjective, made in exact imitation of something valuable with the intention to deceive, scent, or defraud others. Synonyms: fake, pirate, bogus, forged, imitation, informal, phony. Antonyms: genuine. Noun: of forgery. Underscore. Synonyms: fake, forgery, copy, reproduction, imitation, fraud, sham, informal, phony. Antonyms: original. Verb: for, imitate something fraudulently. To pretend to feel or possess an emotion or quality. Synonyms: fake, forge, copy, reproduce, imitate, falsify. Counterintelligence. Cryptogram. A text written in code. Cynosure. A person or thing that is the center of attention or admiration. Diastole. The phase of the heartbeat when the heart muscle relaxes and the chambers fill with blood. Often contrasted with systole. Derivatives: diastole, see adjective. Disbar. Disbars, disbarring, disbarred, expel a lawyer from the bar. Discoid. Technical shaped like a disc. Diverticulum. PL diverticula, an abnormal sac or pouch formed in the wall of the alimentary tract. Daughter. Be slow and unsteady. Doubloon. Doubloon noun historical a Spanish gold coin. Doubly and tri-p adjective relating to a system of. Eaglet. A young eagle. Ear noun 1 the organ of hearing in humans and animals. 2 an ability to recognize and appreciate music or language. 3 the spike of seeds at the top of the stalk of a cereal plant. Synonyms: he has an ear for a good song, appreciation, feel, instinct, intuition, sense. 0 ear piercing 1 loud and shrill. 2 the piercing of the outside of the ears to allow the wearing of earrings. Ear splitting very loud. Ear trumpet a trumpet-shaped device formerly used as a hearing aid. Ear. PN. The seed-bearing head of a cereal plant. Encumber. Prevent from moving or acting freely. They were encumbered with cameras, tape recorders, and other gadgets. Ennoble. 1 give someone a noble rank or title. 2 give greater dignity to, ennoble the mind and uplift the spirit. Eulogize. Praise someone or something highly. Furl. Furl verb roll or fold something up neatly and securely. Inuktitut. The Inuit language. Jottings. Brief, sketchy, or incomplete notes or drawings. Kittiwake. A small gull that nests in colonies on sea cliffs and has a loud call that resembles its name. Kofta. PL same or koftas, in Middle Eastern and Indian cooking, a spiced meatball. Matricide. Matricide noun 1 the killing of one's mother. 2 a person who kills their mother. Medaka. A small Japanese freshwater fish of variable color that is bred for aquariums and scientific studies. Megalith. A large stone that forms a prehistoric monument or part of one. Metazoan. An animal other than a protozoan or sponge. Miscalculate. Calculate or assess something wrongly. Mountebank. A person who deceives others. Nabob. Nabob noun 1 historical a Muslim official or governor under the Mughal Empire. 2 a very rich or important person. Nacre. Nasiari noun mother of pearl. Noisome. Literary 1 having a very unpleasant smell. 2 very unpleasant. Outfox. Informal defeat someone by being more clever or cunning than they are. Overenthusiastic. Excessively enthusiastic. Ovine. Noun a tubular organ through which a female insect or fish deposits eggs. Penology. The study of the punishment of crime and of prison management. Persnickety. Informal 1 placing excessive emphasis on minor details, fussy. 2 requiring a precise or careful approach. Predetermine. Establish or decide something in advance. Promethium. Promethium, noun, an unstable radioactive metallic chemical element of the lanthanide series. Roustabout. An unskilled or casual worker, especially a laborer on an oil rig or in a circus. Salsify. Salicify, noun, a plant with a long edible root like that of a parsnip. Sawfish. Sawfish, noun, pl. same or sawfishes, a large tropical fish with a long flattened snout bearing large blunt teeth along each side. Sensate. Becoming aware of things through the senses. Sievert. Physics, the SI unit of dose equivalent, equal to an effective dose of a joule of energy per kilogram of recipient mass. Solemnize. One, perform a ceremony, especially that of marriage. To mark an occasion with a formal ceremony. Spandrel. Architecture, the roughly triangular space between the curve of an arch and the ceiling or framework above. Stogie. A long, thin, inexpensive cigar. Stoicpn. A stoical person. Adjective, stoical. Tender-hearted. Having a kind, gentle, or sentimental nature. Tetrapod. An animal of a group that includes all vertebrates apart from fish. Origin from Greek tetrapus, four-footed. Unfasten. Open the fastening of something. Synonyms: undo, open, disconnect, untie, unbutton, unzip, loosen, free, unlock, unbolt. Unmindful. Unmindful of, not conscious or aware of something. Wangle. Wangles, wangling, wangled, informal, get something by using persuasion or a clever plan. Womanish. Womanish, adjective, derogatory, one suitable for or typical of a woman, womanish indecision. 2. Oaf, a man, effeminate. After effect. An effect that follows some time after its cause. Anti-inflammatory. Of a drug, used to reduce inflammation. Anti-lock, p. adjective, of brakes, designed so as to prevent the wheels from locking and the vehicle from skidding if applied suddenly. Antipyretic. Of a drug, used to prevent or reduce fever. Aqualung. Another term for scuba. Avow. Avow, verb, declare or confess something openly. Bacchanalia. Also treated as sing. 1. The ancient Roman festival of the god Bacchus. 2. Bacchanalia, drunken celebrations. Bornean. Adjective relating to Borneo. Cadaverous. Very pale, thin, or bony. Caddi, also caddy, noun, pl. caddies, a person who carries a golfer's clubs and provides other assistance during a match. Verb, caddies, caddying, caddied, work as a caddy. Catgut. Material used for the strings of musical instruments and formerly for surgical sutures, made of the dried intestines of sheep or horses, but not cats. Caudillo. Ol. Caudillos, in Spanish-speaking regions, a military or political leader. Charwoman. Charwoman, noun, pl. charwoman, Brit. Dated, a woman employed as a cleaner in a house or office. Chlorosis. Botany, abnormal reduction or loss of the normal green coloration of leaves of plants, typically caused by mineral deficiency, disease, or lack of light. Congener. A chemical constituent, especially one that gives a distinctive character to a wine or liquor or is responsible for some of its effects on the body. Countersign. Sign a document already signed by another person. Dhobi. PL Dhobis, in the Indian subcontinent, a person whose occupation is washing clothes. Dragoman. Dragoman noun, p. Dragomans or dragoman, an interpreter or guide in a country speaking Arabic, Turkish, or Persian. Dunghill. Dunghill noun, a heap of dung or refuse. Electrotherapy. The use of electric currents passed through the body to treat paralysis and other disorders. Elephantiasis. A medical condition in which a limb becomes hugely enlarged, typically caused by a type of parasitic worm. Emboss. Carve or mold a raised design on a surface. Enuresis. Involuntary urination, especially by children at night. Origin Latin. Escudo. Plural escudos, the former basic unit of money in Portugal. Euphonious. Sounding pleasant. Euphony. The quality of having a pleasant sound. Flugelhorn. Flugelhorn noun, a brass musical instrument like a cornet but with a fuller tone. Grandiloquent. Using long or difficult words in order to impress. Graphology. The study of handwriting, especially as used to analyze a person's character. Derivatives: graphological, adjective; graphologist, noun. Hotfoot. In eager haste. Verb: hotfooted, hurry eagerly. Interrelate. Relate or connect to one other. Derivatives: interrelatedness, noun; interrelation, noun; interrelationship, noun. Intone. Say or recite something with little rise and fall of the pitch of the voice. Latinate. Of language, having the character of Latin. Limeade. Limeade, noun; a drink made from lime juice sweetened with sugar. Negress. Dated a woman or girl of black African origin. No-go. Informal one, not ready or not functioning properly. Too impossible, hopeless, or forbidden, no-go zones for cars. Noun; a negative response, no. Noisette. One, a small round piece of meat. Two, a cocolate made with hazelnuts. Nominalism. Philosophy: the theory that general terms or ideas are mere names without any corresponding reality. Often contrasted with realism. Occiput. Anatomy: the back of the head. Opaline. Showing many points of shifting color, opalescent. Pageboy. Pageboy, noun; one, a page in a hotel or attending a bride at a wedding. Two, a woman's hairstyle consisting of a shoulder-length bob with the ends rolled under. Petrify. Petrifies, petrifying, petrified, for make someone so frightened that they are unable to move. The thought of speaking in public petrified her. To change organic matter into stone by encrusting or replacing its original substance with a mineral deposit. Derivatives: petrification, noun; petrification, noun. Petrolatum. Another term for petroleum jelly. Plosive. Referring to a consonant, e.g., D or P, that is produced by stopping the flow of air from the mouth with the lips, teeth, or palate and then suddenly releasing it. Point blank. And adverb 1, of a shot or missile, fired from very close to its target. 2, in a blunt way, without explanation. Polymerize. Combine or cause to combine to form a polymer. Polyploid. Of a cell or nucleus, containing more than 2 matching sets of chromosomes. Rasher. Chiefly Brit. A thin slice of bacon. Stockinette. Stockinette, noun, a soft, loosely knitted stretchy fabric. Stupefy. Stupefies, stupefying, stupefied, one makes someone unable to think or feel properly. To astonish and shock someone. Synonyms: 1, drug, sedate, tranquilize, intoxicate, inebriate. 2 is reply: stupefied, as shock, stun, astound, dumbfound, overwhelm, stagger, amaze, astonish, take someone's breath away, informal: flabbergast, knock sideways, knock for a loop, bowl, over, floor. Derivative: stupefacitain, noun. Sweetmeat. Old, use a candy or item of sweet food. Trireme. An ancient Greek or Roman warship with 3 banks of oars. Teps. Tips, noun, informal turpentine. Uncomprehending. Not able to understand something. Unconfident. Not confident, shy or hesitant. Unreceptive. Not receptive. Unrelieved. Unrelieved, adjective lacking variation or change, monotonous. Derivatives: unrelieved, ly, adverb. Unselfconscious. Not shy or embarrassed. Equals derivatives: unselfconscious, ly, adverb, unselfconsciousness, noun. Unstick. Past and past part, unstuck, separate, a thing that is stuck to another. Unstint, ing, adjective given or giving without restraint. Urbanite. Informal, a person who lives in a town or city. Waxwing. A crested songbird, mainly pinkish brown and with bright red tips to some wing feathers. Windjammer. Historical, a merchant sailing ship. Aboveboard. Legitimate, honest, and open. Adverb: legitimately, honestly, and openly, the accountants acted completely above board. Absent-minded. Forgetful or tending not to pay attention. Synonyms: forgetful, distracted, scatterbrained, preoccupied, inattentive, vague, informal, with a mind/memory like a sieve. Anti-lock. Of brakes, designed so as to prevent the wheels from locking and the vehicle from skidding if applied suddenly. Benefaction. Formal, a donation or gift. Bluebottle. A large fly with a metallic blue body. Blue cheese, noun, cheese containing veins of blue mold, such as Stilton. Borzoi. Borzoi, noun, pl. borzois, a breed of large Russian wolfhound with a narrow head and silky coat. Broadcloth. A fine wool or cotton cloth. Canonic. One in the form of a musical canon. 2, another term for canonical. careworn. Tired and unhappy because of prolonged worry. Centaurgo noun, PL cargoes or cargoes, freight carried on a ship, aircraft, or motor vehicle. Synonyms: freight, load, haul, consignment, delivery, shipment, goods, merchandise. Colposcopy. Surgical examination of the vagina and the neck of the uterus. Companionway. A set of steps leading from a ship's deck down to a cabin or lower deck. Dairyman. PL dairyman, a man who works in a dairy or who sells dairy products. Demobilize. Take troops out of active service. Derivatives: demobilize, Italian noun. Diminuendo. And adjective: music with a decrease in loudness. Noun: music, a decrease in loudness. Origin: Italian, diminishing. Dysprosium. A soft silvery white metallic chemical element of the lanthanide series. Entomb. One place a dead body in a tomb. To bury in or under something. The miners were entombed in a tunnel all night. Entrain. Entrain, verb formal, board a train. Erysipelas. A skin disease causing large raised red patches on the face and legs. Origin: Greek, erysipelas. Exegete. A person who interprets a written work, especially the Bible. Firebreak. An obstacle that prevents fire from spreading, especially a strip of open space in a forest. Flip-flop. Flip-flop, noun, a light sandal with a thong that passes between the big and second toes. Fugal. Relating to a fugue. Full. Fusty. Fustier, fustiest, one smelling stale and damp or stuffy. Too old-fashioned. Gasometer. A large tank in which gas is stored before being distributed to consumers. Imponderable. Difficult or impossible to assess. Noun, a factor that is difficult or impossible to assess. Inflect. One grammar of a word changed by inflection. To vary the intonation or pitch of the voice. Injudicious. Showing poor judgment, unwise. Left hand. One, of a person, using the left hand more naturally than the right. Two, done with the left hand. Three, turning to the left, toward the left. Four, of a screw, advanced by turning counterclockwise. Legerdemain. Legerdemain, noun, for skillful use of the hands when performing conjuring tricks. To deception, trickery. Lineament. Usually lineaments, literary, a distinctive feature of the face. Medicament. A medicine. Obscurantism. The practice of deliberately preventing the facts or full details of something from becoming known or understood. Ortolan. A small songbird formerly eaten as a delicacy. Oystercatcher. A wading bird. Ozone, noun, a strong-smelling, toxic form of with black or black and white plumage and a strong oxygen, formed by electrical discharges or ultraviolet orange-red bill, feeding chiefly on shellfish. Light. Paraquat. A poisonous fast-acting weed killer. Pearled. Literary, decorated with or wearing pearls. Pea shooter. A toy weapon consisting of a small tube out of which dried peas are blown. Pea soup, noun 1, a thick soup made from dried split peas. 2, informal, a thick, yellowish fog. Pestilential. 1, relating to or tending to cause infectious diseases. 2, very widespread and troublesome, pestilential weeds. 3, informal, annoying. Poesy. Old use of literary poetry. Potshot. A shot aimed unexpectedly or at random. Recirculate. Circulate something again equals derivatives recircu Latin noun. Serviette. Serviette noun chiefly Brit. A table napkin. Skywriting. Words in the form of smoke trails made by an airplane. Snowfield. A permanent wide expanse of snow in mountainous or polar regions. Stemware. Goblets and stem drinking glasses regarded collectively. Thief. Be a thief, steal things. Synonym steal, take, purloin, help oneself to, snatch, pilfer, embezzle, misappropriate, informal rob, swipe, nab, lift. Equals derivatives thievery noun thievish adjective. Trichinosis. A disease caught from infected meat, especially pork, characterized by digestive disturbance, fever, and muscular rigidity. Underbid. Underbidding, past and past part. Underbid, especially when trying to secure a contract, make a lower bid than someone else. Unitard. A tight-fitting one-piece garment covering the whole body. Valediction. For the action of saying goodbye. To a farewell speech or statement. Acquiescent. Ready to accept or do something without protest. Adulterate. Make something poorer in quality by adding another substance. Anchorite. Historical, a person who lives in isolation from others for religious reasons. Apiculture. Technical beekeeping. Athwart. Noun trademark, a high-protein, high-fat diet in which carbohydrates are severely restricted. Bakshish. In India and some Eastern countries, a small sum of money given as charity, a tip, or a bribe. Origin Persian. Barbed wire. Barbed wire. Barcode noun, a set of stripes printed on a product, able to be read by a computer to provide information on prices and quantities in stock. Blowy. Windy or windswept. Bootcut. Of jeans or other pants, flared very slightly below the knee, so as to be worn over boots. Burgeon. Grow or increase rapidly. Synonyms: grow, increase, rocket, mushroom, expand, escalate, swell, boom, flourish, thrive, prosper. 164 Burning, of writing that makes fun of something by representing it in a comically exaggerated way. 2 A variety show, typically including body humor and striptease. Verb, burlesques, burlesquing, burlesqued, make fun of someone or something by representing them in a comically exaggerated way. Catamount. A medium-sized or large wild cat, especially a cougar. Clavichord. A small early keyboard instrument with a soft tone. Coalface. An exposed area of coal in a mine. Communicant. Communicant noun a person who receives Holy Communion. Condole. Condole with, express sympathy for someone. Curium. A radioactive metallic chemical element made by high-energy atomic collisions. Datable. Datably adjective variant spelling of datable. Disaccharide. A sugar whose molecule can be broken down to give two simple sugar molecules. Disempower. Make someone less powerful or confident. Disintermediation. Disintermediation noun reduction in the use of intermediaries between producers and consumers, e.g., by investing directly in the securities market rather than through a bank. Distributary. PL distributaries, a branch of a river that does not return to the main stream after leaving it, as in a delta. Exculpate. Formal show or declare that someone is not guilty of wrongdoing. File sharing. The practice of or ability to transmit files from one computer to another over a network or the internet, file sharing software. Flophouse. Flophouse noun informal a place providing cheap accommodations for homeless people. Gaiter. For a covering of cloth or leather for the ankle and lower leg. To a shoe or overshoe extending to the ankle or above. Garble. Reproduce a message or transmission in a confused and distorted way. Synonyms: mix up, muddle, jumble, confuse, nal obscure, distort. Hambone. Informal and inferior actor or performer. Hamburger noun a small patty of ground beef, fried or grilled and typically served on a bun or roll. Hangnail. Hangnail noun a piece of torn skin at the 589 haphazard root of a fingernail. Has been. Informal a person or thing that is outdated or no longer significant. Headbanger. Informal a fan or performer of heavy metal music. Housecoat. Housecoat noun a woman's long, loose robe for casual wear around the house. Indubitable. Formal impossible to doubt, unquestionable. Internationalize. Make something international in scope or nature. Jackboot. A large leather military boot reaching to the knee. Lycanthrope. A werewolf. Maraca. A hollow gourd or gourd 792 marches shaped container filled with small beans, stones, etc., shaken as a musical instrument. Micmac. Micmac noun, pl same or Micmacs, a member of an American Indian people living in the maritime provinces of Canada. Monosaccharide. A sugar, e.g., glucose, that cannot be broken down to give a simpler sugar. Monosodium glutamate noun a compound used to add flavor to food. Muntjac. Muntjac noun a small Southeast Asian deer with a dog-like bark and small tusks. Neckband. A strip of material around the neck of a garment. Neurasthenia. A condition characterized by weariness, headaches, and irritability, associated chiefly with emotional disturbance. Non-aligned. Non-aligned adjective of a country during the Cold War, not allied to any of the major world powers. Outgun. Outguns, outgunning, outgunned, have more or better weapons than another person or group. Overfeed. Past and past part. Overfed, feed someone or something too much. Partitive. Of a grammatical construction, indicating that only a part of a whole is referred to, e.g., a slice of bacon, some of the children. Noun and noun or pronoun used as the first termina partitive construction, e.g., slice, some. Partly, partial/adverb to some extent, not completely. Synonyms in part, partially, somewhat, a little, up to a point, in some measure, slightly, to some extent. Antonyms wholly. Synonyms: one social gathering, function, get-together, celebration, reunion, festivity, reception, soiree, social, informal bash, do. Two group, company, body, gang, band, crow. Pastorale. OL. Pastorales or pastorale, 1 a slow instrumental composition in compound time. 2 a simple musical play with a rural 943 patch subject. Paterfamilias. PL patris familias, the male head of a family. Origin Latin, father of the family. Pericarp. The part of a fruit formed from the wall of the ripened ovary. Photochromic. Of glass, lenses, etc., undergoing a reversible change in color when exposed to bright light. Play-acting. Play-act ing noun behavior that is exaggerated for pretense. Prolix. Of speech or writing, tongue and boring. Purgation. 1 purification. 2 emptying of the bowels brought about by laxatives. Pyromania. An obsessive desire to set fire to things. Ramekin. A small dish for baking and serving an individual portion of food. Revalue. Revalues, revaluing, revalued, 1 assess the value of something again. 2 adjust the official value of a currency in relation to other currencies. Rodenticide. A poison used to kill rodents. Scandalize. Shock or horrify someone by acting in an immoral or unacceptable way. Supplicate. Humbly ask or beg for something. Terbium. Terbium noun, a silvery white metallic chemical element. Thereunto. Thereunto adverb old use or formal to that. Tragedian. 1 fem. Tragedienne, an actor who plays tragic roles. 2 a writer of tragedies. Undershoot. Past and past part. Undershot, 1 of an aircraft, land short of the runway. 2 fall short of a point or target. Unprintable. Of words, comments, or thoughts, too offensive or shocking to be published. 1433 Unranked unproblematic adjective not presenting a problem or difficulty. Untrammeled. Not restricted or hampered. Ursine. Relating to or resembling bears. Weltanschauung. Weltanschauung noun, pl Weltanschauungen, a particular philosophy or view of life. Wheatear. A songbird with black and gray, buff, or white plumage and a white rump. Acidify. Acidifies, acidifying, acidified, make or become acid. Actinium. A rare radioactive metallic chemical element found in uranium ores. Agglomerate. Collect or form into a mass. Noun, a mass or collection of things. H. The letter H. Phrases drop one's H's fail to pronounce the letter at the beginning of words. Alphabetize. Arrange words in alphabetical order. Alphanumeric, adjective made up of or using both letters and numerals. Alpha particle, noun, physics, a helium nucleus, especially as given out by some radioactive substances. Annal. An NAL, noun. 4. Annals, a historical record of events year by year. 2. A record of the events of one year. Derivatives, an NAList, noun. Antiphonal. Sung or recited alternately between two groups. Bacchanalian. Of a party or celebration, drunken and wild. Baluster. A short pillar forming part of a series supporting a rail. Beguine. A popular dance of Caribbean origin, similar to the foxtrot. Chaconne. One, a musical composition in a series of varying sections in slow triple time. 2. A stately dance performed to a chaconne. Chary. Cautiously reluctant, leaders are chary of reform. Connive. 1. Often connive with, conspire. 2. Connive at, conniven / noun. Cowlick. A lock of hair that grows in a direction different from the rest and that resists being combed flat. Deciliter. A unit of volume, equal to 1/10 of a liter. Excoriate. 1. Formal, criticize someone severely. 2. Medicine, damage or remove part of the surface of the skin. Extirpate. Completely destroy something. Synonyms: weed out, destroy, eradicate, stamp out, root out, wipe out, eliminate, suppress, crush, put down, put an end to, get rid of. Derivatives: extirpation, noun. Fortune teller. Cardinal number, PL 40s, 10 less than 50, 40. Roman numeral X or XL. Grampus. Grampus, noun, OL. Grampuses, a killer whale or other dolphin-like sea animal. Gunsight. A device on a gun enabling it to be aimed accurately. Half-life. The time taken for the radioactivity of a substance to fall to half its original value. Handsaw. A wood saw worked by one hand. Hobnail. A short, heavy-headed nail used to reinforce the soles of boots. Homiletic. Having to do with or like a homily. Horsefly. Pie, horseflies, a large fly that bites horses and other large mammals. Husbandman. PL, husbandman, old use of farmer. Incurious. Not eager to know something, lacking curiosity. Jejune. Jejune, adjective 1, naive and simplistic. 2. Of ideas or writings, dull. Jonquil. A narcissus with small sweet-smelling yellow flowers. Judder. Chiefly Brit. Shake rapidly and forcefully. Kalanchoe. Kalanchoe noun, a tropical succulent plant with clusters of tubular flowers. Katydid. A large North American insect related to the grasshoppers, the male of which makes a sound that resembles its name. Kilobyte. A unit of information stored in a computer equal to 1024 bytes. Lifework. The entire or principal work, labor, or task of a person's lifetime. Livelong. Literary, of a period of time, entire, all this livelong day. Loden. For a thick waterproof woolen cloth. To the dark green color in which such cloth is often made. Militate. Militate against, be a powerful or decisive factor in preventing something. These differences will militate against the two communities coming together. Synonyms: work against, hinder, discourage, be prejudicial to, be detrimental to. Minidisc. A disc similar to a small CD but able to record sound or data as well as play it back. Misappropriate. Dishonestly take something for one's own use. Synonyms: embezzle, expropriate, steal, thieve, pilfer, pocket, help oneself to, informal swipe, rip off. Multipack. A package containing a number of similar or identical products. Multi-party adjective relating to or involving several political parties. Night side. The side of a planet or moon facing away from the sun and therefore in darkness. Night soil noun, human excrement collected at night from buckets, cesspools, and outhouses. Obstreperous. Noisy and difficult to control. Oubliette. A secret dungeon that can only be accessed through a trapdoor in its ceiling. Overhype. Overhype, verb informal, make exaggerated claims about the good qualities of a product, idea, or 918 overlook event, in order to get public attention. Overlie. Overlies, overlying, overlay, past part. Overlain, lie on top of something. Placket. For an opening in an item of clothing, covering fastenings, or for access to a pocket. 2. Flap of material used to strengthen such an opening. Plasticky. One resembling plastic. Too artificial or of poor quality. Plastic surgery, noun, surgery performed to repair or reconstruct parts of the body damaged by injury or for cosmetic reasons. Post-industrial. Of an economy or society no longer relying on heavy industry. Potentilla. A small shrub with yellow or red flowers. Prorogue. Prorogue, verb, prorogues, proroguing, prorogued, discontinuous session of a parliament without dissolving it. Provender. Animal fodder. Psychoanalyze. Treat someone using psychoanalysis. Coin. One, an external angle of a wall or building. 2, a cornerstone. Rehouse. Provide someone with new housing. Roadstead. Another term for road, since 3. Satchel. A shoulder bag with a long strap and typically closed by a flap. Stria. PL striae, technical, a line, ridge, or groove, especially one of a number of similar parallel features. Especially after a slow start. Synonym: step, pace. Phrases take something in one stride, deal calmly with something difficult. Sugar-coated. Superficially attractive or acceptable. Sugayar dad dy noun informal, a rich older man who lavishes gifts on a much younger woman. Sugayar ma ple noun, a North American maple, which yields the sap from which maple sugar and maple syrup are made. Superheat. Physics 1. Heat a liquid under pressure above its boiling point without vaporization. 2. Heat steam or other vapor above the temperature of the liquid from which it was formed. Tatting. For a kind of knotted lace made by hand with a small shuttle. 2. The process of making such lace. Time-worn. Time-worn adjective, damaged or made less interesting as a result of age or a great deal of use. Time zone noun, see zone, sense 2 of the noun. Tootle. 1. Casually make a series of sounds on a horn, trumpet, etc. 2. Informal go or travel tootsie in a leisurely way. Noun 1. An act or sound of tootling. 2. Inform a leisurely journey. Triable. Of an offense or case, liable to trial in a court of law. Trimaran. A sailboat or other boat with 3 hulls side by side. Troopship. A ship for transporting troops. Trope noun, a figurative or metaphorical use of a word or expression. Origin Greek tropo, turn, way, trope. Tuberose. A Mexican plant with heavily scented white waxy flowers and a bulb-like base. Unexpurgated. Of a text, complete and containing all the original material, not censored. Unregenerate. Not 1434 unrest, reforming or showing repentance, obstinately wrong or bad. Unregistered p adjective, not officially recognized and recorded. Unscreened. Unscreened adjective 1. Not subjected to testing or investigation by screening. 2. Not shown or broadcast. Varlet. 1. Old use, a rogue or rascal. 2. Historical, a male servant. Verdure. Literary lush green vegetation. Visigoth. A member of the branch of the Goths who invaded the Roman Empire between the 1465 Vista 3rd and STH centuries AP. Woodworm. For the wood-boring larva of a kind of small brown beetle. 2. The damaged condition of wood resulting from infestation with woodworm. Archean. British spelling of Archean. Archeology, also archaeology, noun, the study of human history and prehistory through the excavation of sites and the analysis of objects found in them. Derivatives: archaeolog, see adjective archaeolog, ical adjective archaeologist, noun. Avoirdupois. A system of weights based on a pound of 16 ounces or 7,000 grains. Compare with Troy. Biocide. A substance that is poisonous to living organisms, such as a pesticide. Biodegradable. Blastoff. The launch of a rocket or spacecraft. Bromeliad. A member of a family of tropical American plants. Origin named after the Swedish botanist Olof Bromell. Bull-headed. Determined and obstinate. 161 Bulwark. Checker. Check your noun, British spelling of checker. Cofferdam. A watertight enclosure pumped dry to allow construction work below the waterline, e.g., when building bridges or repairing a ship. Coxcomb. Coxcomb noun old use a vain and conceited man, a dandy. Dewlap. A fold of loose skin hanging from the neck or throat of an animal such as a cow. Dew point noun the atmospheric temperature, varying according to pressure and humidity, below which water droplets begin to condense and dew can form. Dishearten. Make someone lose hope or confidence. Synonyms: discourage, dispirit, demoralize, cast down, depress, disappoint, dismay, put off, deter, unnerve, daunt. Antonyms: encourage. Disquisition. A long or complex discussion of a topic in speech or writing. Enfilade. A volley of gunfire. Directed along a line of soldiers from end to end. P-verb: direct a volley of gunfire along a line of soldiers. Enfranchise. 1. Give the right to vote to someone. 2. Historical free a slave. Epiphyte. A plant that grows on a tree or other plant but is not a parasite. Derivatives: epiphytic. Adjective. Equable. 1. Calm and even-tempered. 2. Not varying greatly, an equable climate. Synonyms: 1. An equable man, even-tempered, calm, composed, collected, self-possessed, relaxed, easygoing, mellow, mild, tranquil, placid, stable, level-headed, imperturbable, unexcitable, untroubled, well-balanced, informal, unflappable, together, laid back. 2. An equable climate: stable, constant, uniform, unvarying, consistent, unchanging, changeless, moderate, temperate. Antonyms: temperamental, extreme. Executrix. PL executresses or executrixes, a female executor of a will. Fixity. The state of being unchanging or permanent. Gelignite. A high explosive made from nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose in a base of wood pulp and sodium. Globule. Globule noun a small round particle of a substance, a drop. Glom. Glom verb: gloms, glomming, glommed, informal for become stuck or joined, muddy leaves will glom onto your tires. To steal, he was about to jam my wallet. Glop. Glop noun informal sloppy or sticky semi-fluid matter. Hatchway. Hatchway noun an opening or hatch, especially in a ship's deck. Henbane. Adverb from this or that time on. Henchman p noun, pl henchman, one chiefly derogatory of faithful supporter or assistant, especially one prepared to engage in criminal or dishonest activities. 2. Historical esquire or page attending a prince or nobleman. Hymnody. The singing or composing of hymns. Inroad. Usually in phrase make inroads and slash into, a gradual entry into or effect on a place or situation. The firm is beginning to make inroads into the U.S. market. Insouciant. Casually unconcerned. Derivatives: inso adverb. Intersperse. Scatter or place things among or between other things. Derivatives: interspersio noun. Origin Latin interspergere, scatter between. Langoustine. A small European lobster. Origin French. Rish. Also Irish Gaelic, the Celtic language of Ireland. Adjective relating to Ireland or Trish. Mannerly. well-mannered, polite. Mezuzah. A parchment inscribed with religious texts and attached in a case to the doorpost of a Jewish house as a sign of faith. Microburst. A sudden, powerful, localized downdraft. Microchip. Nymphomania. Uncontrollable or abnormally strong sexual desire in a woman. Derivatives nymphomaniac noun. Penlight. A small flashlight shaped like Appin. Phlebitis. Phlebite is noun inflammation of the walls of a vein. Planchette. A small board on casters and fitted with a vertical pencil, used in seances to convey supposed messages from spirits. Potboiler. Informal a book, movie, etc., produced purely to earn money quickly by appealing to popular taste. Rheostat. An instrument used to control the current in an electrical circuit by varying the amount of resistance in it. Rootsy. Informal, of music, not commercialized and emphasizing its traditional or ethnic origins. Root vegetable noun a carrot or other vegetable that grows as the root of a plant. Sandblast. Roughen or clean something with a jet of sand driven by compressed air or steam. Derivative sandblaster noun. Spatulate. Having a broad rounded end. Spectroscope. A device for producing and recording spectra for examination. Stepping stone. Stepping stone noun one a raised stone on which to step when crossing a stream or muddy area. To an action that helps someone make progress toward a goal. Step sister noun a daughter of one's step-parent by a marriage other than that with one's own father or mother. Strew. Past part. Strewn or strewed, one scatter things untidily over a surface or area. 2. Be strewn with, be covered with untidily scattered things. Tabbouleh. A Middle Eastern salad of cracked wheat mixed with finely chopped tomatoes, onions, parsley, etc. Tappet. Tappet noun a moving part in a machine that transmits motion in a straight line between a cam and another part. Telluric. One relating to the Earth as a planet. 2 relating to the soil. Towel. A piece of thick absorbent cloth or paper used for drying. Verb, towels, toweling, toweled, dry someone or something with a towel. Tropism. Tropism noun biology the turning of all or part of an organism toward or away from an external stimulus such as light. Turbocharge. Often as ADJ turbocharged, one equip an engine or vehicle with a turbocharger, to make more powerful, fast, or exciting, turbocharged business growth. Tweeze. Pluck or pull something with tweezers. Unclip. Unclip verb, unclips, unclipping, unclipped, release something from being fastened or held with a clip. Unconsidered. One not thought about carefully. 2 not fully appreciated. Yos. Pronoun, second person PL, Old use or dialect plural of thou. Equals origin Old English. Afterworld. A world that a person enters after death. AGP abbreviation 1 Adjutant General. 2 Attorney General. AG symbol the chemical element silver. Alyssum. Pielalisums, a plant with small flowers, most commonly white. Cock. Cock noun and verb variant spelling of cock. Circumlocution. The use of many words where fewer would do. Coca-Cola. Trademark, a carbonated non-alcoholic drink. Communitarianism. Communitarianism, noun, a theory that emphasizes the responsibility of the individual to the community and the importance of the family unit. Congruous. In agreement or harmony. Connubial. Literary, relating to marriage, conjugal. Convoke. Convoke, verb, formal, call together an assembly or meeting. Cubbyhole. A small enclosed space or room. Cupidity. Greed for money or possessions. Cutworm. A moth caterpillar that lives in the upper layers of the soil and eats through the stems of young plants at ground level. Cuv, noun, a type, blend, or batch of wine, especially champagne. Demoniac. Relating to or resembling a demon or demons, demonic. Deputize. One makes someone a deputy. To temporarily act on behalf of someone else, you will be required to deputize for the manager in her absence. Synonyms: stand in, sit in, fill in, cover, substitute, replace, take someone's place, take over, hold the fort, step into the breach. Derogate. Formal 1, derogate from, cause something to seem less valuable or important, detract from. 2, derogate from, deviate from an agreement or rule, one country derogated from the Rome Convention. 3, be critical of someone or something. Detestation. Intense dislike. Disambiguate. Remove uncertainty of meaning from something with more than one possible meaning. Disconcert. Disturb the composure of, unsettle. Sheila's unexpected appearance disconcerted him. Dubonnet. Trademark, a sweet red vermouth made in France. Echinoderm. A marine invertebrate, sea creature, of a large group that includes starfishes and sea urchins. Embrasure. 1, an opening or recess around a window or door forming an enlargement of the area from the inside. 2, an opening in a wall or parapet, used for shooting through. Etiolated. Of a plant, pale and weak due to a lack of light. Evildoer. A person who does evil things. Fetlock. A joint of a horse's leg between the knee and the hoof. Floribunda. A plant, especially a rose, that bears dense clusters of flowers. Flypaper. Flypopper, noun, sticky, poison-treated strips of paper that are hung indoors to catch and kill flies. Gimcrack. Showy but flimsy or poorly made. Noun, a cheap and showy ornament. Isobar. A line on a map connecting points having the same atmospheric pressure. Derivatives: isobar, icy, adjective. Italicize. Print or format text in italics. Ludic. Formal, spontaneous, playful. Origin French ludique. Lurex. Trademark, yarn or fabric incorporating a glittering metallic thread. Metasweet. A tall meadow plant with heads of creamy white fragrant flowers. Monomania. An obsessive preoccupation with one thing. Outshoot. Past and past participle outshot, one shoot better than someone else. Two sports make or take more shots than another player or team. Pastern. The part of a horse's or other animal's foot between the fetlock and the hoof. Peccary. P. L. peccaries, a pig-like mammal found from the southwestern U.S. to Paraguay. Peradventure. Old use perhaps. Noun uncertainty or doubt. Origin from Old French pour, or par, à enter by chance. Pinnace. Pinnace noun chiefly historical, a small boat forming part of the equipment of a larger ship. Prepossessing. Attractive or appealing in appearance, he was not a prepossessing sight. Rami. A vegetable fiber from a tropical Asian plant, used in making textiles. Raunch. Informal explicit earthiness or sexuality. Reappraise. Reappraise verb appraise something again or differently. Rebirthing. A form of therapy involving controlled breathing intended to imitate the traumatic experience of being born. Scalene. Of a triangle, having sides unequal in length. Serration. A tooth or point of a jagged edge. Shamble. Walk in a slow, shuffling, awkward way. Noun a slow, shuffling walk. Sousaphone. Sousaphone noun a form of tuba with a wide end that points forward above the player's head. Spatha. Botany a large bract, modified leaf, enclosing the flower cluster of certain plants. 1254 Speaking. Spinet. Spinet noun a type of small harpsichord popular in the 18th century. Sporran. A small pouch worn around the waist so as to hang in front of the kilt as part of men's Scottish Highland dress. Swelter. Be uncomfortably hot. Tenderize. Make meat more tender by beating it or cooking it slowly. Tumescent. Swollen or becoming swollen. Derivatives to sense noun. Unadventurous. Not offering, involving, or eager for new or exciting things. Derivatives unadventurous, ly adverb. Unarguable. Unarguably adjective not open to disagreement, certain. Unfermented. Not fermented. Unreactive. Having little tendency to react chemically. Woebegone. Looking sad or miserable. Zidovudine. An antiviral drug used to slow the growth of HIV infection in the body. 2ig noun a sharp change of direction in a zigzag course, we traveled in a series of zigs and zags. Verb, zigged, zigging, make a sharp change of direction, we zigged to the right. Alienable. Law able to be transferred to new ownership. Anglerfish. PL same or anglerfishes, a marine fish that lures prey within reach of its mouth with a fleshy filament projecting from its snout. Armlet. A bracelet worn around the upper arm. Arm.lock noun, a method of restraining someone by holding their arm bent tightly behind their back. Backtalk. Informal, rude or impertinent remarks made in reply to someone in authority. Bedazzle. Greatly impress someone with brilliance or skill. Burglarize. Enter a building illegally with the intention of committing a crime. Cannelloni. Rolls of pasta stuffed with a meat or vegetable mixture, typically cooked in a cheese sauce. Centerboard. A board lowered through the hull of a sailboat to reduce sideways movement. Centerfield, noun, baseball won the central part of the outfield, behind second base. To the position of an outfielder in this area. Chafer. A large flying beetle of a group including the Japanese beetle. Chipmaker. A company that manufactures microchips. Clannish. Of a group, tending to exclude others outside the group. Derivatives: clannishness, noun. Clansman or clanswoman, noun, pl. clansman or clanswomen, a member of a clan. Concretion. A hard solid mass.